Chapter 1. The Magical World Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. In the history section of the city library, which had not been visited by anyone for a long time and was covered in a thick layer of dust, a youngster was looking for something. No, still no, the youngster muttered to himself, somewhat disappointed. Shaking his head, he shut the book. Rustle, a burst of stabbing pain. A long, bloody cut appeared on his hand. This again, the youngster smiled bitterly. He was already being very prudent. However, he had not expected that he would actually be wounded by the page of a book. He was not surprised. To be exact, he was actually used to it. His name was Chen Feng, 22 years old this year, and since the day he was born, bad luck had accompanied him. When he had just passed his first birthday, he almost choked to death while drinking milk. At 3 years old, his mother passed away. At 5 years old, his father passed away. At 10 years old, the welfare home he was in went bankrupt. Subsequently, he was sent to other welfare homes. All in all, until he reached adulthood, a total of 13 welfare homes had gone bankrupt for various reasons after he joined. Apart from this, accidents would happen every time he left his house. Based on his incomplete statistics, he had been extorted under false pretenses by old ladies 85 times, involved in car accidents 36 times, patronized by thieves 76 times, fallen into the sewers 10 times, and been chased and bitten by dogs 15 times. To have struggled and stayed alive until now was a miracle in itself. Comparatively, the events of today were nothing at all. His goal in coming here today was to look for the legendary fortune artifact. He did not believe in something like luck. However, his experiences since childhood had left him with no choice except to believe that, in this world, luck existed, while what had been accompanying him all his life was bad luck. Hence, ever since he was capable of thought, he had gone through records of all mythologies, looking for things capable of changing luck. Luck-changing bead, jade carp, four-leaf clover. He tried everything representing luck, but none of them worked. His bad luck never changed. Up until a certain day, when he saw some records from the materials his deceased father had left behind, Fate Stone. In the legends, those possessing it would have their fate changed. His father had been an archaeologist. Having been an archaeologist his whole life, he had not unearthed any valuable remains and had instead turned into remains due to archaeology. He had not left behind much information about the Fate Stone. All these years, Chen Feng had been to all sorts of strange places. However, the so-called Fate Stone was never found. That thing really exists? He was very doubtful. His request really wasn't too big. He only wanted to live a normal life like an ordinary person, that was all. However, merely being alive was difficult enough. He had to be totally alert every time he left his house. Even the tiniest bit of slack could cost him his life while he was on his way. As far as he was concerned, everywhere in the world was a battlefield. Where are you exactly? He sighed, calmly took out some alcohol from his school bag to disinfect his wound, and wrapped his hand in gauze. As someone who was injured on a daily basis, his school bag itself was a first aid kit. The sky had turned dark. The library would be closing soon. As Chen Feng prepared to leave, his foot slipped. He staggered and knocked against the bookshelf beside him, causing a pile of books to crash down on him. Damn, Chen Feng cursed silently. He knew things could not proceed so smoothly. He looked at the place where he had slipped. There were some water stains on the floor. He lifted his head. The roof was leaking water due to the years of disrepair at this place. Seriously, Chen Feng smiled helplessly. Bad luck once again demonstrated its use. Aching all over, he got up and prepared to leave when he was suddenly stunned. Within the pile of ancient books that had crashed into him, one of the books attracted his sight. Book name, Fortune. This thing, Chen Feng was somewhat curious. There was actually a book about luck. He carefully opened the book. There was a lengthy introduction on all sorts of strange fortunes. From cosmos and astrology to horoscopes, they were topics Chen Feng had seen before in other books. The majority of the contents were nonsense. This book was more like one of those pirated 20 yuan mixed content books. I really did think too much. Chen Feng gave a self-mocking smile, but then his expression suddenly froze. This was due to him flipping to a new page where a particular name appeared on it, Fate Stone. Regardless of which ancient book the contents were pirated from, it was no longer important since the introductions on the Fate Stone were actually extremely detailed. Fate Stone, rumored to be a luck-changing artifact. It was rumored that there was a type of force that reigned above other ordinary forces. It could not be seen or understood, yet influenced everything. Until now, nobody knew what kind of force it was. It was only known that it might be related to luck, while the Fate Stone had the power to control it. It really exists. Chen Feng's mouth became dry with excitement. Reading along the introductions, he flipped to the next page, and his eyes abruptly became wide open. What appeared on this page was a picture of the Fate Stone. This was also Chen Feng's first time looking at the true appearance of the Fate Stone, and he was totally dumbfounded. It was a coin-sized object with strange engravings on it. This is the Fate Stone? Chen Feng's voice shuddered, not due to how this object looked, but due to this object. Chen Feng's somewhat trembling hand pulled on his collar, exposing the object he was wearing on his neck. This was actually the Fate Stone described in the book. How was this possible? Chen Feng was shocked. He had actually been wearing the Fate Stone all along. This was what his father had unearthed back when he was an archaeologist. When he was born, his father gifted it to him. This was also the only relic his father had left behind. It was actually the Fate Stone. However, if it was the Fate Stone, why did he have such bad luck? Fake? Or maybe this was a counterfeit object his father had made. Chen Feng held his sudden shock and continued reading. It was rumored that the Fate Stone possessed extraordinary power. However, it was not easy to use. Before the Fate Stone was activated, it would continuously absorb luck from its surroundings and could only be activated after it had absorbed enough luck. Therefore, without sufficient capability to activate it, possessing the Fate Stone would be a nightmare for you. Fuck. Chen Feng couldn't stop bursting out swearing. To absorb the surroundings' luck, he was ice cold all over as he finally understood where his bad luck came from. This Fate Stone, unearthed by his father in an old tomb, had snatched everything he had. This thing, Chen Feng subconsciously wanted to pull it off, however, he couldn't move it. This was the only relic his father had left behind, and also his only spiritual support. Something he never took off. He did not expect that at this moment, when he wanted to take it off, he totally couldn't. Conventional methods can't be used to take it off. Chen Feng calmed down and continued reading once again. Once the Fate Stone had been put on, it couldn't be removed. Only when it was activated could one control its power. If you accidentally obtained it, well, just activate it, following which the activation method was provided behind the page. Chen Feng looked at it. It was not too difficult. He only needed to arrange a formation with his own blood and place the Fate Stone in the middle of the formation. So simple? Chen Feng frowned. He felt that something was wrong. However, getting rid of this damned bad luck was too enticing. Even in his dreams, he dreamed of discarding his bad luck and having his own life. Let's just try. Chen Feng took off his gauze. Blood flowing along his finger, he drew a bizarre formation on the wooden floor. Chen Feng's face was extremely solemn as he lay on the floor facing downward and placed the Fate Stone in the formation. A bizarre radiance flashed. Chen Feng's mind jolted violently. Success! The blood-formed formation changed into a flickering red light while breathtaking lights blossomed out of the Fate Stone. In the midst of his excitement, Chen Feng saw a row of small letters appearing from the red lights. At the moment of activation, the Fate Stone will absorb all luck in the surroundings to fill up the energy requirements of the Fate Stone's operation. Not good. Chen Feng's complexion changed greatly. Absorbing all luck? It was not written in this damnable pirated book. The Fate Stone was not activated even after absorbing luck for 20 years. What would happen if it were to finish absorbing all the required luck in a single moment? He had no idea. Escape. Chen Feng did not hesitate as he turned around and started running outside. However, at this very moment in the library, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Bang, bang, it was an earthquake. Before Chen Feng could escape, he had already been submerged by boulders as darkness fell upon his eyes and he lost his consciousness. He could vaguely remember a bright golden light flashing out of the Fate Stone hanging on his neck. Nighttime. A certain news channel. This evening at 6:30 p.m., a slight earthquake happened in the city. The library collapsed, causing one casualty. Based on the related department's investigation, this might be related to a jerry-built building project. A patch of darkness before his eyes. A burst of primordial chaos in his consciousness. After a long time, Chen Feng regained his consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. The vague world became clear, yet it was still pitch black. There was a strange fishy smell in his surroundings. Where is this? Chen Feng looked around doubtfully. Darkness enveloped his surroundings while the faint flickering light on his wrist was only enough to let him see that this was a cave. Regardless of distance, there was only darkness around him. Weird? I thought I died? Chen Feng was shocked. Looking at the flickering glimmer on his wristband and sensing the memory that did not belong to him, he suddenly understood. He had transmigrated. Back then, he had investigated all sorts of mythology records. Naturally, he had also read a lot of novels. He somewhat understood as he recalled the golden light before his death. The Fate Stone absorbed all the luck, causing an earthquake. However, the successful activation of the Fate Stone had led to him barely escaping death and transmigrating here. I survived. Chen Feng was excited. It was natural for him to be excited because that damned bad luck had finally disappeared. However, what world was this exactly? Right at this moment, the memories of the body's original owner completely emerged. Chen Feng went through the memories and immediately gasped in amazement. This world was somewhat similar to Earth, yet still not the same. After a big breakthrough in gene research, the whole world entered the era of genes. Mankind could not only unlock their own potential, they could even fuse their genes with genetically mutated life forms. Almost everyone could possess genetic abilities. Some people relied on these abilities for labor and became the industry elite. Some people obtained exceedingly powerful combat abilities after gene fusion and were known as genetic warriors. The world thus changed. The emergence of genetic abilities allowed the whole world to enter a high-speed growth stage. Furthermore, this world situation was different than Earth's, where humans had no option but to seek resources on other planets due to resource exhaustion. This continent, this planet, was mankind's biggest wealth. This world possessed its own moon and sun. This was a place that closely resembled Earth, apart from its size. This planet's size was a countless number of times larger than Earth. The continent was wide and vast, more than 10,000 times larger than Earth. There was no shortage of resources in this world. That was because, up until now, the continent was only 18% developed. Even though mankind's technology level was sufficient to easily perform space travel, there were still a lot of places on this planet that humans did not dare to set foot in. For example, the primordial ice field of extreme north. It was rumored that the place was influenced by some sort of special ability that caused time to almost stop. Those who stepped in there would be forever unable to leave. The Genetic Union once dispatched a small squad of genetic warriors there, and their whereabouts were lost forever. For example, the volcano of Skyburn Summit. It was rumored that an ancient mutated beast was asleep there. It once drank a river dry with a single gulp. From then onward, that place became mankind's forbidden area. Similar places could be found everywhere. This was a dangerous world. Yet it was also a magical world. Overflowing lights flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. This world was even more exciting than his imagination. Furthermore, this was only part of it. According to the original owner's memory, the magical era of genes also birthed a myriad of amazing technological equipment. Some people fused genes without end and ended up possessing exceedingly high combat ability. There were also some who, by fusing genes without end, obtained mystical genetic abilities. For example, the planet's largest technology company, Strongtech's founder, Xuanhuan. His ability was digitization. The holder could release a mysterious ability to monitor the condition of their genes and spiritual condition. It could even predict the techniques you possessed according to your muscle memory. Due to this being a non-combat gene, he was once looked down on by countless people. However, Xuanhuan went through years of experiments and extracted that abstruse and mysterious energy to be produced into a wristband that everyone could wear, becoming a legend of the generation. Just by activating the wristband, you could monitor your own condition. Hence, up to the present day, this world was not only in the era of genes, it was also in the era of data. Chapter 2. This location was somewhat scary. Chapter 2. This location was somewhat scary. Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenesh. Is it really so magical? Chen Feng curiously reached toward his left wrist and a screen suddenly appeared. Buzz. The black wristband trembled lightly and a force circulated within his body before quickly returning to the wristband. On the screen, new data appeared. Strength, 10 agility, 10 physique, 10 spirit, 30 endurance, 10.10. Every 1 point of physique increases the maximum endurance by 1 point spiritual energy. 30-30. Every 1 point of spirit increases the maximum spiritual energy by 1 point genetic abilities. Windblade, creating a dance out of violent wind. Form a formation using spiritual energy and release a wind-formed blade, dealing a certain amount of damage. Small probability, initial estimate 5% to continuously release wind blades. General function, a low-level combat technique possessing a certain degree of lethality, judged in accordance with your muscle memory and spiritual memory assessment coupled with the memory database. It should be stored within the wristband chip. To guarantee your safety, it should not be connected to the network. Please update the data consistently to guarantee data accuracy. Special ability, Luck Aura. Exhausting the luck value within the Fate Stone, able to greatly increase luck within a short period of time. Balance of luck value, 10 points. The Fate Stone formed its energy by absorbing the world's energy. Based on evaluation of the current world, 1 point of luck value can be obtained per hour. This was the digitized version of himself. The basic attributes were units of measurement based on the most primitive of human strength. The ability to clearly show everyone's condition was magical, but what Chen Feng cared about the most was nevertheless the final special ability. Luck Aura? Chen Feng was astonished. He had thought that the Fate Stone had disappeared. Never had he expected that the Fate Stone had actually merged with him. The moment he saw the remaining luck value of 10 points, Chen Feng managed to vaguely guess that at his moment of death, when the library collapsed, the Fate Stone had unleashed all of its stored luck value and brought him to this world. So this is your power? Chen Feng muttered to himself. Fate Stone, fortune, and misfortune interwoven together. He went through a whole life having the worst luck. In his current life, he might be able to create a whole new world for himself. But then, why was he here? Let's see. Chen Feng skipped through all the miscellaneous information in the original owner's memory and directly looked at memories about himself. Immediately, he saw a very encouraging story. His name was Chen Feng, citizen of Gold City, an orphan. He had lost his parents at a young age. However, relying on his outstanding grades and a scholarship, he had managed to forge a path into an elite high school and enrolled in gene study courses there. After his training at the school, he had grasped a genetic ability and some other techniques. This enabled him to join the elite class and become the other family's child, one always mentioned by parents of his fellow schoolmates. If nothing unexpected had happened, he would have been able to have a smooth journey as he progressed, becoming the rare case of a commoner who soared despite bad circumstances. However, more often than not, reality was cruel. On the last day of the university entrance examination, Chen Feng, who should have been at the examination, was instead thrown into the sea by others to feed the shark. The reason? The original owner of the body probably couldn't understand what happened even at the moment of death. However, as Chen Feng went through his memories, he guessed the reason. The world's top university, North Qing University's gene production major facility, was recruiting one headcount from their gold city. Yet the original body's owner just had to be the top student who was aiming to major in this all along. Did one still need to guess what would happen as a result of this? He had become an obstruction in someone else's path. What a pitiful child. Chen Feng mourned him in silence. It was quite apparent that this body's original owner, who had spent the majority of his time laboring and studying, must have had an EQ in the negatives to have gotten himself set up by others unknowingly. If I was here earlier, things wouldn't be so miserable, Chen Feng said confidently. But, he kept feeling that something wasn't right. Top student? No, wait. Chen Feng suddenly remembered something and had a bad feeling. Shark? Thrown into the sea to feed the shark? Feck! Chen Feng finally realized what the problem was. Bang! The entire cave suddenly shook. The thick ground started trembling while the walls around him started wiggling slowly. Some weird mucus started to secrete from his surroundings as Chen Feng's expression abruptly changed. Curse it! Chen Feng suddenly remembered something. Based on the scene seen by the original owner before death and the data provided by his wristband, this was a mutated Black Sea shark, a spirit-type mutated beast. The moment it swallowed the original owner, his consciousness and soul were immediately destroyed. This left behind an empty shell, enabling Chen Feng to luckily transmigrate here. And this place was totally not some cave, but was instead the inside of the shark's body. Bang! Bang! The entire wall was shaking. Chen Feng stubbornly leaned on one of the walls. Bang! Unending sounds of explosions. This mutated shark seemed to have awoken. Within the shark's body, Chen Feng felt like the whole world turned upside down and the strange liquid was secreting non-stop. Earlier, Chen Feng had thrown a cloth to test it out, and the cloth had been corroded immediately. And now, that liquid was constantly flowing through the cracks, heading toward Chen Feng. This won't do. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Although he did not know where he was, based on his guess, it was very probable for him to be in the mutated Black Sea shark's stomach. There were no exits around him, while the only entrance should be the esophagus. However, it was obstructed by even more mucus. Trying to pass through there was simply courting death. What to do? Chen Feng calmed himself down. No exit while the entrance was blocked. He could only break out by force. Genetic warriors of the current era were very strong. 1 point of strength was equivalent to the strength of a non-genetically strengthened human. Chen Feng's strength and agility were both at 10 points. Tenfold of strength and agility, perhaps? Bang! Chen Feng resolutely punched. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. There was an acute pain in his hand, while there was no reaction at all from the wall he had punched. Chen Feng's strength was indeed strong. However, in this era of genes, the body quality of these large mutated beasts, such as sharks, was even crazier. This won't do. Chen Feng looked at the other ability on his digital screen, Windblade. Genetic ability was the symbol of this era's genetic warriors. Only after obtaining control of a genetic ability could one be considered a real genetic warrior, while the spirit-type genetic warriors were the most mysterious and formidable. Hence, spirit-type genes were extremely expensive. Even after exhausting his whole scholarship, the body's original owner could only afford the gene reagent of this bottom-tier spirit-type ability. Windblade, compared to other spirit-type genes, this genetic ability was too weak. However, presently, he could only try it out. At least I have 30 points of spirit. Hopefully it won't disappoint me. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Windblade. Buzz. A mysterious power emerged from Chen Feng's body and condensed in empty air. A curved azure-colored blade blossomed and relentlessly cut forward. Pooh. With a light sound, the blade disappeared while a bloody gash appeared on the wall. Howl. A loud bellow could be heard as the shark's belly started shaking violently, as if the sky and earth were turning upside down. Chen Feng was almost penetrated by the weird liquid sputtering around him. Not good. Chen Feng looked at the bloody gash. His strongest ability could only cause a light wound. He lacked the ability to even shake this huge mutated Black Sea shark. They were totally not in the same league, even if he was currently within the mutated Black Sea shark, at the most vulnerable part of it. Damn it, would he die here so shortly after he got transmigrated? Chen Feng looked at the data displayed on his wristband. He still had 10 points of luck value, however, he did not feel that this ability could let him survive. In front of absolute strength, luck sometimes, wait. Chen Feng was suddenly in a daze. He carefully looked at Luck Aura and then at Windblade before he finally stopped at the Windblade ability's description, small probability initial estimate 5% to continuously release Windblades. Continuous release? 5%? Due to the probability being too small, Chen Feng had subconsciously ignored it. The reason was simple, a probability of 5% just to activate a 2-hit combo. How about 3-hit combo? 0.25%. As for 4-hit combo and 5-hit combo, even lower. Plus the strength of the wind blade itself was too ordinary, hence this gene, fused by the body's original owner, received a very low evaluation. However, what if it was matched with the luck aura? Chen Feng was enticed. He still had 10 points of luck value. It should be enough to support luck aura's operation for a period of time. Within that period, what kind of power could the wind blade unleash? He was looking forward to it. Footnotes. 1. Other parent's child. Parents will often compare their child with other child who presumably have better achievements. Nusser 3 Chapter 3, Erupt. Chapter 3, Erupt. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennis Shark Gulf, Gold City. The gentle sea breeze blew past, intoxicating people with its fresh air. 5 burly men were rubbing their fists and wiping their palms, preparing for something. In their hands were well-polished, sharp weapons which, under the sunshine, were reflecting dazzling rays of light. All ready? A middle-aged man with a solemn expression walked toward them. "Don't worry, Boss Mo," the few burly men said while smiling playfully. "Be serious." Mo Lei stared at them ferociously. "Our current prey, the mutated Black Sea shark, is the king of this sea region. Its strength is extremely scary. Those things in your hands can't even pierce its outer skin. You need to rely on your genetic abilities to really kill it. That thing is so strong?" The few burly men's expressions started to get serious. "Otherwise, why would I ask you all to come?" Mo Lei smiled bitterly. To be honest, previously, a gene squad came to hunt it. However, the result was that all of them died here without a single survivor. If not due to the old man's injury being too serious and him needing the mutated Black Sea shark's liver as a treatment material, I would not have come here at all. Understood. The few burly men looked at each other with unprecedentedly serious expressions. Good. Mo Lei relaxed. "Remember to be cautious. If we really can't do it, leave immediately. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly this time." Mo Lei lightly spread a few drops of shark soul aroma. "This thing is irresistible to mutated Black Sea sharks. It should be here shortly. Prepare for the hunt." Understood. The mood became solemn. Everyone stared at the tranquil sea with burning eyes. Hua! The sea surface shook. A dark blue brilliance flashed through from the sea surface. "Here it comes." Mo Lei was stirred. "Go! Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!" One sharp weapon after another was stabbed into the mutated beast's body. However, all of them bounced off the thick skin, unable to leave any injuries on it. Not a single scratch was left on it. "Let me do it." A burly man clenched his right fist. A layer of bizarre purple-black patterns spread along his right arm. On his right fist, a power that left one's heart palpitating condensed. Under the boost of genetic ability, the 60 points of strength were exerted to their limit. Keelin Fist. The burly man soared into the air and ferociously unleashed his fist on the mutated Black Sea shark on the sea's surface. Bang. A frightening power exploded and engulfed the surroundings, causing sea waves with heights of at least 5 meters to rise. Howl. The mutated Black Sea shark howled. Hum. A bizarre vibrating wave spread over. Puh! Blood spurted out of the burly man that was still in midair. Not good. Spirit attack. This mutated Black Sea shark has actually reached this level. Mo Lei's expression changed greatly, and he decisively ordered, "Fast, bring number 3 back. Give up the hunt." Understood. A layer of light wings spread out from the back of the burly man and left behind an afterimage as he flickered and brought back number 3, who was losing consciousness after the mutated Black Sea shark's attack. Damn it. Mo Lei grasped both his fists tightly as he unwillingly looked at the mutated Black Sea shark. The hunting operation had failed before it even began. The moment the spirit attack appeared, he knew that the level of this mutated Black Sea shark was not something they could handle. Boss Mo. The few burly men were ashamed. Not your fault. Mo Lei's expression was somewhat sad. This mutated Black Sea shark had evolved to such a level. It is no longer something normal people can hunt, unless they are real experts. Right at this moment, a sudden miserable scream reverberated through the air. Howl. What is that? Mo Lei and the others quickly looked at the sea surface and saw an astonishing scene. The mutated Black Sea shark that was still immensely proud a moment ago suddenly rolled in pain on the sea's surface. Its large body lashed around constantly, splashing off layers of sea waves. What happened? Mo Lei and the others were shocked. Right at this moment, an even more astonishing thing happened. Multiple bloody lines suddenly appeared on the mutated Black Sea shark's body. The skin that they couldn't penetrate after exhausting all their methods was destroyed in front of their eyes just like that. Bang, bang. Blood dyed the seawater red while the scary sea waves got taller in height. Suddenly, a bright azure-colored light blade shot out of the mutated Black Sea shark's body. This gave them a scare. However, before they managed to react, more and more azure-colored light blades shot out of the mutated Black Sea shark. Under the sunshine, every single light blade appeared dazzling. What was this? Everyone looked at this shocking scene in a daze. Suddenly, bang, once again, thunderous sound arose from the sea's surface. After a burst of a violent, explosive sound, a strong and healthy-looking silhouette rushed out from within the mutated Black Sea shark's body and steadily landed on the shore of Shark Gulf. Behind him, blood splattered in every direction. The roaring mutated Black Sea shark rolled over and stopped making any sounds. Mo Lei and the others felt their mouths go dry as they unbelievingly looked at the silhouette that had appeared in front of them. The strong genetic warrior that had killed the mutated Black Sea shark in a flash was actually a somewhat young and tender-looking youth. Finally out, Chen Feng was happy. The bright and beautiful sunshine, the fresh air. Ha ha ha! He came out alive. He looked at himself. The 10 points of luck value were completely exhausted. The genetic ability that was regarded as trash by everyone unleashed stunning attacks the moment he used Luck Aura and Windblade together. An unlimited amount of Windblades were unleashed, destroying everything in his path. Under the effect of Luck Aura, 10 Windblades were unleashed and 1 point of luck value was used every second. Theoretically, with a sufficient luck value, he could release unlimited Windblades until the end of time. The attack power was really weak though, so, time to return? Chen Feng flexed his muscles and bones before looked at the several people that were staring at him non-stop. Anything? No, nothing. Mo Lei spoke incoherently. Expert, an absolute expert. To possess such a scary power at an age so young, it most probably was not simply due to talent alone. There had to be a terrifying power backing this expert as well. No, there is something. Mo Lei stuttered. This senior, can I buy the liver of this mutated Black Sea shark? Mutated Black Sea shark? Chen Feng glanced through the sea's surface and was somewhat dumbfounded. You can buy the whole shark. Thank you, Mo Lei spoke emotionally. This is great. Father can finally be saved. Mo Lei pointed at the screen on his wristband and transferred 50,000 yuan to Chen Feng in a flash. According to Chen Feng's understanding of this world's currency, this price was definitely not low. To have such earnings shortly after transmigrating was definitely a windfall for Chen Feng. Naturally, Chen Feng would not want to be swallowed by the mutated Black Sea shark again if he was given the choice. It was too dangerous. Many thanks, senior. Mo Lei expressed his gratitude constantly. Chen Feng smiled lightly before leaving. Too lucky. Mo Lei was excited. To coincidentally come across an expert capable of killing the mutated Black Sea shark, who also did not care about such a small amount of money. Otherwise, are all the students nowadays so strong? The burly guy that had fainted earlier woke up and said bitterly, this is the benefit of going to school. Mo Lei sighed. Starting from high school, they can start studying the genetic course. With the school providing all sorts of resources and help, even a new student's cultivation speed would be multiple times our speed. They are already at this speed during high school where only foundations are focused on. This is also the reason the university entrance examinations only test the foundations. Once they pass their examinations and enter university, their cultivation speed would be so much higher than ours. In the future, my son must go to school, the burly guy said resolutely. That is only natural. Mo Lei nodded. However, a normal student wouldn't be so strong regardless of how good his foundation is. This youngster must be an elite top student, the group lamented. However, they did not know that this top student they were talking about had just failed his university entrance examinations. Point 4, to hell with it. Chapter 4, to hell with it. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenish Gold City, within an ordinary rented house in the urban district. Just as Chen Feng reached home, the communication tool on his wristband received all sorts of information. Due to not attending the final day's examinations, student Chen Feng's originally top grades dropped gorgeously to the bottom. He immediately failed the university entrance examinations, losing any opportunity to enter university from now on. The speed they release the report card here is quite fast, huh? Chen Feng shook his head. University, would the impact of not entering a university be big? As Chen Feng went through the original owner's memories to understand the situation, he frowned. In this world, there was a big difference between those who attended high school and university and those who did not. The high school forged one's foundations, while the university spurted their high-speed growth based on the accumulated foundations. This was the most common cultivation trend in this world. Unable to enter high school? Can't pass the university entrance examinations? Then one should just fuse a gene suitable for labor and obediently started laboring. This was a world where everyone could fuse with mutated genes. However, genetic abilities could be divided into two main types: genetic abilities suitable for labor and genetic abilities purely for combat. Without a doubt, the latter's status was much higher than the former's. This was also what the body's original owner was pursuing. Combat genes, eh? Chen Feng fell into contemplation. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Him getting quietly dumped into the sea without anyone realizing was exact proof of this world's dangers. Those without strength would only be slaughtered at will by others. As such, Chen Feng had to become a real expert if he wanted to live a wonderful life. However, it seemed like things were going to get inconvenient, since he had failed the university entrance examinations. Are there any other ways? Chen Feng suddenly remembered the goal of the body's original owner, gene producer. Genetic warriors could fuse a new gene at every stage. For example, when one met the F-class gene fusion requirements, one could fuse an F-class mutated gene to become an F-class genetic warrior. When he reached the E-class gene fusion requirements, he could once again fuse a mutated gene to become an E-class genetic warrior. Subsequent fusions followed a similar trend. At every stage, one could fuse a brand new gene. The so-called genes that one fused here were formed by mixing the blood essence extracted from mutated beasts with all kinds of gene reagents, producing something called a gene fusion reagent. Those who produced these things were called gene producers. The original owner had always been aiming to be a gene producer. The reason for that was simple. He was clear that his weakness was being someone poor and without background. Hence, a suitable concurrent occupation apart from his identity as a student was necessary. If he could luckily become a gene producer, he might be able to solve this issue of his. Sadly, he failed. It was very hard to become a gene producer. Based on Chen Feng's understandings, the first step for one to become a gene producer was to successfully produce his first gene reagent. Only those who succeed at least once would be recognized as a gene producer. The success rate for a newbie was 0.11%. What did this mean? It meant that one required at least 1,000 sets of materials. Even the worst of materials would require a total investment of 1,000 yuan to get 1,000 sets of materials. Furthermore, it was very important for one to maintain complete attention during the production of these 1,000 sets of reagents without the slightest bit of slack. Naturally, some people were talented and might be able to succeed after a few tries. As for those with a black face, one might fail even after trying their entire life. He used to play a card game on Earth. In half a year, he did not draw a single special rare card, directly earning the Black Month title too. From this, one could see the degree of his black face at the time. Furthermore, even if one was successful via fluke, it was merely the beginning. The success rate was very low for the initial stage of gene production. Breaking through required constant production and study. A scary amount of wealth was required to support all this. Naturally, once a person passed through this difficult stage and perfectly grasped a gene reagent formula, one would be able to taste the sweetness after the bitter 3 and start threading the broad and open road 4. And this was what the body's original owner looked forward to. In other words, if I become a gene producer, it might fix my current problem. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Not qualifying to enter a university, Chen Feng's starting line was much lower than others. However, if being a gene producer could make up for all of that, there was no need to enter a university at all. Lacking in resources, just purchase them all. Chen Feng was enticed. Why had the body's original owner been stuck at the starting line all the while? Apart from spending a vast majority of his time on studying and practicing, the biggest reason was his black face. As for Chen Feng, this was one thing he was not scared of. 0.1% success rate, hee. Chen Feng laughed. Let's buy some materials and figure out what this gene production is all about. Chen Feng started tidying up his room. He intended to buy some basic materials from the shop at the entrance. Seeing things through the original owner's memory was not comparable to experiencing it himself. He had to figure out how much of an effect the luck aura had on gene production. One had to act based on one's ability. Arriving in this world, he would die horribly if he did not have a good grasp of his own strength. Let's start with the lumber-bear gene, Chen Feng decided. There was really no other reason for his decision. This was the only publicly available gene formula and the only route a normal person could take to start their career as a gene producer. Lumber-bear gene. Fusion requirements, strength, 10 points, physique, 5 points. Basic attributes, strength, 2-3 points, physique, 2-3 points, genetic ability, lumber-bear's wrath. Increase strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Suitable job, small construction work, etc. The fusion requirements were what the Gene Production Association assessed to be the lowest requirement for one to safely fuse it. The bodies of those who did not meet the requirements might not be able to support the fusion, and they might get hurt in the process. Basic attributes referred to the attributes that would be increased immediately upon successful gene fusion. As for the range of the attributes increase of 2 to 3 points, it was based on the gene producer's ability. The more formidable a gene producer was, the more outstanding the produced gene reagent would be. As for the genetic ability, it was the most important part of a gene fusion process as it allowed one to possess an ability unique to a mutated life form. An example would be this lumber-bear's wrath. Only after fusing with a lumber-bear gene could one activate lumber-bear's wrath to hugely increase their strength for a short period of time. A strong boost plus a rapid cooldown period made it one of the most welcomed genetic abilities at construction sites. Regardless of this, the starting price of a lumber-bear gene was 5,000 yuan. The materials alone cost 4,000 yuan. After deducting the miscellaneous expenses, one could not make any profit at all. Hence, the amount of people producing this gene was very low. To meet the public demand for the lumber-bear gene, the Gene Production Association had to make the gene formula public, making it the practice formula for gene producer aspirants. Leaving the neighborhood, Chen Feng reached the material store in the vicinity. Little Feng is here. Uncle Zhang from the material shop said while smiling, "You've come to buy genetic materials again? Give me 5 sets of materials for the lumber-bear gene." Chen Feng nodded his head. All right. As Uncle Zhang collected the materials and passed them to him, he paused. Little Feng, do you have any interest to come work at my place here? Uh-huh. Chen Feng was stunned. Sigh. Uncle Zhang sighed and regretfully said, I know you failed your entrance examinations, but child, a man needs to move forward. If you don't mind, you can start working at Uncle Zhang's place for now until you found a better job. After that, you can leave any time you want. Chen Feng started sweating profusely. The speed in which the news was spread, wasn't it too astonishing? How many hours had it been? Evidently, Chen Feng did not realize that the examination results had always been released at 6 p.m. the same day. Everyone could check the results online, so they had already found out the results a few hours ago. They did not expect the normally outstanding Chen Feng to fail his examinations. Yo, little Feng is here as well. Not joining the students' gathering? What? Chen Feng was stunned yet again. What student gathering? The graduation, Elder Lady Lu was halfway through her sentence before she noticed Uncle Zhang glaring at her. She immediately smartened up. Sigh, this mouth of mine, the graduation gathering of your class. Uncle Zhang sighed. Supposedly, the class monitor will invite everyone to join the graduation gathering on the day the results were released. This is to let everyone gather one last time. But those schoolmates of yours, Uncle Zhang shook his head, obviously unhappy with the fact that Chen Feng was not invited. So conceited even before entering society. Those students? Little Feng, don't mix around with those conceited people. In the future, you will definitely have better achievements than them, Elder Lady Lu comforted him. However, they were both clear that without entering a university, Chen Feng's life would no longer intersect with those schoolmates. Better achievements than them? That was something one could only mention in their dreams. It was at this very moment that Chen Feng gained a deeper impression of the universities of this world. The truth was, in everyone's heart, those who failed to enter university lost their qualifications to become a true genetic warrior. The clear line drawn by the university was even scarier than on Earth. However, would Chen Feng care about that? Joining the schoolmates' gathering? To hell with it. Those schoolmates without good relationships with him were unworthy of his time at all. What was most important for him right now was to test the power of Luck Aura. He had already tried the power of the Luck Aura and Windblade combination. That astonishing, limitless combo left him yearning even till now. Then, what about the combination of Luck Aura and gene production? He looked forward to it. Footnotes. 1. Blackface. A person with bad luck. 2. Black Month. The name of a black frame that will appear on a player's icon when failing to draw SR Special Rare cards after a certain number of attempts. 3. To taste the sweetness after the bitter. A Chinese idiom meaning to taste success after bitter struggle. 4. Threading the broad and open road. A Chinese idiom meaning a bright future. 5. Chapter 5. The Magical Gene Production Techniques. Chapter 5. The Magical Gene Production Techniques Translator. Lamostin Editor. Tennish Gold City, Grand Magnificent Restaurant. Students of the third year, second class were mutually congratulating their success on entering university. Suddenly, someone thought of something. Oh yeah, why hasn't Chen Feng come? Some of them laughed and said, for the usual top student to actually fail the university entrance examinations, if it was me, I would be too embarrassed to come as well. What one, haha. What one, more one, one, mom nagged me every day, telling me to look at Chen Feng, how even with those family conditions he was still able to become the top student. I was almost vexed to death. Guess what happened this time when I went home? She had nothing to say at all. Haha. Another student laughed heartily. Evidently, Chen Feng's long-term monopoly of the top student position had attracted hatred due to jealousy. How can you all speak like this? Class monitor Wang Yue snapped at them. No matter what, he is still our classmate. Can't even speak the truth. Everyone smiled happily. It's also a good thing that he didn't come, Wang Yue said lightly. With this kind of result, he would feel bad if he came. We probably won't have any chance to meet in the future anymore. To simply part ways in this manner might be a good thing after all. This is how things should have been. Some people sneered. If it wasn't for the high school insisting on forging our foundations and forbidding us from advancing our ranks based on the resources behind us alone, would that poor guy be able to become the top student? Even if he managed to enter a university, he would be far behind us. And now, he didn't even manage to enter a university. Most of them agreed with what was said. Wang Yue smiled, no longer saying anything. Right at that moment, Wang Yue's wristband vibrated. A piece of information appeared silently. As Wang Yue looked at it, astonishment flashed through his eyes. Chen Feng was still alive? That kid had clearly been, congratulate our class monitor Wang for his entry into the North Qing University's gene production faculty. The crowd toasted. Many thanks. Wang Yu switched off the screen as he stood up and returned the greetings. It was all cheers and laughter inside the room. At the same time, in a shabby rented room, Chen Feng was finishing his gene production preparations. There were 3 steps in the gene production process. First step, gene search. To enter the digitized mode and search within the blood essence for the required gene materials in accordance with the gene formula. Second step, gene reaction. to let these genes react with each other under the effect of spiritual energy, turning into the final required gene. Third step, gene fusion. To grow and duplicate the lone gene, letting it react with the incubator reagent before ultimately being processed into a gene fusion reagent. Digitized mode, Chen Feng recalled. The so-called digitized mode was a pure world of genes simulated by the spiritual energy. In this world, only genes could be seen. This would serve as a convenience for those performing the gene transformation process. Let's try. Chen Feng looked at the lumberbear blood essence in front of him. Buzz. Carefully, he wrapped his spiritual energy around the lumberbear blood essence. The moment the blood essence was completely wrapped, he unleashed the spiritual energy within his body. Digitized world, Xua. Before his eyes, bright light streamed about. A semi-illusionary world blossomed in front of his eyes. A countless amount of bizarre lights flickered and swirled around without stopping. This was the gene fragment of the lumberbear blood essence. So this is the digitized mode. To enter a world of genes that can't be seen with naked eyes. Chen Feng gained understanding. The first step of lumberbear gene production was not hard, it was gene search. According to the formula's introduction, lumberbear gene production required 3 strains of AO gene, 6 strains of BX gene, and 4 strains of NU gene. Detailed introduction was available in the formula with pictures included. This was not hard. These few genes were available in large quantities among several tens of thousands of genes. Chen Feng easily found all these genes. First step completed. First step of gene production was simple beyond imagination. As for the second step, Chen Feng read the description carefully. It seemed even simpler. Truly, gene reaction process to let all 13 strains of genes found by Chen Feng react with each other. Under catalysis of spiritual energy, one only needed to let the genes react one by one. This seemed hard. However, within the lumberbear gene formula, the sequence of reaction and spiritual energy catalysis usage was introduced in detail. Which genes to react first, which genes to fuse, etc. In a short time, the reaction for all 13 genes was completed, leaving behind only one single strain of reacted gene. And this was the required final lumberbear gene. It was so simple and straightforward. Second step, gene reaction, completed. First 2 steps were not too hard. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. As long as one had the formula, it was sufficient to simply follow the prescribed order for the first 2 steps. The body's original owner had performed both steps countless times before. Hence, Chen Feng was able to easily complete both steps by looking back at his memory. However, the actual difficulty was the third step. This very step was the barrier the original owner had never passed. Third step, gene fusion. The required lumberbear gene had been produced during the first 2 steps. However, that was only in digitized mode. A lone lumberbear gene could not be stored and preserved at all. Hence, this crucial third step was the step where the lone gene fragment was truly grown and duplicated, changing it into a gene reagent. This step was very difficult. How do I complete this step? Chen Feng carefully researched. In the gene fusion process, the gene producer had to envelop the gene with their spiritual energy and move it into the gene incubator reagent for it to grow and duplicate. Next, the gene producer had to evenly distribute the duplicated gene through every corner of the liquid, guaranteeing absolute balance, before retrieving the spiritual energy. The real lumberbear gene would thus be completed. Doesn't seem too troublesome. Chen Feng thought for a while and decided to try it out after all. Rise. He carefully extracted the lumberbear gene and moved it into the prepared gene incubator reagent. It was a certain liquid that was completely transparent. With the entry of the lumberbear gene, it rapidly changed into a blue color. Chen Feng watched with his own eyes as the blue color spread continuously and fused with the reagent. Shortly after, all the liquid within the petri dish changed into a blue color. It was done. Chen Feng was somewhat excited. Next, Chen Feng slowly retracted his spiritual energy. The liquid within the petri dish started boiling suddenly, giving him an ominous feeling. Bang! All the liquid exploded together. It splashed all over. Third step, gene fusion, fail. Chen Feng researched carefully. The body's original owner had reached this crucial point before. Despite many attempts, he had never succeeded. The reason for all his failures was the same. The duplicated gene was unable to fuse evenly. The evenness required in this step was something one could only figure out by oneself. During gene duplication, the gene would become exceptionally active. At this moment, spiritual energy was required to rapidly blend the gene into the reagent. This was the only way to guarantee the reagent's evenness. Evenness, balance, Chen Feng frowned. This kind of feeling could only be figured out through constant attempts. No wonder the success rate was only 0.11%. The first and second step of gene production only required sufficient practice to guarantee perfection. However, this last step was really very hard. Well, it was very hard for a normal person. However, after activating the luck aura, would the gene be evenly distributed in the gene breeding reagent under the luck aura's effect? Chen Feng was looking forward to it. He put his thought into action immediately. Chen Feng once again started gene production. The first and second steps were completely easily and he once again reached the gene fusion stage. Luck aura, activate. Chen Feng activated the luck aura without hesitation. Whoosh! A subtle change seemed to appear in Chen Feng's eyes. Fuse. Chen Feng carefully moved the gene into the gene-breeding reagent. He looked on as that tiny dot of blue spread rapidly, akin to blue ink dripping into water. In a short period of time, the blue fused with the whole gene reagent and slowly, the liquid changed into a clear blue color. It was such a bright color. Return. Chen Feng slowly retracted his spiritual energy. There were no changes in the blue liquid. Success? Chen Feng was excited. Chapter 6. Youngster Wang Yue. Chapter 6. Youngster Wang Yue. Translator, Lemostan editor, Tenesh Chen Feng carefully sealed the blue liquid without anything unforeseen happening. He was successful. Under the effect of luck aura, production was successful. Looking at the data on the wristband screen, Chen Feng noted that this production used 1 point of spiritual energy and 1 point of luck value. Naturally, what was important was, along with Chen Feng's successful production, a long-awaited ability appeared on the data screen. Beginner gene production. You have already grasped the beginner gene production technique. By mastering more formulas, you can increase your production level and success rate. Beginner production level, 0 stars. It appeared, Chen Feng was excited. The original owner's long-awaited beginner gene production. Although it was merely him passing the starting line, Chen Feng had gorgeously taken this first step, becoming a gene producer. As for the latter beginner production level stat, it was an evaluation on the quality of the gene production. Different difficulty levels were assigned to gene formulas. The harder the gene formula one mastered, the more the gene production level would be increased. Hence, most of the time, the formula's difficulty level would be sufficient to determine one's gene production level. For example, Lumberbear gene formula's difficulty level, 1 star. Black Tiger gene formula's difficulty level, 2 stars. If you were to master both formulas, your beginner gene production level would become 3 stars. One could only increase their beginner gene producer's level through constantly mastering different formulas. To become an intermediate gene producer, one needed to reach a staggering amount of 100 stars. As for Chen Feng, who had just started, he did not have a single star. I'll take my time. Chen Feng was not in a rush. Since luck aura worked, his future could be considered limitless. Completing the Lumberbear gene, Chen Feng sealed the liquid into a reagent bottle. He planned to let Uncle Zhang help assess this reagent he had produced. After lightly packing up, Chen Feng reached the material shop. Morning, little Feng. Uncle Zhang was always smiling cheerfully. Morning, Uncle Zhang. Chen Feng smiled as he passed over the reagent in his hands. Uncle Zhang, can you take a look at this reagent and see how it is? Come, let me take a look. Uncle Zhang took the reagent. After performing a gene assessment on it, his eyes lit up. Pass, the purity is not bad. This is a standardized Lumberbear gene. Where did you buy this reagent? Uncle Zhang was midway through his question when he was stunned. He looked at the familiar-looking reagent bottle with his eyes wide open. This bottle seemed to be the one bought from his shop yesterday. Could it be? Surprised, Uncle Zhang suddenly said, Kid, is this your? Chen Feng said softly. Uncle Zhang, this is a secret. Good kid. Uncle Zhang was excited. Yesterday, he had still been worried that this kid wouldn't get over failing his examinations. He went on and became a gene producer in a blink of an eye? After becoming a gene producer, even if his cultivation was a little slower than those in a university, the difference would not be too big. Although the initial investment of time and resources would be somewhat high, the future, however, was limitless. Uncle Zhang, I want to buy a gene accessing chip. Chen Feng smiled. Right. Kid, since you are now a gene producer, coming here all the time for gene assessment won't do. Having your own chip is appropriate. Wait a while, after looking around for half day, Nuo, this one. It was a metal sheet with a length and width of 1 cm. It was also this era's special product chip. As long as it was installed on the wristband would be able to perform the functions of this chip. This chip's function was to scan the properties of genes. Chen Feng opened his wristband and installed the chip into it. Ding, installation successful. Scan. Chen Feng scanned the newly produced gene reagent of his, Lumberbear gene. Fusion requirements, strength, 10 points, physique, 5 points. Basic attributes, strength, 2-3 points, physique, 2-3 points. Genetic ability, Lumberbear's Wrath, increased strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. It was as Uncle Zhang said, these were the standard attributes of a Lumberbear gene. Although the attributes were somewhat low, its significance was nothing normal. This was Chen Feng's first gene. Uncle Zhang, how much for the chip? Chen Feng asked. It's not much. Uncle Zhang waved his hand. It's rare to see a gene producer in the flesh. The gene producer is even my neighbor. Just a chip. Consider it Uncle Zhang's gift to you. Chen Feng wanted to decline. Don't be in a rush to refuse. Uncle Zhang smiled. You, kid, are just getting started. Before long, you will know what a money sink being a gene producer is. I don't know how much money you saved. If it's only a few hundred thousands, you can't buy many formulas with it. If you are sincere, you can repay in the future when you start earning money. Many thanks. Chen Feng was grateful. Based on his online research, a gene-accessing chip was worth at least 100,000. This is nothing. Uncle Zhang smiled. I don't have much use for the money I saved anyway. Chen Feng was speechless. Uncle Zhang was over 40 years old this year, yet he had never gotten married. In the original owner's memory, Uncle Zhang had always lived simply with nothing special going on in his life. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary neighbor. However, Chen Feng could see a trace of a remarkable temperament in him, despite it being extremely faint. Perhaps this Uncle Zhang had his own history when he was young, Chen Feng lamented in his heart. Oh yeah, Uncle Zhang suddenly opened his mouth. Have you heard of the Gene Rookie competition? Nope. Chen Feng shook his head. I heard recently that the Gene Production Association organized a Gene Rookie competition. It seems like any gene producer from the young generation can participate in it. As long as one passes the audition, there will be rewards. Those ranked higher will even get formulas, bonuses, and other rewards. I'm not sure on the exact details, but you might want to take a look at it. Uncle Zhang smiled. You can try it out. Even if you fail, it could be considered a learning experience. All right. Chen Feng was spirited. To encourage the masses to study gene production, the Gene Production Association would frequently organize different events. Chen Feng was not entirely interested in them. However, if it was some rookie competition, he might be able to use the luck aura to earn some money from it. At this thought, Chen Feng said his goodbyes to Uncle Zhang and walked home. The sceneries of the neighborhood were as fascinating as always. Now that he had succeeded in his gene production, his future was bright. Even Chen Feng's footsteps felt lighter and quicker. However, right before he reached home, he paused his steps. At the corner, under the shadows, there was a dim silhouette. It's been a while. The silhouette walked out with a faint smile on his face. It's you, Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. Wang Yue, the class monitor of 3rd year, 2nd class. Possessing a handsome look, coupled with his well-off family and outstanding grades, made him the most popular male in the high school, with no other contenders. Naturally, he had a second identity, the one pulling the strings of the original owner's death. I heard you failed the examinations, so I come to visit you. A familiar smile was displayed on Wang Yu's face. Oh? Chen Feng smiled faintly. Congratulations on your entry into the North Qing University. Whoosh! The smile on Wang Yu's face froze. The originally hot weather became somewhat cold at the moment. The atmosphere was frozen in an instant. The ice-cold killing intent in Wang Yue's eyes was apparent. For Chen Feng to speak this way, it was obvious that he had managed to guess that Wang Yue was the one pulling the strings. Interesting. Wang Yue smiled with a toying expression. Unexpectedly, you could see the truth. It seems like I was wrong, treating you as a bookworm all this while. However, even if you are somewhat crafty, so what? You don't really think that you are better than us, right? Let me inform you. The reason you were able to become the top student was merely because you were too stupid. Firstly, almost all children of influential families have fused with genes that are only formidable during later stages. For example, me. My genetic ability is practically worthless during the early stage. However, during the late stage, it can provide a 50% passive growth on one's spiritual energy. This is the only reason your grades were normally slightly better than mine, because of your genetic ability. Although it currently maintains a small superiority, it is ultimately a trash gene. In the future, it's nearly useless. In a sense, it is equivalent to the lumberbear gene, trash, nothing more than that. Secondly, in order to consolidate the quality of a student's foundation, all high school students are prohibited from using special resources to improve themselves. They are only allowed to improve through tough training. This is also the only reason you are able to keep up with us. After entering university, you will come to understand what a disparity of 10-fold, of 100-fold means. Pitiful fellow, do you realize that the university entrance examinations were the last and only fair confrontation you are going to have with us in your whole life? Wang Yue stated indifferently. After every word he spoke, he stepped forward. The dreadful aura condensed in their surroundings while the confidence and arrogance of a son of an influential family was unleashed in a split second. It was akin to a tsunami gushing onto one's face. The current him was the true Wang Yue. The genius youngster with an illustrious family background and outstanding grades. Wang Yue, 7 Chapter 7. Killing Intent, Chapter 7. Killing Intent Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish Within. A rarely noticed corner of a certain neighborhood, Wang Yue's aura was surging, completely suppressing Chen Feng. Possessing a good family background, he'd had a certain level of shrewdness and grandiosity since he was young. A mere Chen Feng? Totally someone akin to an ant. Since he could kill Chen Feng once, he could kill Chen Feng a second time. However, he did not expect Chen Feng to open his mouth at this moment. So, this is the excuse you use for your act of cheating in the examinations? What? Wang Yue was stunned. Ah, Chen Feng smiled faintly. Initially, he thought that the reason Wang Yue killed the original owner was due to university-related benefits. However, looking at Wang Yue's current expression, that high and mighty zeal, he suddenly found that all these years the original owner might have inflicted quite a heavy trauma on Wang Yue after all. He raised his head, looking at Wang Yue, who had arrived before him. Chen Feng suddenly patted Wang Yue's face. It was a very light pat, however. Crisp sounds still resounded from it. Wang Yue abruptly widened his eyes. He couldn't believe that Chen Feng actually dared to touch him. Child, no matter how outstanding you get in the future, you must remember one thing. When you were in high school, there was one person riding on your head for 3 whole years. Furthermore, even during the entrance examinations, you only dared to obtain victory through cheating. You need to remember, your pride, your victory, will forever remain something obtained through cheating, Chen Feng said in a meaningful and heartfelt manner. Chen Feng. Wang Yue slapped his hand away, trembling from anger. Regardless of how reserved a temperament he had, he was, after all, still a student. Those 2 pats by Chen Feng were simply an insult. That alone was not something he couldn't bear with. What made him collapse emotionally were those words spoken by Chen Feng. They pierced directly into his heart, turning it into a pincushion, smashing his pride entirely. What qualifications did Chen Feng have? He was clearly here to let Chen Feng see the reality. He was clearly here to declare his victory. He should be the one laughing till the end. Wang Yu was angry. Child, work hard. Chen Feng patted his shoulder and encouraged him. In the future, when you make a name for yourself, I can also bask in your glory. The man who rode on Wang Yue's head. What do you think of this title? Isn't it glorious? Chen Feng. Wang Yue was seething with anger. Bang! He couldn't help himself and launched a punch toward Chen Feng. The fist that far exceeded a normal person's strength was descending ferociously, however. When it reached in front of Chen Feng, it stopped. That fist was firmly grasped in Chen Feng's palm. Child, it seems like you have forgotten something. Chen Feng smiled lightly. You are the current examination's top scorer. However, your foundations are not as solid as mine. He punched, beating Wang Yu backward. Brute. Cold lights flashed through Wang Yue's eyes. Since he was here to kill Chen Feng, ample preparations had naturally been made. Gulp. He gulped down a small bottle of strength enhancement reagent, increasing his strength by 10 points. Gulp. He gulped down a bottle of physique enhancement reagent, increasing his physique by 10 points. The bottles were only the size of a gelatin dessert. Wang Yue managed to instantly gulp down 4 to 5 bottles of reagent that Chen Feng had never seen before. Immediately, his temperament seemed to change. Bang! Chen Feng's fist landed on Wang Yue, yet he ended up withdrawing his fist in pain. His right hand had swollen. You really thought I wasn't prepared? Wang Yue sneered. Even if you were lucky enough to escape from the shark, you are still going to die today. Today, I shall educate you on the reality of things. Someone poor, without any background like you, forever, remain our stepping stone. Bang! Wang Yu growled, and power seemed to be bubbling up from his whole body. He ferociously punched at Chen Feng. That dreadful momentum was not something Chen Feng could block. However, was there a need for him to block? Chen Feng sighed and lightly raised his right hand. Windblade. A flash of azure color. This trash ability again? Wang Yue sneered. Although Windblade was a spiritual-type genetic ability, its power was ordinary. It was sufficient to deal with a normal person, however, to deal with him. Even the amount of his spiritual energy was above Chen Feng's. Pooh! The Windblade landed on Wang Yue's body, leaving behind a 1 cm deep wound. Only this much power? Wang Yue's eyes were cold. Then you can go and die. However, outside of his expectations, even before his punch landed, on top of the Windblade that was blossoming in the air, blue light flashed and another Windblade appeared. As Wang Yu was stunned, another Windblade appeared. Fuck, this is... Wang Yue opened his eyes wide. Bang! The Windblades erupted. Wang Yue was blasted away. He couldn't take it after only 3 of them? Chen Feng sneered and directly dragged Wang Yue to the shadows under the corner. Screams started reverberating. One blue radiance after another could also be faintly seen flashing about. Very strong in later stages? I, your father, will torture you right now in your early stage. After a long time, Chen Feng walked out of the corner. After tidying up his clothes, he walked back home feeling refreshed, and after a longer period of time, Wang Yu slowly walked out of the shadows with trembling legs, a bloody nose, a swollen face, and the clothes on him reduced into strips. He appeared like someone that had been ravaged a countless number of times. Supporting himself on the wall, Wang Yue's hands were trembling. He never expected someone to have the guts to treat him this way. He was Wang Yue. He was the proud son of the Wang family. He had clearly estimated Chen Feng's strength to absolutely not be his opponent. However, God knows why Chen Feng's luck was so good for the Windblade to appear continuously around 3 or 4 times. This kind of defeat was the most vexing. Chen Feng, there will be a day when I dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. Wang Yue gritted his teeth in anger. What's up with this child? A few elder ladies of the neighborhood passed by, feeling curious. Kids nowadays have peculiar tastes. I heard 2 days ago there was one who called on a young lady with the SwamPeel gene and ended up having the summoned object stuck inside. Wang Yu clenched his fist and left with his head lowered. At this moment, high up in the air at the height of 1,000 km, a young girl was watching this scene in a relaxed manner. She appeared to be 12 or 13 years old, wearing a spotless white-colored dress. Her black shoulder-length hair was gently dripping downward. She was sitting on a cloud with her foot hanging about. When Old Man Wang told me to protect this idiot, he mentioned clearly to let him temper himself more and to only intervene during moments of life and death. This matter today, a small incident. There's no need for me to act. The young girl clapped her tiny hands and muttered to herself, "That fellow called Chen Feng is quite interesting. Too bad his first gene is this kind of trash gene. Not to mention its late stage, even during the early stage it doesn't have much use." Right at this moment, she suddenly paused and concentrated her vision downward. A dreadful power was unleashed instantly, causing the clouds around her to tremble without stop. Shortly after, however, the young girl shook her head and things returned to normal. Strange, why did I feel like I was discovered by that fellow? Impossible. That guy is merely a weakling with a spiritual energy of 30 points. Woo, never mind. It's probably due to me not getting proper sleep recently. I should just return and take a rest. The more she thought, the more the young girl got confused. Hence, she directly stopped thinking about it. Next, she yawned and lay down on the cloud. The cloud slowly drifted and enveloped her. Shortly after, she could no longer be seen. At the same time, Chen Feng reached home and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Chen Feng had not planned to deal with the matter regarding the original owner's death for now. However, when Wang Yu came, Chen Feng knew that the conflict between the both of them couldn't be resolved anymore. Since things were that way, then there was no need to resolve it anymore. Coming over to sneer? Too naive. Chen Feng was in fact planning to get rid of Wang Yu. However, that faint sense of crisis he felt in the skies caused him to be incomparably alert, ultimately deciding to not act on his plan. Really worthy of his status as the son of an influential family. High above in the skies of 1,000 kilometers in height, there were actually someone protecting Wang Yue. As for why was he able to sense it, the reason was simple. It was now the peak of summer. The sun was enough to roast a person. There were no clouds in the clear and boundless sky. Yet, right above their neighborhood, there was a bundle of white clouds. How could he not see it? Together with the vigilance brought about by the faint sense of crisis he was feeling, if Chen Feng still couldn't understand, then he would have had some serious problems. Even though he did not understand why that person's way of guarding was so simple and rough, ultimately, it was not something Chen Feng could contend against. Hence, he decided to only give Wang Yue a good beating. Chen Feng pondered for a short while. It seemed like he needed to take note of his conduct for a period of time. It would be better for him to only move about at crowded or monitored areas, to not give them any opportunity to act. Without background, he could only depend on himself. However, Chen Feng wasn't too worried. During his previous life, he was so miserable, yet he was still able to stay alive until 20 years old. What was there to be afraid of in his current life? Worried of assassination? What did that matter? Did you know how it felt to be chased after by your own vacuum cleaner? Did you know how it felt to almost drown in a bathtub? Did you know how it felt to be hit by bird poop, leaving an injury that required 7 stitches when you left your house? A truck appearing any time when you turned a corner? Or the feeling of the manhole cover under your legs disappearing suddenly? Only he knew. As far as Chen Feng was concerned, his previous life was a war in itself. Assassination? It was an inconvenience at most. Furthermore, the Chen Feng of today was already a beginner gene producer. With the assistance of luck aura, as long as he worked hard, he wouldn't end up too badly. After calming down, Chen Feng started reading up about the Gene Rookie competition. He was currently seriously lacking in money, hence it would be a good thing if he could earn some prizes from joining the competition. However, after researching the so-called Gene Rookie competition, Chen Feng was shocked. Rookie competition? How was this considered a rookie competition? Chen Feng looked at the competition's introduction as he inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Gen Rookie Competition, Chapter 8, Gene Rookie Competition Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tennis Gene Rookie Competition. Anyone under 25 years old could participate in it. As long as one passed the audition, one would get generous rewards. The top 20 rankers would receive even better rewards. Those in the top 3 would be accepted as a member of the Gene Production Association. This was obviously an irregular recruitment process held by the Gene Production Association. What was the Gene Production Association? It was a place all gene producers yearned for. And now, this place was recruiting. Chen Feng originally thought that this was just a competition among beginners. He never expected this so-called Gene Rookie competition to be a competition between the elites of the younger generations, also the most authoritative competition. The top rankers of this competition might just be the topmost gene producers of the young generation. Regardless of whether one was aiming for the Gene Production Association member quota or the title of strongest gene producer, this would become an intense heavyweight level competition. Although there was a restriction on the participants' age, Chen Feng was sure that, at that time, there would still be a huge volume of gene producers participating. Rookie? Sorry, you were merely cannon fodder. Passing the audition, the second stage of the competition, the difficulty was high. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. The competition that Uncle Zhang had casually mentioned was clearly not something Chen Feng could participate in. From the age restrictions alone, one could see that this was something targeted at the public or those new graduates of universities. A gene producer that freshly graduated from high school like Chen Feng was totally not qualified to participate in this kind of competition. Even if he managed to enter by fluke, he would merely be cannon fodder. However, should he give up just like that? Chen Feng did not know why, but within his heart a flame was ignited. His original plan was to steadily improve himself. However, Wang Yue's appearance today had provoked him. Should he really take his time to slowly grow and get stepped on by Wang Yue? He could not accept it. What was Wang Yue's status? He was not sure. However, from the person who was protecting Wang Yue, he could roughly guess how scary the power behind Wang Yue was. High school was the only stage where they could compete fairly. The moment they graduated from high school, their competition would include other aspects, such as their background and everything else. He was not Wang Yue's rival at all. Although he had previously sneered at Wang Yue, saying that he was going to use Wang Yue's past to gain fame in the future, how could he really do that? As much as he wanted to make a name for himself, he also wanted to step on Wang Yue to become a true expert. An opportunity was now presented to him. Gene Rookie Competition? He only needed to enter the top 3. As long as he joined the Gene Production Association, he would be akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon's Gate 1. The people of the current era placed a very large emphasis on universities. If that was the case, what if one were to join the Gene Production Association, which was even better than those universities? Who would still dare to look down on you? Furthermore, the resources available there were even better, helping you to become stronger. Top 3 places? Chen Feng's eyes were burning. In normal conditions, a rookie such as him stood no chance at all. Even those gene producers with 3 or 4 years of experience had no chance. Who knew what kind of abominable genius would appear in this competition? The Gene Rookie Competition was held once per year. Each year, geniuses with extremely high gene production levels would appear without exception. However, they are all geniuses. Why can't I do it? Chen Feng looked at the luck aura on his screen. His heart began stirring. You all have good backgrounds, but I have the luck aura. To compete on one's background, I'm not worse than all of you. I need to first meet the qualifications required to sign up. Next, to sprint toward the top 3. Chen Feng made up his mind. However, it was not that easy for one to reach the qualifications to sign up for the competition. To prevent too many rookies from joining and creating trouble during the competition, the Gene Rookie Competition's lowest requirement was for one's beginner production level to reach a rating of 20 stars. 20 stars? Chen Feng frowned. It was not hard to reach 20 stars. A lot of gene producers with a few years of experience would be able to get 20 stars even if they were to grind it up by sheer volume while working a job at the same time. However, it was a huge problem for Chen Feng, who was a total rookie. One needed to know that even a lumber bear gene formula's difficulty level was only 1 star. In other words, if I purely use formulas like the lumber bear gene, I would need to master a total of 20 formulas to reach a 20-star rating. After some calculations, Chen Feng noted that this was an astonishing figure. However, he did not have any point of reference. Hence, he could only master the lumber bear gene formula to determine how much time he required to master it. I should master the lumber bear gene first. Next, decide my follow-up plans based on the time I spend mastering the lumber bear gene. Chen Feng looked at the time. The closing date for signing up was in September. There were still 3 months left. He might be able to try sprinting toward it after all. Naturally, he did not tell anyone his decision. If Uncle Zhang were to find out that this total rookie was actually aiming for the top 3, he would think that Chen Feng had gone crazy. However, at times, one needed to be crazy to first master the lumber bear gene. Chen Feng set his target. Even though he still had a few 100,000 worth of materials, if he did not utilize his luck aura, he probably wouldn't be able to produce a lot of finished goods even if he were to spend all his money. All this money was far from enough. I need to sell this off. Chen Feng shook the reagent bottle in his hand. The gene reagents that he might be selling in the future would not be low in amount, hence he needed to find a long-term point of sale. This would involve the more advanced aspect of this world, the virtual community. The technologies in this world were more advanced. The virtual reality technology was also more polished. Almost every household had access to the virtual community network. This was similar to computers on Earth. This was a semicircular instrument. Once spiritual energy was inserted, one could enter a brand new virtual world. Chen Feng turned it on. The room started to change. Chen Feng's simple room suddenly changed into a magical virtual world. Blue skies and white clouds appeared while he was standing on a large public square. This was the virtual community, something that was the most popular product of the current era. Entertainment, shopping, training, it could satisfy everything you wished for. On the left side was the business district Chen Feng needed. Inside were countless amounts of shops, while on the streets were crowds bustling with activity. VR Taobao, Chen Feng was stunned. A translucent light screen appeared before his eyes. On the screen, he could set filters such as price, category, etc. The shops found after filtering would be indicated with a bright light in the virtual community. You could easily reach there by walking. Naturally, you could also casually stroll on the streets, similar to the real world. So, it's like this, Chen Feng contemplated. Chen Feng entered a shop. Gene reagents were displayed inside the glass displays around him. Chen Feng could even pick up the items with his hands. The vivid sensation left him exclaiming in admiration. Naturally, the price left him exclaiming even more. Despite eliminating those high-level gene fusion reagents, F-class gene fusion reagents alone were already extremely expensive. F-class gene reagent, demonic spider gene fusion requirement, 15 points of agility, 6 points of physique, gene ability, spider silk, able to emit spider silk with formidable toughness from your hands, selling price, 50,000 yuan. Footnotes, 1. Carp leaping over Dragon's Gate. According to Chinese mythology, the Dragon's Gate is located at the top of a waterfall cascading from a legendary mountain. Many carp swim upstream against the river's strong current, but few are capable or brave enough for the final leap over the waterfall. If a carp successfully makes the jump, it is transformed into a powerful dragon, usually expressing a person achieving success after hard work. 2. VR stands for virtual reality, while Taobao is a Chinese e-commerce market similar to Amazon and eBay. 9. Chapter 9, Deliveryman. Chapter 9, Deliveryman Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Spider-Man's ability. Chen Feng was astonished. Without a doubt, this genetic ability was a remarkable one, even in this world. However, that scary price was sufficient to make the majority of people shy away. Chen Feng also looked at other genes. There were a myriad of combat genes. Even the cheapest one would require 10,000 yuan. As for the more expensive ones, the price reached a staggering amount of a few hundred thousands of yuan, and those were the truly popular ones. Chen Feng was dazzled from his stroll, yet he quickly steadied his state of mind as he looked at the virtual community's transaction rules. There were 4 ways to sell gene reagents. The first way was to look for a buyer yourself through private chat. The second way was to directly sell them to the gene shops that were purchasing them. A lot of these small gene shops entrusted the process to a robot. For example, a lumberbear gene would be purchased at 4,500 yuan and sold at 5,000 yuan. They made their profit in this manner through the difference in price. This was a very suitable way for normal gene producers, especially for those who lacked time, to transact automatically, simple and fast. The third way was to entrust the selling process to a shop in the virtual community. The service charge was 5% per day, and you could set your own price. However, regardless of whether or not the item was sold, the service charge would not be refunded. The fourth way was to open one's own shop. The first way is too troublesome. It wastes a lot of time, yet the price is low. The second way is too much of a loss. The capital required to open a shop is too high for the fourth way. Furthermore, during the early period when the traffic is still low, I basically won't be able to sell any stuff. I can only choose the third way then. Chen Feng decided to entrust the sales to other shops. However, even doing this was under the premise of him purchasing a transaction conveyor. Transaction conveyor, a new age technological product. It was said that the legendary founder of the virtual community's business section was an expert possessing a mystical space ability. He imitated what the wristband company's founder did and compressed his ability into a particular tool to create the transaction conveyor. As long as one purchased one of these tools, one could directly perform small-scale teleportation of products. Those who couldn't afford to buy a conveyor could only depend on express delivery services. The conveyor was priced at 100,000 yuan. Chen Feng immediately bought it. He did not have the time to receive and send products every day. Since he would be transacting many times, the conveyor was a necessity. Chen Feng directly bought the transaction conveyor from the virtual community's management and entrusted the express delivery to deliver his product. As for others, it would be more convenient to directly purchase them after he received the conveyor. Done. Let's rest a bit. Time spent waiting for the express delivery was just nice for Chen Feng to replenish his lack of sleep. He was too tired. He had been busy without rest since yesterday. Hence, Chen Feng easily fell into a deep sleep. However, right as he woke up from the deep sleep, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Danger. Years spent always on alert helped Chen Feng become wide awake in a split second. Shua. In his body, a wind blade subconsciously condensed while Chen Feng got up with a leap. He looked toward the source of the crisis and noticed that a dreadful mutated beast had appeared at the window. Piercing and sharp claws and a thunder-like pair of eyes, it had a dreadful appearance. Enemy? Cold light gleamed in Chen Feng's eyes. Windblade prepared, luck aura prepared. Even though the fellow in front of him was very big, Chen Feng did not feel the slightest bit of fear. The instantaneous unleash of Windblade could let him display a power far exceeding his current strength. Just as he was about to erupt, a silhouette appeared on the big bird. Those familiar clothes, that familiar symbol, that person smiled honestly, took out a suitcase, and passed it through the window. Boss, your express delivery. Damn, this was actually the express delivery man. Can you not walk through the main entrance? Chen Feng sighed. Chen Feng couldn't be blamed for the thought of this being the delivery man not crossing his mind. Even in the memories of the original owner, the delivery man had always walked through the main entrance. None would come to the window and give people a scare. I yelled for half a day, yet nobody answered. The delivery man was somewhat awkward. After that, I saw that the window was open, so I came to take a look. Chen Feng signed his acceptance. Huh! The big bird soared. Riding on the big bird, the express delivery man flew away. Cloud-soar bird. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. That was an F-class genetic ability of the cloud-soar bird gene, granting someone a natural sense of rapport with a cloud-soar bird. You could capture a cloud-soar bird, which had ordinary battle strength yet possessed high speed, to become your companion. A lot of express delivery man would fuse with this kind of gene. This was a standard labor-type gene. What a mystical world. Chen Feng had high expectations of this amazing world. Then, he opened the bundle, and a shiny transaction conveyor appeared. The poor relied on express delivery, while the rich relied on conveyors. In this age, even shopping online would deeply injure the hearts of the poor. The transaction conveyor was not big and was able to handle a majority of small-scale goods. With the arrival of the conveyor, the purchase of all sorts of materials could be settled in one go. Selling gene reagents would also become unprecedentedly convenient. Student Chen Feng's life as a gene producer had officially begun, once again arriving at the virtual community. Chen Feng picked a gene shop with somewhat good traffic. There, he put his lumber bear gene up for sale, purchased large quantities of lumber bear gene materials, and once again entered a crazy pace of gene production. With luck aura working at full capacity, Chen Feng started producing genes like crazy. During this period of time, apart from the time spent waiting for the luck value to recover, the only thing he did was learn. Learning constantly. For him, the original owner's memories were like a movie. Even though he knew them, he did not have a profound understanding of them. Furthermore, with the shallow outlook of the original owner, the things he knew wouldn't be too many anyway. Hence, Chen Feng needed to personally understand this world. To truly look at this world through all kinds of virtual lecture courses. Virtual realities recordings, helping you to understand the planet's pulse. Virtual realities recordings, era of genes. Virtual realities recordings, what you don't know about the digital wristband. Virtual realities recordings, 5 years of review and 8 years of hunting, the way of survival of a mutated beast, etc. Chen Feng went through almost all the well-known recordings and guides. Under the aid of the virtual reality services, he immersed himself. After 7 days, the current Chen Feng knew more about this world than the original owner. During these 7 days, he had also truly blended into this world. His gene production had also progressed rapidly. Luck value? Only 24 recovery points per day. It was far from enough. Luck value used up? Buy the materials and immediately go into production. This formula was originally a stranger to Chen Feng. However, under countless successes and failures, he constantly familiarized himself and increased his mastery over this formula. For someone that had not succeeded before, this was a barrier. However, as long as one succeed a single time and experience that kind of sensation, the subsequent success rate would increase. It was a type of sensation, yet it was also something that could be comprehended. In tandem with the usage of luck value, Chen Feng's comprehension of gene fusion became more refined. His comprehension of the so-called evenness became deeper. After every successful fusion, Chen Feng could feel his improvement. Even through failures, he learned something. His success rate was constantly increasing. After 7 days of time, Chen Feng finally mastered it. Within his gene detector's data, his beginner gene production level finally changed from 0 stars to 1 star. I can finally be considered to have officially entered the profession, Chen Feng lamented deeply. At this point, Chen Feng ended his first seclusion. And the price paid, Chen Feng felt a ball-breaking pain as he looked at that big 0 on his bank account. In order to fully understand the lumber bear gene, he had used up all 40,000 yuan. This was even after supporting himself through the sold lumber bear reagents produced. Otherwise, a mere 40,000 yuan was totally not enough. The money-burning level of gene production far exceeded Chen Feng's imagination. If it was like this even for someone possessing luck aura like him, how about others? Becoming a qualified gene producer was really hard. This was also the reason why the original owner had wanted to enter the university no matter what. In the university, all sorts of experimental materials would be provided for free. You could progress constantly even if you were penniless. It's a pity. Chen Feng was somewhat regretful. However, he was not discouraged. Since failing the entrance examinations was already a fixed fact, there was no use worrying too much. What was important now was for him to calculate the time spent mastering the lumber bear gene. However, after calculating the sacrifice and costs during this period of time, Chen Feng had a bad feeling. In other words, with a period of 7 days, plus all the initial funds, I only mastered a 1-star formula? Chen Feng felt a ball-breaking pain. He still lacked 19 stars from the 20-star sign-up requirement. It was far from enough. This won't do. Chen Feng frowned. The profits of a 1-star formula was too low. If he continued with these kinds of basic 1-star genes, such as the lumber bear gene, even if he were to be given unlimited funds to burn, he would not be able to reach 20 stars. My next formula must be a combat formula. Chen Feng was determined. The lowest difficulty of a combat gene was 2 stars. The outstanding ones could even reach the 3-star difficulty level. Chen Feng was currently relying on the luck aura to sprint upward. Hence, as far as he was concerned, the harder the formula was, the better it was. He had to choose his second formula properly. Let's collect some money first and buy a high-rating combat gene, Chen Feng thought. Currently, his only funds were these freshly produced lumber bear gene reagents. I should sell these first. Chen Feng arrived at the virtual community as usual. As he reached the gene shop he frequented and prepared to assign his sale, a fierce-looking silhouette with an ominous glint in his eyes appeared before him, blocking him. "Kid, who gave you the guts to sell at my place?" Chapter 10, King Kong's Anger. Chapter 10, King Kong's Anger. Translator, Limoston Editor, Tenish Wiwar. Chen Feng raised his head doubtfully. "I am King Kong, the manager of this virtual shop," the tall and stout silhouette stated coldly. "Oh, hello." Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. "Hee, hello my ass," King Kong raged. "I, your father, haven't been here for 2 days, yet the sales volume has dropped by 50%. Who gave you the guts to sell jeans at my place? Merely a rookie. Even your products are those trashy lumber bear jeans. Do you know how much loss I, your father, made in the past 2 days? A normal lumber bear jean can only be sold at 5,000 yuan. A peak attribute outstanding lumber bear jean is worth no less than 10,000 yuan. The jeans you put up were the trashiest ones that are hard to sell. The high attribute jeans put up by others will be sold in a few hours. The assigned spot would thus be cleared and be available for business again. Do you know how much of my business you have blocked?" King Kong was raging. "Oh." Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. "Why don't you set up a restriction order?" Restriction order. It was the value-added service provided by the trusteeship system. The virtual community needed to make money after all. Hence, the trusteeship of the gene shops only had a simple rule. Only after buying the restriction order could one set up rules as they wished. For example, restricting the gene categories, gene types, and gene attributes, and even a blacklist could be added. With a fee of 10,000 per month, it was a necessity for shops with a certain level of traffic. King Kong's expression froze. "Seems like you didn't buy it." Chen Feng understood. This fellow did not want to spend this 10,000 yuan, yet he also did not want rookie gene producers to sell at his place. However, under normal circumstances, when people would sell, they would simply sell wherever available. Who knew what kind of conditions you had? This was a perfect example of a dishonest person. Since you didn't set up restrictions, how would someone know what conditions you had? By guessing? Do I, your father, need you to control my sale? King Kong flew into a rage out of humiliation and bellowed, "Scram, your father's place does not welcome rookies." "All right." Chen Feng lightly nodded and left. Only after this did King Kong feel satisfied. To spend 10,000 yuan to set up a rule? It was not necessary at all. These rookies, one only needed to give them a good scolding and they wouldn't dare to come. However, as he turned around, his face froze. One after another, lumber bear gene reagents appeared on the originally empty glass shelves. All 8 empty spaces were suddenly filled, and these genes, fuck, damnable bastard, King Kong was shuddering due to extreme anger. The fellow just now actually assigned all his genes for sale before leaving? And to do it in front of his face? How could he be so thick-faced to such extent? King Kong was bursting with rage. At this moment, Chen Feng returned to reality in a relaxed manner. King Kong's threat? He totally didn't care. Since you didn't have a restriction order, that meant he was totally entitled to sell there. It was reasonable and fair. Wanted to restrict him, just obediently go and buy a value-added service. However, Chen Feng had finally understood the circumstances and hardships of a normal gene producer. They already needed to invest a large amount of resources during the initial period, but even when selling gene reagents, they would be discriminated against. No wonder so many people preferred to sell directly to the shops. They would rather lose some profit than to be grieved in this way. Seems like if I want to make a profit, I still need an outstanding lumber bear gene. Chen Feng contemplated. After focusing all his energy on gene fusion during this period of time, he had completely mastered the formula. Now, he could start attacking the higher levels. For example, high-attribute outstanding genes. There were 3 types of high-attribute lumber bear genes. 3 points of strength, 3 points of physique, or both. There were 3 steps in gene production, with the 3rd step being the crucial point concerning the success of the fusion. On the other hand, the first step, gene search, was the crucial point for producing a high-attribute gene. The reason was simple. Materials. The gene fragments found during the first step were the fusion materials during the subsequent reaction and fusion stages. Only the best gene materials could produce the best attributes. The best gene, Chen Feng contemplated. Wrapping up the lumber bear blood essence with his spiritual energy, brilliant light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes as he entered the digitized world. Countless genes were swirling about. Chen Feng was able to easily find the required gene materials for the lumber bear gene. However, all of these were common genes. Outstanding genes, eh? Chen Feng decided to wait a while. However, after waiting for a full 2 minutes, only one gene strain that seemed to be 1-fold larger than the other genes appeared. Evidently, these genes were low in quantity. This won't do. Chen Feng frowned. Only one gene strain was found in 2 minutes. How much time would he require to replace all 13 strains of genes with these bigger genes? Speed up. Chen Feng urged his spiritual energy on and sped up the operation speed of the whole digitized world. The originally slow-moving genes started to accelerate. Chen Feng looked at every gene that flashed through in front of him and retained those that were comparatively larger. However, just as he caught the 6th gene strain, the world before his eyes started flickering. Bang! The digitized world collapsed. The world before him returned to normal, and the lumber-bear blood essence turned into a clump of blood-colored mist. Failed. Chen Feng shook his head, spiritual energy fully exhausted. This was his first failure at the gene search stage. His current maximum spiritual energy was 30 points. However, even after exhausting all his spiritual energy, he could not collect even half of the required outstanding genes. He didn't even get to start thinking about producing the high attribute genes. Furthermore, with the degree of spiritual energy exhaustion, even if he managed to produce it, what use would it be? The gains totally couldn't make up for the losses. Chen Feng required at least 60 points of spiritual energy to produce one outstanding lumber-bear gene. And this did not even take into consideration the situations involving blackface and bad luck. Exchanging 60 points of spiritual energy for one outstanding lumber-bear gene, he would not do it at all. Not worth it, Chen Feng muttered to himself. The reason he had tried to produce outstanding lumber-bear genes was due to a shortage of money. However, in order to make money, if he were to use this way of production to produce an outstanding lumber-bear gene, he would instead lose a lot of money. Let's check online and learn some gene search skills as well, Chen Feng contemplated. If he were to practice more, the exhausted spiritual energy might drop to around 40 points. However, that was already the limit. As for the others, it would be dependent on luck. This was precisely why those rookie gene producers were mostly focused on producing ordinary genes only as a form of practice. As long as the income and costs were balanced and they were not making many losses, it would be sufficient. High attribute outstanding genes, those were the production of gene producer grandmasters. A gene producer grandmaster did not lack spiritual energy at all. They could create large quantities of peak attribute genes any time. The rate at which their spiritual energy was exhausted might even be slower than their spiritual energy recovery. Seems like I can only produce it in the future? Chen Feng felt somewhat regretful. Right at this moment, however, he suddenly remembered one thing. Gene search was dependent on luck. What if he were to use luck aura? It's worth a try. Chen Feng was suddenly excited. After preparing the materials, Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Rise. His spiritual energy slowly wrapped around the lumber-bear gene, and he instantly entered the digitized world. Luck aura, activate. Chen Feng opened his eyes and was immediately alarmed. A countless number of genes swam around before him. The speed was not fast, however. The genes that appeared were all the strongest genes. The strongest genes, amounting to several tens of thousands, actually appeared in the first batch. Shua. Chen Feng captured these strongest genes. First step completed. 1 point of luck value used. Chen Feng deactivated the luck aura and went through the subsequent production phase normally. Nowadays, he could already guarantee success during his gene fusion step, so he did not need to worry about failing. Shortly after, the gene reagent became an azure color. Production completed. Shua, gene assessment completed, and the data of the gene appeared on the screen. Lumber-bear gene. Basic attributes, strength, 3 points, physique, 3 points. Genetic ability, lumber-bear's wrath, increase strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. O11 Chapter 11. Outstanding Gene, Chapter 11. Outstanding Gene Translator, Lemostin Editor, 10ish success. Chen Feng was excited. It really was peak attribute. How hard was it to increase one attribute point? Countless people worked extremely hard for a long time and were only able to have a 1-point increase. This was especially true for commoners. As such, that 1 point of strength and 1 point of physique increased the original price of the lumber-bear gene from 5,000 yuan to 10,000 yuan. Sure enough, attribute is what's increased after the activation of luck aura during the gene search stage. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. These days, Chen Feng had not been using the luck aura, so there were quite a lot of leftover luck points. As such, Chen Feng spent 6 points of luck value to easily produce full attribute lumber-bear genes from the remaining 6 sets of materials. Chen Feng calculated. Selling all of these, combined with those sold yesterday, will net me roughly 10,000. The following day, Chen Feng reached the virtual community on time. The 8 gene reagents he had assigned yesterday had already sold. He arrived in front of the virtual shop, planning to assign genes for sale. Unexpectedly, a warning window popped up instead. You have been blacklisted by this gene shop. You are prohibited from assigning sales here. A floating, half-illusory window appeared. Chen Feng was stunned. At the same time, King Kong, who had received a notification, changed into a shiny silhouette and appeared once again. As he saw this scene, he laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you very unbridled yesterday? I, your grandfather, bought the restriction order service today. From now on, rookies such as you can forget about leeching traffic here. King Kong was joyfully satisfied. He had almost been infuriated to the point of death by Chen Feng yesterday. After making up his mind, he activated the value-added service that very night and had waited a whole day just to vent this frustration of his. A weak rookie gene producer like you is as trashy as that wind pavilion across the street. Wanted to leech on my traffic? Ridiculous, King Kong said disdainfully. Oh, Chen Feng said apathetically and then turned around and walked away. Oh? King Kong opened his eyes wide. It ended with only an, oh? Shouldn't this guy be bursting with rage? He had waited for a whole day and even purposely opened a value-added service that caused him to ache. He actually said, "Oh," and left just like that? No, this was wrong. This bastard is definitely putting on an act. He must be very angry after getting fixed, but he did not want to show his anger in front of me, so he pretended to be very calm and collected. This must be the truth, King Kong thought. At that time, Chen Feng returned. Returning again, King Kong immediately felt proud. How is it? Still feeling extremely angry, right? Haha. Your father, likes your current expression of being very angry at me yet unable to do anything. No, I simply want to ask something, Chen Feng said indifferently. Where is the wind pavilion you mentioned earlier? That trashy wind pavilion, King Kong sneered. Nuo, the one opposite. The boss there is very suitable for you. Both of you are trashes with corrupt moral standings. Apart from acting cool, there is nothing else you both know. Oh. Chen Feng nodded his head, turned around, and left. Another, oh? King Kong opened his eyes wide and an obscure flame emerged in his heart. Damn, he had obviously fixed this bastard. Why was there no anger at all? Not even a fart. And to even specifically ask where the wind pavilion was. This bastard couldn't really be planning to go to the wind pavilion, right? He wouldn't be so senseless, right? But then, if he really went over and brought disaster upon a competitor, hee. Watching as Chen Feng reached the opposite side, King Kong decided to go take a look. Wind Pavilion, a small gene shop. As King Kong entered, he saw Chen Feng tap on empty air with his finger a few times before leaving. He subconsciously glanced at his surroundings. The small, empty gene shop filled rapidly. Within the empty glass shelves, bottle after bottle of brand new gene reagents appeared. This bastard is really stupid. To actually listen to his words and bring disaster to his rival? King Kong clicked his tongue. He could be considered to have recovered his losses with this. Ha! That trash wind chanter. Let me see. How can he continue acting cool after this? King Kong was immediately feeling refreshed. However, before leaving, he subconsciously tapped at a lumber bear gene to take a look. He was immediately stunned. Peak attribute, starting price 10,000. He rubbed his eyes with all his strength. He was sure that he had not seen it wrong. It was really peak attribute with a starting price of 10,000. How was this possible? King Kong was stupefied. Whoosh. He rapidly checked all the recently assigned lumber bear genes here. It was actually a straight flush of peak attribute genes. And the only person here earlier was Chen Feng. Peak attribute. King Kong was stupefied. All of them? How was this possible? Even for a Grandmaster producer, there would be circumstances where 2 points of physique and 3 points of strength, or 2 points of strength and 3 points of physique appeared. They would not all be 3 points of attributes like what was happening currently. Furthermore, he was very clear that, during the past few days, all that fellow had produced were ordinary genes. Could it be King Kong suddenly inhaled a mouthful of cold air? This was a young master of a rich family. He was just getting started in learning gene producing, so he progressed forcefully using money and rushed to peak level in a few days' time. If it was like this, King Kong's heart suddenly ached. He had actually forcefully chased a big spender gene producer away. Furthermore, King Kong was the one who caused him to go over to his rival's place? No. Coincidence, this must have been a coincidence. How could that bastard be capable of producing this kind of high-attribute gene? King Kong comforted himself. Subsequently, in the next 2 days, King Kong saw that every time Chen Feng went over, a few peak attribute lumber bear genes would appear in the shop every single time. What grieved his heart the most was that he had secretly removed the restriction he had set on Chen Feng, and yet Chen Feng never returned. King Kong was bursting with rage, yet this was something he had made happen. If he had known earlier that this fellow had this kind of talent, so angry, King Kong ferociously hammered his chest, feeling incomparable grief. It was at this moment that the inner door of the shop opened suddenly. A youngster appeared in Wind Pavilion. Weird, these 2 days I was a bit busy with personal matters in real life and had no time to manage the shop, so why has the performance increased instead? He was the very owner of this shop, Wind Chanter. Wind Chanter, yo, King Kong is here as well. Haha, you can't be the one bringing traffic to my shop, right? Wind Chanter sneered. Well, he felt bitter within. Oh, right, there's still 7 days left for our practice period, right? 1 month's business volume. Let's see who will ultimately get first place. I originally thought there was no chance to surpass you. Unexpectedly, these 2 days, my performance has increased and caught up to you in such a short time. Seems like my luck is not bad. Wind Chanter laughed heartily. King Kong's heart ached. King Kong sneered and left. Wind Chanter was confused. Weird, this King Kong bastard was normally unbridled to the skies. Even after losing, he would not own up to it. Why was he so timid today? Obviously, Wind Chanter did not know that those words of his earlier had shot right into King Kong's sore spot. His increased performance was really related to King Kong. At the same time, King Kong returned to his own shop and finally his breathing smoothed out. Too heart-aching. Every single word that bastard had said was smashing upon his heart. Every single needle pierced straight through, causing blood to flow. Damn it, if he had known earlier that damnable gene producer had this ability, fine, he wouldn't be bothered with him anymore. King Kong clenched his teeth. He could only ask for his elder sister's help. If she were to only anonymously assign sales here, it should not be considered as cheating. Damnable Wind Pavilion, I will let you be unbridled for 2 days, King Kong thought hatefully. 112, Chapter 12, Unexpected Mutation. Chapter 12, Unexpected Mutation. Translator, Limostin Editor, Tennish Gold City. Chen Feng was producing genes within his rented room. He had been producing peak property gene reagents like crazy these 2 days. The luck values that had been saved the previous few days were almost used up. He made quite a lot of money from the sales as well, but it was still far from enough to purchase a second formula. A labor-type gene formula's starting price is 10,000. A combat-type gene formula's starting price is 1 million. Chen Feng's heart was aching. The money he had accumulated these 2 days was not enough for even a single formula. The fact was that, even for a peak property lumberbear gene, the net profit would only be 5,500 yuan. After selling 20 of those, he had only made 110,000 yuan, far from a combat gene's price of 1 million. I need to think of a method to earn more money. To hunt another mutated shark? Chen Feng thought about it for a while before giving up this death-courting idea. Him killing that mutated shark was purely a fluke. That fellow's strength was very dreadful. Him being able to kill the mutated Black Sea shark was due to him being within its body. If he wanted to kill that kind of freak again, he needed to be swallowed first. That fellow was a spiritual-type mutated beast. The moment he was swallowed, his consciousness and soul would be directly destroyed. The body's original owner seemed to have died this way, thus allowing Chen Feng to transmigrate here. Chen Feng did not doubt that if he were to once again meet such a thing, he would undoubtedly die. My combat power is still too weak for now. I can't rely on it. Chen Feng shook his head before ultimately deciding to continue with lumberbear gene production. However, when Chen Feng was done hurrying up this batch of genes and was selling them, he noticed that a lumberbear gene was displayed in the glass shelf beside him. The price had actually reached an amount of 20,000. Is this guy crazy? Selling it for so much? Somewhat curious, Chen Feng went over to take a look and was immediately astonished. Name, lumberbear gene. Increase attribute, strength, 3 points, physique, 3 points. Ability, lumberbear's wrath. Increase strength by 10 points for 20 seconds, 60 seconds cooldown. Type, mutated selling price, 20,000 yuan, mutated. Chen Feng was shocked. What the hell was this? Only after checking online did he understand. Mutated genes were a type of special product that had a small probability of appearing during gene production. During gene reactions, under catalysis of a few genes, there was a possibility for the lumberbear recessive gene to mutate into a mutated lumberbear gene. This was the basics of mutation. An outstanding gene was referring to the attribute being higher than an ordinary gene. As for a mutated gene, it was due to the gene's ability to transform. For example, mutated lumberbear gene. A normal lumberbear gene's ability was increase strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. A lumberbear gene, increase, would increase the duration from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. A lumberbear gene, reduce, would reduce the cooldown period from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. Regardless of the type, a mutated gene was worth much more than an ordinary gene. This was the greatness of a mutated gene. Mutation, Chen Feng was enticed. He currently extremely lacked money. If he were to produce mutated genes, does the mutation occur during the gene reaction stage? Chen Feng suddenly understood. He finally understood the reason for gene production being separated into 3 stages. First stage, gene search, affecting the gene's attributes. Second stage, gene reaction, affecting the gene's mutation. Third stage, gene fusion, affecting the gene's success rate. For Chen Feng, he had tried using luck aura on the first and third stage before. Only 1 point of luck value was required to reach perfection. What about the second stage? How would I know without trying? Chen Feng licked his dry lips and started gene production once again. First stage, completed. Second stage, luck aura activated. What appeared before Chen Feng after the gene reaction was somewhat different than previous times. To be accurate, the color was deeper. Third stage, gene fusion. Schwa. The gene reagent changed into a deep blue color. Production success. Chen Feng subconsciously checked his stats first. Luck aura reduced by 2 points. Really used up 2 points. Chen Feng was not alarmed and was delighted instead. Did that not mean, whoosh, he scanned with the gene detector, mutated lumberbear gene. Basic attributes, strength, 3 points, physique, 3 points. Genetic ability, lumberbear's wrath. Increased strength by 10% for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Mutated, it really mutated. He had spent 2 points of luck value, 1 point to get high attribute and another point for the mutation to occur, and produce the most perfect gene. But it seemed like something was wrong somewhere. What on earth was this 10%? Chen Feng was dazed for a long time. This wasn't correct. Even if it were to mutate, shouldn't the change be duration or cooldown period? He never heard that the lumberbear gene had a third mutation. What the heck was this? Chen Feng was somewhat stupefied. He entered the virtual community quickly. Chen Feng opened the virtual light screen and started filtering the categories into Lumberbear Gene, mutated, Xua. A layer of new data appeared. Lumberbear Gene, increase 20,000 yuan, sold out. Lumberbear Gene, reduce 20,000 yuan, sold out. For a single mutation, the Lumberbear Gene's prices were increased by tenfold. The Lumberbear Gene's original price of 5,000 yuan could actually reach this extremely expensive 20,000. However, what caused Chen Feng to feel a ball-breaking pain was that, even in the virtual community, he could not find any information on the Lumberbear Gene having a third mutation. A genetic ability was able to be increased through training. The Lumberbear Gene's upper bound should be 10 levels. Level 1 Lumberbear Gene, 10-point increase. Level 2 Lumberbear Gene, 20-point increase. Level 10 Lumberbear Gene, 100-point increase. Then what about this percentage of his? 10% increase on level 1, that meant a 100% increase on level 10? Sounds great, right? Almost a tenfold increase. These stats in percentage form would definitely be invaluable for combat genes. As for a labor-type gene, for a normal person, their original 20 points of strength would be increased by 2 points after a 10% increase. How many points could a peak attribute even have? 100% was far worthless compared to 100 points. Since they chose a labor-type gene, their strength attributes were definitely low. Hence, would this thing sell? Chen Feng doubted it. Even after spending half a day checking online, he did not find any relevant information. Chen Feng guessed that the concealed probability of 1 in 10 million had been forcefully uncovered by the luck aura. Whether it was a good or bad thing, Chen Feng was unsure. However, he found a solution shortly. The reason the virtual community was so popular was not merely due to it having a business district. Entertainment, performance, courses, whatever you could think of, the virtual community had it all. Chen Feng directly purchased a few gene producers' consultation services. However, what surprised him was that even a high-level gene producer did not know much about this. Lumberbear gene? I have not researched it for a long time. The possibility of a third mutation happening? There is a possibility of it happening. It might also not exist. I am not really sure. If you are really interested, perhaps there is one who knows about it. Gene producers were normally rather rigid. Thus, they would not dare to confirm things they were uncertain with. They did, however, recommended a person to Chen Feng, high-level gene producer Dao Hongkai. This great master once wrote the complete guide of Lumberbear gene production and became well known through it. He was the first gene producer to write out a book containing comprehensive knowledge of the Lumberbear gene's production and was extremely loved among the low-level gene producers. Numerous beginner gene producers had his name on their teaching materials. Professor Dao? Chen Feng contemplated. The first Lumberbear gene production guide he read had this great master's name on it as well. This great master just happened to have a virtual class tonight. He might be able to dispel Chen Feng's doubts. 113, Chapter 13, Chen Feng's Anger, Chapter 13, Chen Feng's Anger Translator, Limostan Editor, 10ish Nighttime. Chen Feng paid the fee of 100 yuan and directly entered the virtual classroom. Inside, it was already fully seated with a crowd and was bustling with activity. By eyeballing it, the crowd amounted to 100 people. This was the benefit of a virtual classroom. Regardless of how many people were attending the class, you would not feel crowded. At 8:30 p.m. sharp, a silhouette of light flickered and Professor Dao appeared. He was an elderly person with somewhat grizzled hair. Although people's appearances were much younger with the advent of the era of genes, Professor Dao was already around 50 to 60 years old. Dear students, let me talk about the Lumberbear gene. Professor Dao did not speak anything nonsensical, instead starting the lecture immediately. However, these problems were something that were not different from what Chen Feng had seen online. He did not purposely come here just to see Professor Dao read from the textbook. As he thought of this, Chen Feng intuitively raised his hand. This student, is there a question? Professor Dao smiled. Professor Tao, I wanted to ask if there is a possibility for the Lumberbear gene to have a third type of mutation. Chen Feng spoke directly. Third type? Professor Tao frowned. Yes. Chen Feng nodded his head and said with a deep voice, Lumberbear's Wrath, increase strength by 10 points for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. There are 3 crucial numbers here. Since duration and cooldown period have a possibility of a mutation happening, could a mutation happen to the 10 points of strength? Impossible, Professor Tao firmly denied. Why? Chen Feng was somewhat doubtful. Was it due to the Lumberbear gene's internal structure? However, what left him astonished was Professor Tao not directly answering him and instead impatiently stating, impossible means impossible. I have produced a higher number of mutated Lumberbear genes than the number of all the genes that you have seen, yet I have never seen the strength mutation that you mentioned. Oh, Chen Feng paused. I was only talking about its possibility. There is no such possibility. Student, you are here to attend a class. There are 1,000 students here. Every second you waste is equivalent to 1,000 seconds. Every 10 seconds you waste are equivalent to a whole session wasted just like this. What right do you have to waste everyone's time and money? Professor Dao said righteously. Huh. Chen Feng had a stupefied expression on his face. There was no other reason. It was because the way this fellow calculated time was exactly the same as the high school teacher in charge during his previous life. This was how your family calculated time? To have the concept twisted to such an extent, in this aspect at least he could be considered as outstanding. However, Professor Dao still hadn't answered Chen Feng's question. Just sit down. Someone beside Chen Feng suddenly pulled him down. Chen Feng looked at the person oddly. Stop asking, you won't be able to get any results. That person laughed in a mischievous way. Professor Tao has been relying on the lumber bear gene his whole life. His only accomplishment in life is the lumber bear gene guide he wrote back then. And within the guide, it was clearly mentioned that the lumber bear gene only has 2 types of possible mutations. And you now come and ask him this question? Isn't this akin to overturning his only achievement? How is it possible for him to answer you? That person smiled. Even though I also do not believe that the lumber bear gene has another mutation, your seriousness in learning is something I greatly approve of. That person introduced himself. Let me introduce myself. I am Xuanhuan, a beginner gene producer. Chen Feng, a beginner gene producer. Chen Feng nodded and gestured. Those things you told me, I know about them. However, Professor Tao is, after all, someone who has been researching the lumber bear gene his whole life. He should at least know more than others. Whole life? Xuanhuan laughed involuntarily and said in a low voice, Hehe, from what I know, back then he researched for a year and gave up on lumber bear gene research after noticing that he hadn't made any progress. However, he did not manage to accomplish anything else either. Hence, he started to conduct a class every once in a while to earn some extra income. Oh yeah, the contents of his classes were always those that were already publicly available online. If not for my course assignment making attending this class compulsory, I wouldn't bother coming. Xuanhuan sneered. So this was the way things were? He was somewhat regretful. He had thought that he would be able to find the origin of the lumber bear gene's mutation. Right at this moment, Chen Feng felt a lot of eyes looking weirdly at him. Subsequently, Professor Tao's voice could be heard. Youngsters nowadays, don't bite off more than you can chew. Just a rookie, yet you've started having a wild imagination and talking about a mutation that is fundamentally impossible. What kind of mutation do you want a labor-type gene such as the lumber bear gene to have? You are so great that you can let a lumber bear gene mutate out a wing and bring you to the heavens? Professor Dao stated faintly. Everyone broke into hearty laughter, after a long time. Professor Tao started his lecture again, and they stopped looking Chen Feng's way. This guy, Chen Feng frowned. Cold light flashed through Xuanhuan's eyes. True enough, he is still behaving this way. You knew him? Chen Feng could hear some underlying meaning. Back when the lumber bear gene was new, my grandfather also wrote a lumber bear gene research paper. In order to guarantee the information's correctness, my grandfather conducted a lot of research to prove his hypothesis and was somewhat slower than this fellow who had directly released a research result filled with loopholes to grab the title of the first issuer of the research. Afterward, when my grandfather released his research, no one was interested in it. If it was only like this, it would have been fine. What was most vexing was that this bastard subsequently copied my grandfather's research for a second amendment and released his research once again. This was the reason the complete version of the guide exists nowadays. Within the guide, 80% of the information was obtained from my grandfather. Too bad my grandfather back then was not a gene producer with a big reputation, Xuanhuan stated regretfully. So this was what happened. Chen Feng was enlightened. At the same time, he was also somewhat disappointed, not able to find the origin for the lumber bear gene's mutation and instead getting a clear look at what type of person this grandmaster here was. However, should I face slap right here? Xuanhuan was suddenly excited. To be honest, I originally thought that you were randomly asking. However, looking at your style of doing things, I suspect that you have already produced the gene with the third type of mutation. If you question or publish your mutated gene at this time, things would be interesting. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. He faintly refused. You think too much. All right. Xuanhuan shrugged without care. Leave me your contact details. I feel like we have a lot in common. Oh, right. If you really have any problems during your research studies, I suggest you go to the Virtual Communities Learning Forum. There are a lot of grandmasters there. Learning Forum, Chen Feng remembered it. This class continued for a long time. During the latter part, Chen Feng was also seriously listening. However, he did not get any useful knowledge from it. After class, Chen Feng went to the Virtual Communities Learning Forum. TheStrongestGene's research and production, thoughts, TheStrongestGene's mutation probability, etc. He could see various kinds of discussion threads. Even through the light screen, Chen Feng was able to feel the enthusiastic discussion atmosphere. A smile formed at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. This was what he was looking for. Was there a possibility for the lumber bear gene to have a third mutation? Chen Feng quickly posted his doubts. The learning forum was bustling, so replies started coming after a short while. Chen Feng started seriously reading the replies as a lot of people started contributing their thoughts. Gene's sudden change, gene's growth, etc. Many people started to explore the question from various angles. Chen Feng was also researching seriously. At this moment, Professor Tao had just finished his meal after returning home. During the meal, he was busy berating in front of his family how the students nowadays had no manners, were not sensible, were biting off more than one can chew, and wanted to mutate out a wing to bring them to the heavens, to the point where he didn't even notice the impatience on his son's face. Father, how long have you been past your prime? Dao Lijun stated unhappily. Past what prime? Professor Tao rebuked. My popularity is still high. The wristband's vibration interrupted Professor Tao's sentence. Professor Tao looked at it and smiled immediately. There were unexpectedly a lot of people that were tagging his name on the learning forum. Look at this. I have only been away for a while yet. There's already so many people inviting me to answer their questions. The learning forum still cannot do without me. Your father still has some reputation. Let me take a look. Dao Lijun curiously came over. Whoosh! Learning forum loaded and the light screen appeared. Is there a possibility for the lumberbear gene to have a third mutation? Dao Lijun blinked momentarily before showing a strange expression. Isn't this the impossible thing that you mentioned earlier? They are discussing this. Immediately, Professor Dao had an unsightly expression. Possibility of a third mutation? He vaguely guessed something. As he opened the thread, it was really that question. Bastard. Professor Dao started scolding. How can this be so? Students nowadays are really not engaging in any honest work. I had clearly told him it was impossible for a third mutation to happen. He actually did not trust me and started asking this kind of question at the learning forum. This is totally looking for sensationalism. Father. Dao Lijun was speechless. He probably only wants to rigorously study this for a bit. Rigorous my fart. This type of gene needs to be rigorously studied? Professor Tao angrily rebuked. Was the guide I wrote not comprehensive enough about the lumberbear gene? Students nowadays are going insane from wanting to be popular. Very well. You want to be popular, right? Professor Tao sneered endlessly. Currently, Chen Feng was seriously looking over everyone's answers. Although his question had not been answered, he couldn't deny that, with the ideas from fellow online friends, a lot of distinct trains of thought were provided to Chen Feng. He benefited greatly. However, due to this question being something related to the lumberbear gene, a lot of people started to tag Professor Dao. This caused Chen Feng to frown. However, he wasn't too bothered with it. Chen Feng thought that, with Professor Tao's identity and status, he wouldn't be so bored as to come here and create trouble, right? However, shortly, a reply was quickly upvoted to the top by a lot of people. Chen Feng glanced at it and the smile on his face immediately vanished. A faint, cold light appeared in that pair of eyes that were usually tranquil. 1-4 Chapter 14, This is Not Scientific. Chapter 14, This is Not Scientific. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Professor Tao. Indeed, this was precisely Professor Tao's answer. I thought that there were some new findings. Who would have thought that it was actually this question? I forgot to tell everyone. This fellow student is a member of my class. When he asked this question previously, I already explained to him in detail. I told him it is impossible. I did not expect him to actually come and inquire here. I feel like this person is not a genuine scholar and is here to create a disturbance instead, raising an impossible possibility and watching on as everyone wastes their time discussing. He himself, on the other hand, is sitting high above, tricking everyone, like getting a monkey to perform tricks, gaining some fame for himself. I suggest that everyone ignore this kind of person. Undersigned, Professor Dao. A lot of people immediately felt enlightened after seeing this, so it's actually like this. Professor Dao already answered this question. The original poster did not mention this at all. True, since there's already an answer, why is he still asking here? Seeking sensationalism. Maybe this person has an ulterior motive. Some people answered. Soon, the latter posts in the thread were all derailed from the original question. I caught a glimpse of Professor Tao, Professor Tao's follower here. My first gene formula was the lumberbear gene. Until now, I'm still Professor Tao's fan. Professor Tao appeared. This thread is concluded. All sorts of opinions started appearing. Some people even started scolding Chen Feng. The whole thread was totally derailed. Chen Feng calmly continued reading on. His expression did not change, yet a cold radiance had appeared in his eyes. He was rarely angered. The immensely unlucky previous life of his let Chen Feng be full of optimism in his current life. No matter what, he would be able to handle it calmly and remain optimistic. However, this did not mean that he was someone easily bullied. The other meaning of a rarely angered person was that, once he was truly angered, his anger couldn't be neglected. Professor Tao, Chen Feng suddenly smiled. He didn't care if Professor Tao were to nag at him for a bit. However, nobody was seriously answering the question in his thread now due to these words of Professor Tao's. Earlier, Chen Feng was able to get inspiration from the mystical thoughts of some people on the forum. A lot of the contents were immensely helpful to him. However, it was all gone now. You are courting death, Chen Feng said faintly. He had decided to teach this Professor Tao a lesson. Starting a thread to leak the mutated gene reagent, it was totally unnecessary. Providing proof through a thread could only give Professor Tao some shame. That was pointless. What Chen Feng wanted was more than this. For example, money. Then, let's do it this way. Chen Feng decided in his heart. Next day. Professor Tao woke up early in the morning feeling good and refreshed. A certain ignorant youngster had tried to provoke him yesterday and was criticized by the knowledgeable and experienced people of the learning forum to the point of having cuts and bruises all over. Now, he did not even dare to show himself anymore. The majority of people are still sensible enough to make the correct choice. Professor Tao felt refreshed all over every time he thought of this. Lumberbear gene? Possibility of a third mutation? Were you purposely toying with me? Professor Tao thought disdainfully. However, right at this moment an assistant ran over in a panic. His expression was ugly to the point of crying. Professor, not good. A new mutated lumber bear gene is being sold at the virtual community's business district. What? Professor Tao frowned. New mutated lumber bear gene? How was this possible? An ominous feeling appeared in his heart as Professor Tao followed his assistant and entered the virtual community. As he saw the gene being sold at the business district, his face paled immediately. Lumber bear gene. Basic attributes, strength, 3 points, physique, 3 points. Genetic ability, lumber bear's wrath. Increase strength by 10% for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Selling price, 99,999 yuan. Strength mutation? Professor Tao was stupefied. It really appeared. Yesterday, he was still madly saying that it was impossible for a strength mutation to appear. Yet today, just like that, it had gloriously appeared at the business district. Furthermore, it was listed at the top of the list. At this moment, others had also discovered this issue. That's right. The reason for that was because as long as anyone searched for lumber bear gene, they would be able to see that there was a gene placed high on top, surpassing all similar types of lumber bear genes. As long as you tapped on it to take a look, you would notice that astonishing genetic ability of its, absolutely unprecedented in history. A special gene that increased strength with a percentage as its unit of measurement. At the same time, at the learning forum, some people had noticed this and started replying on the thread. The lumber bear gene screenshot had even appeared on Chen Feng's thread. Third gene mutation appeared unexpectedly at a certain gene shop. It's great to see this good news. Where are those people that questioned the original poster yesterday? Ha ha ha, camping for Professor Tao's appearance. A lot of people started getting excited. Without a doubt, the mutated lumber bear gene Chen Feng had assigned for sale had attracted a lot of attention. Even at this small area, it was enough to cause a sensation. However, what he did not know was that, apart from Professor Tao, there was another person who was also in distress, and that was King Kong. At the Wind Pavilion, King Kong was looking at the extremely expensive mutated lumber bear gene in a daze before looking at the combat genes that he got his sister to sell anonymously at his shop after begging everywhere. His face was pale. To be pushed downward again? The combat genes he had painstakingly gotten were actually pushed downward with a single mutated labor-type gene? Why? That guy from the Wind Pavilion was totally absent these 2 days. After discovering that his absence would increase the performance of his shop, that bastard never returned. Yet, his performance really did grow. Why? Student King Kong felt extremely wronged. Yet when he thought of the person assigning the mutated gene for sale, King Kong became listless like an eggplant after snow. That person again. That rookie gene producer that he had jeered at? He never thought that, in a few days' time, that guy had upgraded from producing normal genes to producing peak attribute genes and then upgraded yet again into producing mutated genes. Furthermore, that damnable mutated gene was something that had created history, a never-before-seen third mutation. Oh God. What kind of abominable person had he previously chased away? At this time, whoosh. The combat genes that his shop was selling were purchased at a high price of 50,000. King Kong's eyes flashed. Right. What should I be afraid of? The set price and the actual sale of it are different matters. That mutated gene is comparable to a combat gene. However, even a combat gene only costs a few tens of thousands. Based on King Kong's evaluation, this lumber bear gene was worth 30,000 at most. One needed to know that even other genes with similar abilities would only cost 20,000. 99,999? Was it posted to amuse people? It was his shop that was instead selling the most popular combat genes. He did not need to be afraid of that lumber bear gene that would not sell. As he thought of this, King Kong was spirited again. Merely a producer, I, your father. Before he even managed to finish his usual slogan, King Kong was suddenly stunned. He looked blankly before him, as just short while ago, a silhouette had walked past beside him. And then, that gene in the Wind Pavilion was bought. 99,999? Sold just like that? King Kong was stunned. An idiot that spent his money to buy such an overpriced gene actually existed? He really couldn't understand. 99,999 yuan could totally be used to buy a rather good combat gene. Was he sick? Had the world gone crazy? King Kong did not know. However, he felt really terrible, because the producer that produced this extremely expensive gene was someone he had purposely chased over to his rival's place. Every time he thought of this, his heart ached to the point where he couldn't breathe. Why would things be like this? King Kong had a stupid expression on his face. He felt like, since he met that gene producer, his worldview started collapsing. However, he did not know that Chen Feng was similarly stupefied as well. 1.5 Chapter 15. Professor Tao's Second Spring Chapter 15. Professor Tao's Second Spring Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish It Sold. Chen Feng was surprised, truly surprised. He had only posted it to face slap Professor Tao, to let him see that, in this world, the third mutation for the lumber bear gene really existed, to let him start facing reality. However, for it to really sell, it was something he had never expected, as the price he had set was really expensive. Very expensive. In this world there are really so many big spenders, Chen Feng muttered. With 50,000 yuan, one could buy a much better combat gene. There was only one reason for the buyer to be so generous. It was to study this gene's composition. Through this, one could figure out where this so-called third mutation came from. That was very possible, Chen Feng guessed in his heart. However, even if he had his guesses, what happened next totally stunned him. He had never thought that in this world a person's face could be thick to such an extent. Firstly, his thread on the learning forum was deleted. This was a very rare thing. One needed to know that the learning forum had a very deep background. Unless someone violated the rules or infringed on any rights, threads were rarely deleted. Chen Feng's thread was not related to either violation, yet it was deleted. It would be weird if no trickery was involved in it. Secondly, a lot of people started discussing the topic of, is there a possibility for the lumberbear gene to have a third mutation? And started to tag Professor Dao to provide explanations on this topic. Professor Dao seriously replied, if a small probability can be considered, then it is still possible. Chen Feng roughly swept through and noted that there were at least 10 similar threads. What was the situation? Chen Feng was unable to understand it. After that, at night, a news that truly alarmed Chen Feng appeared. Well-known gene producer Grandmaster Professor Dao announced lumberbear third gene mutation might exist. Furthermore, initial success had been obtained and a deeper level of research was currently being performed. The moment the news was released, the media was sensationalized. What was the lumberbear gene? It was something almost everyone knew, and also the most highly used labor-type gene. Hence, even though Professor Dao had no other achievements, he had still been able to profit off providing lessons on the lumberbear gene for his whole life. And now, Professor Dao declared that a third mutation was found. Everyone was excited. In the forums, participants of the previous discussion started threads to question Professor Dao. However, they were all deleted. Every single time, it was deleted. These discussions could not be seen from the front page at all. Furthermore, how many participants were there in yesterday's discussion? How many fans did Professor Dao have? They were totally not on the same level. Therefore, the questionings of Professor Dao were quickly flooded amongst all the praises. He actually dared. Chen Feng was stupefied. Really, he had never thought a person's face could be thick to such an extent. This was no longer angling for Xuanhuan. It was instead swallowing up Chen Feng's achievement under broad daylight. But then, had he never thought that this would be exposed? That thing was, after all, not something that he had produced. Regardless of how one thought of it, doing this was simply too risky. A magnificent Grandmaster producer's IQ was so low, and at this moment, within the school's laboratory, a faint blue radiance flickered. Under the experiment equipment, Professor Dao's tranquil appearance appeared. Beside him, the assistant was cautiously and solemnly analyzing the data together with him. The gene accessing tool was flickering without stop. Within, 2 lumberbear gene reagents were placed. Analysis successful. Gene assessment successful. After cross-comparing the data, exceptions were found and analyzed. Analysis completed. Whoosh, the screen flickered. Brand new data appeared. Sure enough, Professor Tao was exulted. Was he stupid? Of course he was not stupid. So many people had produced lumberbear genes back then, but he was the only one to become well known. It couldn't be that the others did not produce any research guides, right? Yet they were all defeated by him. And now that the third mutation had appeared, after the initial panic, Professor Dao knew that his second spring had arrived. To steal? Getting found out? How was that possible? If this special mutation could appear so easily, it would have appeared long ago. The only reason it hadn't appeared had to be due to the probability being very low. Indeed, he found out after researching it. A gene returning to its roots. This was a gene returning to its roots. Haha. Professor Dao was in ecstasy. A special recessive gene was hidden within the lumberbear's blood essence. This originated from its ancestor, the Grand Thunderbear's bloodline gene. After years of dilution, this bloodline was already pitifully few in number. Even the gene fragment would only appear after catalyzing the gene reactions. And the probability? 1 in 100 million. A probability so low it made one's hair stand up in despair. What a wonderful probability. No matter how one looked at it, this was a type of probability that would only appear due to coincidence. To be honest, the lumberbear gene had been in production for so many years, with mutated genes appearing daily. It was about time for this mutation to be discovered, and this wonderful single appearance had been grasped by him. Haha. If that fellow were to take it out and directly question him, then that fellow might still have had some weight in his voice. He had actually sold it. Now that this thing was in his hands and he had even gotten a result out of his research, who would dare to doubt him? On that night itself, Professor Tao released a thesis, detailed analysis on the lumberbear gene's third mutation. It caused a small-scale sensation, and Professor Tao's popularity increased greatly. In this age, news traveled fast. This piece of thesis by Professor Dao was still very skillfully prepared. Regardless of proving that the gene returned to its roots or swaying public opinion, it was very well done. At least when Chen Feng read it, he could finally be considered to have understood the reason for the mutation to appear. A gene returning to its roots, eh? Chen Feng understood. So this was the reason. However, even though this was what the thesis said, the probability of one actually digging the recessive gene out was really too low. Hence, not many people could produce it. And the moment Chen Feng activated his luck aura, regardless of what the probability was, as long as it really existed, the luck aura would be able to dig it out. His wristband suddenly vibrated. A light screen popped up and a familiar smiling face appeared. Hey, Chen Feng. Hello, Muyuan. Chen Feng smiled. You are still able to smile? Muyuan rolled his eyes. Professor Tao, that fellow, has already swallowed your research result by force. You still underestimated the level of his shamelessness. Just a small matter, Chen Feng said lightly. He did not feel like he had made a loss, due to the 100,000 yuan he earned. You are so calm? Muyuan looked at how Chen Feng's expression was still so tranquil, then smiled bitterly and said, even if you don't care, to let someone forcefully steal the result of your research, aren't you unhappy to not be able to vent despite being wronged? What do I need to be afraid of? Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Some things can't be stolen. Oh? Muyuan was surprised. What idea do you have? If you need help in any way, just let me know. I am extremely interested in dragging this kind of society's trash through the mud. It's fine, Chen Feng smiled. Since he bought it, wouldn't things be fine if I simply produce another? Fuck, you can still produce more? Muyuan howled. He had never thought that Chen Feng's solution would be so simple. Wasn't it an uncommon occurrence for these rare mutations to happen? I originally couldn't. Chen Feng felt regretful. After looking at Professor Tao's thesis, I was enlightened and am able to produce it now. Muyuan observed 3 seconds of silence on behalf of Professor Tao. Footnotes. 1. Angling for fame. A Chinese idiom, it means to obtain fame or reputation through dishonest methods. 116 Chapter 16, Soft Knife Chapter 16, Soft Knife Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish. After ending the call, Chen Feng started his lumber bear gene research. To be honest, Professor Tao's thesis had really helped him greatly. After learning the theory behind it, Chen Feng was able to avoid a lot of mistakes and save a lot of luck values. Let's start. Chen Feng started the gene production skillfully, as smooth as flowing water and moving clouds. Whoosh, gene production completed. It was at this moment that Chen Feng felt a fantastic warm current flowing within his body. His somewhat exhausted state of mind was actually recovered in a short while. Chen Feng scanned himself with the gene detector and was immediately amazed. Spirit increased. After that warm current, his originally pathetic 30 points of spirit actually became 31 points. It was forcefully increased by 1 point through countless gene productions. This actually increased. Gene production can also be considered as a type of spirit tempering method. Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Gene production was originally something that could only be performed by someone with a spirit-type gene. From this, it was apparent that after continuous days of bitter training, it was normal for his spirit to be increased. There's only 1 point, but it's still an unexpected profit after all. Chen Feng was gratified. However, he did not know that, if he were to speak these words to others, he would be beaten to death by others. Even though it was only 1 point of spiritual energy, was spiritual energy something easily increased? Even the original owner of this body was only able to increase it to 30 points from birth till now. After all, who could be successful every time? Who could get peak attribute every time? Who could easily produce mutated genes? Only Chen Feng. Whoosh, gene scan. Familiar data appeared before him. Mutated lumberbear gene. Basic attributes. Strength, 3 points. Physique, 3 points. Genetic ability, lumberbear's wrath. Increase strength by 10% for 10 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Then, what should I do next? Chen Feng muttered in a low voice. To expose Professor Tao directly? How pointless was that? The previous profit of 90,000 was very enticing for him. At this thought, Chen Feng smiled playfully. Next day, Professor Tao woke up from a beautiful dream. After a few decades, he had finally welcomed the second spring of his career. The Professor Tao of today was no longer that outdated gene producer that was earning his keep through a piece of guide. Instead, he was someone who tempered hard for several decades before finally succeeding in his production. He liked this title. However, with the experience from the previous day, Professor Tao was somewhat careful and let his assistant continuously watch the business district attentively. It couldn't be denied that he did the right thing. After only a few minutes of excitement, his assistant's message was hastily transmitted to him. At that place called Wind Pavilion, a mutated gene had actually appeared again. What? Professor Tao's expression changed greatly. Another one appeared? Damn it, wasn't the probability rate 1 in 100 million? That fellow's moral standing was actually this good one? If this was exposed, bye. Professor Tao clenched his teeth. Nearly 100,000 yuan was quietly gone just like that. Due to the speed of Professor Tao's actions, almost no one noticed this. What gave Professor Tao a sense of relief was that this mutated gene did not continue appearing at the business district. Coincidence? Professor Tao went through one whole day trembling in fear and with his heart in a constant alarmed state. However, just as he woke up the next day, the assistant's message arrived hastily. That mutated gene had appeared again. Wind Pavilion again. How was this possible? Professor Tao's whole body felt ice cold. Wasn't it a 1 in 100 million chance? Wasn't it something that only had a very small probability of appearing? Even if a grandmaster gene producer were to produce lumberbear genes all day long, the probability for a mutated gene to appear would still be very low. To have even one appearing would be considered quite good already. How was it possible for someone to continuously produce it 2 days in a row? Furthermore, it was the extremely rare third mutation. Hence, he was now faced with a question. To buy or not to buy? Professor, the assistant asked cautiously. Buy. Professor Dao sprawled on the ground powerlessly with a malevolent expression on his face. Buy. I refuse to believe that he can really keep producing it. I refuse to believe that he can still produce it tomorrow. Professor, the assistant said in a low voice, didn't you hear me telling you to buy it? Professor Tao had a malevolent look on his face. But the money is not enough, the assistant said, feeling wronged. Professor Tao's face darkened. He inhaled deeply and took out the remaining balance in his bank account. Even the funding rewarded by the Gene Production Association when he released the third mutation research 2 days ago was taken out. Buy. Once again, 100,000 yuan disappeared quietly just like that. Professor Dao stared in front of him looking bewildered. The students passing by were all looking at him with respect and admiration in their eyes. His heart, however, was incomparably ice cold. Was that gene truly finished? How long could he continue maintaining his honor? He was even somewhat scared of going to sleep. He was scared that the moment he woke up, he would receive that damnable message from his assistant again. After taking the wrong first step, all subsequent steps were wrong. He couldn't even turn around. At this moment, student Chen Feng suddenly received Mu Yuan's news. Chen Feng, where's your gene? Mu Yuan was somewhat doubtful. He had heard Chen Feng mention it so easily, so he thought that it would come out quickly. He didn't expect that after 2 days, he had not even seen a fur appear. He thought Chen Feng had agreed to make one more? It's sold, Chen Feng stated faintly. Ah? Mu Yuan had a stupefied expression on his face. Sold? To who? No idea. I assigned all of them at the shop, Chen Feng said faintly. Ah? Mu Yuan was stunned. Shit, don't scare me, bro. This is your proof to reverse the situation and face-slap Professor Dao. How can you sell it just like that? Wait, all? How many did you assign for sale? 2, 1 per day. Chen Feng smiled. 1 per day? Mu Yuan suddenly thought of something. What price did you set it at? 99,999, Chen Feng stated calmly. Hiss. Mu Yuan inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Shit. So ruthless. He had always thought that Chen Feng's character was too soft. He did not expect this fellow's action to be much crueler than his. Annoying this kind of soft knife too was even scarier. Professor Tao was probably feeling that living was comparable to death for the past few days, right? Furthermore, Chen Feng had also quietly fished out a large amount of money from this. This level of being outwardly kind but inwardly evil was something he couldn't compare with. I admire you. Mu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. No wonder everyone says that those who are outwardly cold or retiring but deep and passionate inside are the scariest. Was this a compliment? How long do you plan to drag it out? Mu Yuan asked. That depends on how long our old professor's finances can hold out for. Chen Feng smiled. Chen Feng smiled. 100,000 to buy 1 day's honor? It was worth it. The next day, Professor Tao saw that alarming message right after he woke up. That gene was on the shelf again. Exhaustion plastered all over Professor Tao's face with huge dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't rested for a few days. Every day he was living in fear, afraid of being exposed, of all the praises turning into curses. He had lived his life trembling in fear these days. If I had known earlier that this would happen, Professor Tao was feeling endless regret. He did not dare to buy any more. He was now incomparably sure that the damnable fellow had grasped the technique to produce this kind of special mutation. Yet if he didn't buy it, he might lose all his honor. He was tortured by this kind of suffering, worrying about personal gains and losses to the point where he almost collapsed. Father, I'm back. Professor Tao's son Tao Lijun returned early in the morning. Little Jun, help your father, Professor Tao said in a panic, grabbing his son's hand. He knew that, based on his son's position and identity, he might be able to settle this matter for him. At this point, he couldn't be bothered with his dignity in front of his son. Don't worry, no problem. Dao Lijun smiled. Then it's good. Professor Dao was ashamed. He didn't expect himself to need to trouble his son in the end. It's a trifle. Dao Lijun smiled and said, Father, have your meal first. I'll go and settle this. Outside the door, Dao Lijun's expression became cold and detached. In this incident, his father was in the wrong. However, so what? Even if he was in the wrong, this was still his father. A mere salted fish would not be able to cause any waves. Little Mew. Tao Lijun called, deal with something for me. Footnotes. 1. Implying that Chen Feng was a character with good moral standing, hence the good luck of his. 2. Soft knife. A way of harming people imperceptibly. I-17 Chapter 17, Assassination Chapter 17, Assassination Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Gold City. Chen Feng, who was preparing to produce gene reagents, paused as he looked at the information appearing on his wristband screen. The gene reagent that he had assigned a short while ago was actually sold again, 4th time. Already got 400,000 from the sales. Chen Feng muttered to himself. Seemed like he had still underestimated Professor Tao's financial capability. Perhaps he could earn enough money for the second formula through this? Chen Feng felt absurd. Combat gene formulas were extremely expensive. He had been making preparations to purchase a combat gene formula, yet he did not expect to earn 400,000 through this method. Professor Dao, how long could you last? Chen Feng was curious. After a busy day, Chen Feng went to the neighborhood for his meal as usual. His lifestyle was really very simple and had remained the same these few days. Apart from leaving his house for his 3 meals per day at the neighborhood, he would usually spend his time in his rented house and researching gene production. Little Chen, morning. Early in the morning, Uncle Zhang's shop was already open for business. Morning, Uncle Zhang. Chen Feng smiled. I heard that you were not invited to that little girl Su Jin's coming-of-age ceremony yesterday? Uncle Zhang asked suddenly. Su Jin? Who was that? Chen Feng blanked momentarily before he suddenly recalled. Oh, Su Jin, a female student from their class. Like everyone else during high school, a goddess that captivated everyone and caused everyone's hormone to excessively secrete would exist, and this person was evidently the one that the original owner was secretly in love with. However, the original owner knew himself very well. Knowing his status, he had always maintained a normal friendship with her. You always mentioned that girl to Uncle Zhang in the past. Uncle Zhang suddenly sighed. I originally thought that she would invite you. Unexpectedly, after you failed the examinations, this girl, sigh. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. He received a vast majority of the news regarding his schoolmates from Uncle Zhang. As for their attitude towards him, he was extremely satisfied. Truly, it would be truly inconvenient if these students were to maintain contact with him every day. It was sufficient for him to occasionally get some news from Uncle Zhang, fulfilling his obligation as a fellow schoolmate. It's fine, Chen Feng smiled. Uncle Zhang, I'm going to have my meal first. Talk later. All right. Uncle Zhang was still feeling regretful. Chen Feng walked toward a nearby restaurant. Although there was only some simple fast food that tasted normal, it suited Chen Feng, since he did not want to waste his time. Chen Feng finished his meal in a few minutes and walked home with the gene materials. He did not want to waste too much time. Returning to the neighborhood, Chen Feng walked past a well-shaded alley, a place he was familiar with. Reaching the place where Wang Yu had appeared last time, Chen Feng's steps paused and he stopped walking. His consciousness that had been on high alert for 20 years was giving him a bad feeling. The air was somewhat cold. Although it was well-shaded here, it was the summer after all. This type of feeling, weird, who's sending me messages again? Chen Feng muttered and casually played with his wristband. At this he felt the chilly aura somewhat recede. Inwardly he already had an idea. 1 step, 2 steps, Chen Feng played with his wristband as he walked slowly. He appeared to be checking the messages seriously while the chilly aura in his surroundings quietly enveloped him. 3 steps, 4 steps, suddenly. Whoosh! A dreadful shadow dashed out of the tree shade. Tree shade. Indeed, the tree shade. That dreadful shadow was actually concealed within the tree shade. If one did not have high vigilance, it would not be noticed at all. Even if it was noticed, one would still not know which angle the attack would be coming from. This was a mystical genetic ability that allowed one to blend into the shadows. It was extremely scary. At this moment, killing intent blossomed. And at this moment, Chen Feng was looking at his wristband with his head lowered. He seemed to have not noticed the movement behind him at all. The sudden incoming attack had chosen an extremely tricky angle. An air-piercing sound could be heard, accompanied by a whistling sound. That sharp, chilly glint came down with a speed so fast one couldn't catch up with it. However, just as the shadow was on the brink of killing Chen Feng, he accidentally saw what was on Chen Feng's wristband. A familiar-looking silhouette was shown on the screen. That silhouette was actually him. That wristband was actually recording. When had it started? Immediately, the shadow had an ominous feeling. A surging power burst out from the body of this person whom he did not care about at all. Whoosh! Blue light flickered. That was a blue-colored light blade. Under the sunshine, it glittered. Wind blade? The shadow was immediately relieved. It was actually this kind of trashy genetic ability? Although this kind of wind blade was still a spiritual attack, the attack power, on the other hand, was pitifully weak. At least to him. Whoosh! Another wind blade followed closely behind. The probability was triggered, the shadow thought. If it was only 2 wind blades, he wasn't really bothered. However, at that moment, another blue light flickered, followed by one after another. Own. The shadow opened his eyes wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When a series of blue light burst out in front of him, he was scared stupid. What the heck was this? Wasn't the probability 5%? Block, block, block. The shadow managed to block the first few attacks, but he was pierced through by the latter light flashes. He was too near. Due to his absolute confidence in his strength, he had not noticed the terrifying hidden power of his opponent. Puh! Puh! The light blade pierced through. Blood splattered about. Over 10 light blades pierced through the shadow's body. His eyes were wide open. Even now, he did not understand what damnable genetic ability those continuous light blades were. Putong. The shadow fell on the ground. Still not dead? Chen Feng felt a lingering fear as he thought of it. Under support of luck aura, the limit of 10 wind blades per second was unleashed. The continuous 30 wind blades was actually unable to kill this shadow. How strong was this fellow exactly? He had always been worried of this world's dangers, hence he never left home easily, yet he was still sought out by others. Who sent you here? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Suffering extreme pain, the shadow struggled. However, if he could see his eyes, Chen Feng would notice the flickering cold glint within. Within the shadow's mouth, a silver needle quietly appeared. After performing so many missions as a professional assassin, he certainly had ways to handle all sort of circumstances. This included counter-kill. As long as Chen Feng wished for him to stand up and answer the question, he would be able to release the silver needle from his mouth. To kill with one attack. Actually, the shadow opened his mouth as a silvery light blossomed. Whoosh! A dreadful cold glint was emitted. Die! The shadow's killing intent blossomed. Shua! A bizarre blue-colored light blade appeared suddenly and hit the silver needle, skewing its direction. The shadow opened his eyes wide. He was actually prepared? How was this possible? Wasn't this a normal student? His methods? Pooh. Endless light blades blossomed. There were no longer any movements on the body of the shadow that was sprawled on the ground. Dead? Only now did Chen Feng relax. His unlucky previous life had given him a habit of always being on high alert. When the shadow had collapsed earlier, the aura emitting from his body caused Chen Feng to feel an incomparable sense of danger. Hence, he prepared in advance. Although this was his first time killing someone, the expected after effects of killing someone where one vomited and felt dizzy did not appear. Seemed like everyone's physique differed to some extent. Chen Feng was incomparably calm instead. This was probably because he had already accepted the rules of this world. However, who was it that wanted him dead? Wang Yue? Impossible. Chen Feng shook his head. Those words of his back then were to plant a thorn in Wang Yue's heart so that he would want to prevail over Chen Feng fair and square. Based on his understanding of Wang Yue, that fellow would definitely personally come to kill Chen Feng after becoming strong. It would be even better if he could step on him in the public eye. This was more fitting with Wang Yue's nature. To do it now? Unlikely. Who could it be then? Chen Feng muttered to himself when he suddenly thought of something. Could it be C118, Chapter 18, Extremely Expensive Gene? Chapter 18, Extremely Expensive Gene. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Now. That a death had happened in the neighborhood, there were matters that needed to be handled no matter what. Chen Feng thought about it. He did not know many people here, and most of them were only common citizens. The only one he could contact seemed to be Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang. Chen Feng contacted Uncle Zhang and roughly told him what had happened. After hearing it, Uncle Zhang reacted quickly. As he saw the shadow lying on the ground, he was incomparably amazed. You are the killer? Ah. Chen Feng scratched his head. Just as I returned, I noticed this person assassinating me. Good fellow. Uncle Zhang exclaimed in admiration. So you were actually doing well enough to qualify for getting assassinated? Normal citizens like us would not receive this kind of treatment our whole life. Well, this point that he concentrated on seemed a bit off, right? Haha, just trying to lighten up the mood here. Uncle Zhang was also a carefree person. He smiled and flipped the corpse around. Shadow Gene, able to conceal within the shadows. A standard F-class assassin. No worries of getting dragged into a court case. The police will handle this. The most important problem now is when have you, kid, provoked these people? I'm not too clear as well. Chen Feng was feeling doubtful. I'll search a bit. Uncle Zhang opened the shadow's wristband. Although this thing looks unreliable, it still couldn't escape from having a normal computer's operational method. For example, this custom-made data-saving chip. Uncle Zhang carefully nipped out a data-saving chip and entered it into his own gene detector. A huge amount of garbled characters flickered. Only a few words could be distinguished. Gene, mutation. Apart from this, the others were all garbled characters. Seems like no useful information can be found. Uncle Zhang shook his head as he sighed. No, I already know who it is. Cold light flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Although he had guessed it, now that he received confirmation, he still couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. This should be a person that I had provoked in the virtual community. I originally thought that it could be handled with regular methods. I did not expect him to be so vicious. This was the same as playing a game. Everyone was PKing and fighting in the game and trolling in the world chat. Surprisingly, since the opponent couldn't defeat you, they found your home address based on your IP address and planned to stab you at your home. Now, Chen Feng was very angry. He was angry at himself. In the end, he had still underestimated the ruthlessness of this world. His requirements were really low. Since he lacked money now, as long as the opponent bought the reagents at a high price, this matter would be settled. Who cared about the title of third mutations researcher? Apart from Professor Tao, who else would consider this as the accomplishment of a lifetime? He was even prepared to make a deal. However, I have been neglectful. Chen Feng rubbed his head. However, what I'm more curious about is how they found me. He did not remember the virtual community having something like an IP address. It's some mysterious type genetic ability. At this time, Uncle Zhang stated, there are a myriad of gene mutations in this world. There are some abilities that have some peculiar uses due to the ability being somewhat unusual. For example, the black demonic eye gene. That's a peculiar gene originating from the black demonic beast. After gene fusion, one would be able to obtain its ability. Within 500 kilometers, nothing can be hidden. However, this kind of thing is usually used when searching for a criminal. Surprisingly, the opponent actually used it on you. After Uncle Zhang finished, Chen Feng could only smile forcefully. Don't worry. Although this ability is difficult to deal with, it has a lot of limitations as well. It's not something easily utilized. One needs to be at least D class or above to use it, and the usage conditions are also quite harsh. Furthermore, it's not something unstoppable. There's a particular alloy that is able to easily block it off. Uncle Zhang smiled as he stated, "Where can I buy that alloy?" Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He did not want to be watched wherever he went. Wait a bit. Uncle Zhang searched himself for a short while and fished out a small tablet that looked like a coin. Here, this thing here. When you go back, just put a rope through it and wear it. Many thanks. Chen Feng took it. But then, Uncle Zhang, this thing must be very valuable. Voila. Uncle Zhang fished out a huge pile from his pockets. If it's not enough, I can still give you a few more? Just pretend he hadn't said those earlier words. Uncle Zhang, what did you do in the past? Chen Feng said curiously. In the original owner's memories, Uncle Zhang was a normal middle-aged uncle. Only after his transmigration had he noticed some details. To hell with middle-aged uncle. Your family's middle-aged uncle could take a wristband apart? Your family's middle-aged uncle knew how to perform anti-reconnaissance? Your family's middle-aged uncle could still joke around to lighten up the mood when facing a corpse? Nothing much. I was a soldier for 2 years and was expelled afterward. Uncle Zhang sighed endlessly. Chen Feng was immediately awed. Soldier. In this age, those able to become a soldier were definitely not weak. It seemed like Uncle Zhang was also a person with a story when young. However, since Uncle Zhang did not want to talk about it, Chen Feng did not ask too much. Kid, you go back first. Leave here to me. When the police arrive, I will settle it. It is still not suitable for you to show your face, Uncle Zhang said. Many thanks. Chen Feng was endlessly thankful. Since he knew that Uncle Zhang was a soldier, this kind of small matter shouldn't be an issue. He did not refuse and instead went home carrying the lumber-bear gene. This kid really accepted the favor without a second thought. Uncle Zhang shook his head as he smiled. He felt somewhat gratified as he looked at the wounds on the corpse in detail. This kid seems to have many methods, eh? Returning to his room, the smile on Chen Feng's face vanished. No matter what, he did not expect the person that sent the assassin to be Professor Dao. Something that could be originally settled with money would actually develop to such an extent. Was he brainless? Did he overestimate these people's IQ, or had he underestimated their methods? Chen Feng inhaled and calmed himself down. Since the opponent had declared war, he would not hold back anymore. As for assassination, he couldn't be bothered at all. Wang Yue did it once. The Shadow did it once. They really thought it was so easy to assassinate him? With his high level of alertness combined with luck value, Chen Feng was sure that even if he couldn't win the fight, it still wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. This was, after all, still the urban district. They wouldn't dare to take any huge actions. You all wanted to play, right? Then let me have a nice game with you all, Chen Feng sneered. As Chen Feng looked at the draft of the thread in his mail that he had previously prepared, he paused and abruptly deleted the title. Since he wanted to sway the public opinion, a more sensational title was required. And this kind of title, Chen Feng smiled abruptly. He knew way too many of these. Late night on the same day, a lumber-bear gene reagent was assigned for sale at 1,000,000 at the virtual community's business district. It caused a sensation in the virtual community. Even the learning forum was affected. Countless people were awakened in the middle of the night. It appeared. The lumber-bear gene's third mutation really appeared. Shit, it really exists. At this moment, a lot of people started to truly notice the existence of this thing. After all, it was bought straight away the previous few times before anyone had managed to see it. And now, madman, this is a madman. Professor Tao started scolding. To be awakened by his assistant at midnight, it was surprisingly due to this damnable mutated gene again. That fellow actually increased the price by tenfold. Did he really treat him as a rich guy waiting for slaughter? Even he did not have so much money. The only thing that caused him to be gratified was the fact that even in such circumstances, he still had a lot of supporters at the learning forum. Professor Tao's prediction was actually correct. Yeah, nobody dared to think in this direction at all. Everyone was sighing in contemplation. However, a lot of people remained doubtful as well. And it was at this extremely sensitive moment that a single thread caused the whole learning forum to immediately explode. It stunned everyone. It was not only due to the content within, there was also the atrocious title, shocking. After reading, a man would turn taciturn while a woman would shed tears. The truth of the lumber-bear gene's third mutation was actually 119 Chapter 19, Can't He Escape from Own Crime? Chapter 19, Can't Escape from Own Crime. Translator, Limostan Editor, Tenesh, Damn. This title is somewhat scary. Did something big happen? Everyone opened the thread curiously and was immediately stunned. In the thread, it was described in detail how things began with a gene producer consulting Professor Dao about the third mutation and getting himself angrily rebuked. Yet when he assigned the gene for sale as a means of proving his innocence, it ended up getting stolen by Professor Dao as his own result, who then released it, etc. Finally, the gene that was recently put on sale was even highlighted as a declaration of war. Professor Tao, 1 million. Can you still afford it? This thread had lit up, totally lit up. Even the learning forum did not dare to delete it anymore. Because there were too many replies, because of the gene worth 1 million, because of this surprising title, this thread was unimaginably hot. There's actually such a matter? Damn. Professor Dao overdid it. Although the content is correct, I don't know why I still feel like beating this fellow up. This thread's title was too much of a clickbait, right? Feel like beating someone +1. Countless people started discussing spiritedly. However, Professor Tao was able to quickly retort. Although he was greedy, he was not stupid. He was able to find the weak point in a short while. Someone was able to produce a mutated reagent by fluke and wanted to become popular by discrediting me. Setting the price at 1 million to create a marketing effect, this is a total publicity stunt. I hereby beseech everyone not to purchase his gene reagent and let him profit from this. Countless people liked the post immediately. After all, Professor Tao's reputation at the Learning Forum was not something a random username can discredit. Who dares to open a new account to discredit the professor? Yeah, this is obviously fame-seeking. With his understanding of the lumber bear gene, does Professor Tao still need to steal the results of others? What a joke, supporting the professor. However, just as this piece of news was getting hot, another thread appeared. Unexpected appearance of another mutated lumber bear gene at the business district, still selling at the staggering price of 1 million yuan. Those praising Professor Dao abruptly laid down their flags and stilled their drums. Fluke? Could 2 times in a row be a fluke? After all, in Professor Dao's guide, it was written that the probability was 1 in 100 million. In response, Professor Dao reacted immediately. He directly posted the 4 gene reagents he had and highlighted the research results. 1 in 100 million was the initial result of my research. Changes will definitely occur as the research progresses. What can posting 2 gene reagents at the business district prove? I still have 4 of them here. Perhaps some friends out there managed to produce some mutated genes due to my research paper, but this doesn't mean that you can smear me. Professor Tao finished his writings righteously. The public opinion was swayed once again. Is it over? Professor Tao was already drenched in sweat. This matter should end with this. With these words, no matter how many gene reagents his opponent posted, it would not be able to change the results. However, with this fiasco, he had still left too many weak points and regrets behind. This way, it could be considered as the whole thing turning out to be the best out of the worst, right? Professor Tao smiled bitterly. The matter had not calmed down for long before the learning forum started bustling again. Even Professor Dao's communication tool was buzzing without stop. As he subconsciously glanced at it, his face paled. Something bad had happened. He didn't know why, but some people who had participated in the discussion in Chen Feng's original thread started popping out. This matter is actually very simple. As long as the learning forum publicized the deleted thread, wouldn't things be clear? Yeah, how simple. I answered questions there before. It was really deleted by the learning forum. Press 1. Professor Dao had clearly answered that it was impossible back then. On what basis did the forum delete the thread? The learning forum can defend a gene producer's rights. However, this doesn't mean that they can act as an accomplice to the Tiger One. They must make public the deleted thread to prove their innocence. Back then, it was deleted due to Professor Dao's report. Now that Professor Dao is the one infringing on the rights of someone else, shouldn't Professor Dao be deleted to return the other person's innocence? A lot of people started protesting at the learning forum. Countless lurkers started appearing and expressing their attention on this incident. Also included among these lurkers were a lot of genuine grandmasters. Stealing a research result? This incident had become something extremely serious. I'm finished. Professor Tao was sweating like it was raining. He knew that he would be finished the moment that thread was exposed. What should he do? Oh, right, son, little June. Professor Dao frantically called Dao Lijun over. You have a certain level of influence at the learning forum due to your identity. This matter must be covered up. As long as the learning forum does not expose that incident, there won't be any problems. At most, those people will only be scolding online. When time goes on, this matter will settle down after being ignored. Professor Tao was sweating all over. Understood. Dao Lijun nodded slightly. However, he was inwardly puzzled. The assassin he had sent had disappeared, and now, when he hired someone else to trace that person, he could no longer be traced. Was the one his father had offended really an ordinary person? He was somewhat anxious. You must hold the ground. Professor Tao wiped his sweat. Since that fellow can get the formula through research, I can do the same. As long as I manage to get the formula through research in a few days' time, I can recover my reputation. I have 4 mutated gene reagents in my hands. I will definitely get some results by comparing them with normal reagents. Professor Tao started his research immediately. However, before he even started making any headway, more explosive news exploded on the internet. Wind Pavilion. The gene shop's owner actually came out. He had no other choice. The 2 assignments of genes worth 1 million each and that terrifying service charge had immediately awakened him. Only after going online did he know what had happened. After flipping through the sales records, he immediately made the correct choice. To release the transaction records, the 4 gene reagents of Professor Dao's were actually all bought from here. Everyone was stupefied. Shit. So it was actually true. 66666666662, a good move by Professor Dao. All 4 of them were purchased there. Doesn't that mean Professor Dao did not produce a single one by himself? Everything was produced by someone else? Scary! A magnificent genetics professor, high-level gene producer would actually... The whole learning forum exploded. Nobody expected the very Professor Dao that was honored with all type of praises had actually stolen all the results. He even did such an awful thing. At this time, the learning forum could no longer hold their ground. Are you kidding? It was still fine if the transaction records were not released. Now that the transaction records had been released, who could continue covering it up? Requesting to release the deleted thread. We want to see the truth of what happened. Under the requests of countless people, the learning forum finally released the deleted thread. Is there a possibility for Lumberbear Gene to have a third mutation? The moment the thread appeared, countless people went over to read it. Professor Tao's righteous answer within shocked everyone. He cursed in rage at a student and angrily rebuked that it was impossible for the third mutation to exist. The next day, the thread was immediately deleted while he himself released the research results. After comparing it with the timestamp in the transaction records, the truth was revealed. Rapidly, the media started releasing this news and shocked the whole academia. Sacked. Professor Dao, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Disgrace of the academia. A hypocrite with a repulsive countenance. Humans and gods were angered. A student's research results were stolen, etc. Everything Professor Dao had done the past few days was exposed. This caused everyone from the learning forum and academic circles to raise up in arms. The Professor Dao that returned in glory 2 days ago turned into someone that everyone condemned like a rat crossing the street. Shortly after, a certain gene university declared their expulsion of Professor Dao. The Gene Production Association had also reached arbitration on Professor Dao's actions, confiscated all his rewards, and had his name stricken off for life. Professor Dao was truly finished, completely losing his standing. Why would things be this way? Professor Tao's eyes dimmed as he started breaking everything in his house. He could not accept it. Why did everyone suddenly stand opposite him, and that gene shop just silently earn your money? Why did you come out? There was also the learning forum. In the past, he only needed to report an infringement, and the forum would delete the thread immediately. Now they would actually throw stones on someone who fell down a well? Indeed, none of them were good. Professor Tao cursed in rage. It had never crossed his mind that the basis for the support he enjoyed from the learning forum was due to him being a person of virtue and prestige. It was due to their acknowledgement of his status. As soon as problems started arising from that basis, all types of support became a joke. Father. Dao Lijun sighed, wanting to comfort his father. There's also you, Professor Dao rebuked angrily. I thought you were supposed to settle this for me. Didn't I tell you to cover it up? I only need a few days to get the formula from my research. You are useless, Professor Tao yelled and drove everyone out. Sigh. Dao Lijun sighed and walked out the room. The helplessness on his face became ice cold the moment he left the house. Regardless of who you are, this does not end here. Footnotes. 1. Act as an accomplice to the tiger. It means aiding an evil person doing evil things. 2. 66666666666. A Chinese online slang. An expression commonly used when praising someone's gameplay. Something similar to GG. 20 Chapter 20, Luck Value Test Chapter 20, Luck Value Test Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish Gold City. Within the rented house, Chen Feng was very calm. With everything exposed, this matter could be considered to have come to an end. The transaction record leak was the result of his communication with Wind Pavilion, and the price for it was the service charge for the second mutated gene reagent, worth 50,000. The spam army at the forum was hired by Mu Yuan. Doing both of these together, they were able to force Professor Tao to show his true colors. I have earned a huge amount. I can be considered to have profited from this. Chen Feng looked at the balance in his bank account. Even after deducting the service charge worth 100,000, the sales he had made these days and the few extremely expensive mutated genes had earned him precisely 500,000 yuan. However, for him, this was far from enough. This little money is totally not enough. Chen Feng's head ached. 3 months' time seemed to be a long time. In truth, it was very short. Under normal circumstances, it was already an amazing feat for a gene producer to increase their production level by 2 stars in such a small amount of time. Chen Feng's current speed of increase far exceeded them, but he was stuck due to a lack of formulas. I need to think of other methods. Chen Feng blanked out as he looked at the screen in front of him. The Genetic Union's mission? Chen Feng had seen their missions before. The difficulty level of the missions there were not something a rookie like him could complete. Furthermore, the return was lower than gene production. Chen Feng started to inquire online on ways to quickly earn gene formulas. The internet had also given him a lot of methods such as robbing, prostitution, gambling, etc. Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Apparently, due to his visit to these websites, all sorts of advertisements were now popping up on his screen. As Chen Feng was preparing to close them off, he was momentarily stunned as he stared at one of the advertisements for a long time. He was not attracted by the scantily clad big sister on it. He was paying attention to the main point, which was the content of the advertisement. Within, it contained information on a gambling system similar to a slot machine. Slot machine, Chen Feng contemplated. He would definitely not go to those places advertised. However, if it was only a slot machine, the entertainment district of the virtual community seemed to have this thing. Slot machine, lottery. With a cheat ability such as Luck Aura, if he were to play these, he might be able to make a huge profit with small capital. Chen Feng was enticed. Turning on the virtual equipment, Chen Feng entered the virtual community and directly walked toward the entertainment district, at the corner of the virtual theme park. There, a machine he was extremely familiar with was placed, a slot machine. Despite it being somewhat different from the slot machines of Earth, they still generally resembled each other. 3 bananas, a reward of 1 gene fusion reagent. 3 apples, a reward of 1 gene enhancement reagent. 3 pineapples, a reward of 1 gene reagent formula, a total of 10 tiers of rewards. Apart from the gene formulas, the other rewards couldn't be considered as expensive things. This was, after all, a small business. Everyone would be happy with some small gifts. Furthermore, these virtual entertainment districts banned the usage of abilities. Hence, the shop owners were not worried at all that people would cheat. Let me try. Chen Feng started operating a slot machine. Luck Aura activate. Hua, 3 pineapples, 3 pineapples, 3 pineapples. Chen Feng chanted inwardly. If the Luck Aura really worked as he guessed, then what was going to appear would definitely be 3 pineapples. Shortly after, the slots stopped one by one. First one, pineapple. Second one, pineapple. The people around him abruptly stopped their steps. Shit, 2 pineapples? The third pineapple won't really appear, right? I have never seen it. The nearby people started gathering around him to watch. Chen Feng was not bothered with them. Instead, he was looking at the third slot slowly moving before ultimately reaching the pineapple sign and stopping. 3 pineapples. It appeared. Whoosh. The whole entertainment district exploded. Shit. Pineapple. Really 3 of them appearing. God, is it real? Even the lowest level formula would be worth 100,000, right? Only 100 yuan to run this slot machine once. This kid made a huge profit. Too unbelievable. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Even the owner of the theme park was shocked. He rushed over and stared at the slot machine in shock with his eyes opened wide. He evidently didn't dare to believe this was happening. Pa. He slapped the slot machine, getting no reaction from it. He slapped it again, still no reaction. Finally, he looked at Chen Feng with a stupefied face. Big bro, this machine was broken. Shoo. A hissing sound reverberated around them. You are being shameless. Yeah, where goes the most basic of trust? Everyone started jeering. Broken? Chen Feng was suspicious as well. It's really broken. The owner did not know whether to laugh or cry. Otherwise, it is impossible for 3 pineapples to appear. Why? Chen Feng was flabbergasted. Because we did not set 3 pineapples as one of the available options at all, the owner stated without any feeling of shame. Shoo. The hissing sounds around them became even louder. In order to prove that his machine was really broken, the owner did not even care about his face anymore. He had the nerve to admit that he did not set 3 pineapples as one of the options. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished. If it wasn't set, the Luck Aura had unexpectedly displayed its usage in this aspect. And it was at this moment that Chen Feng noticed the luck values on his screen had actually decreased greatly. Only 3 pineapples, yet 5 points of luck value were exhausted. It was equivalent to him producing 2.5 mutated genes. All these were not the main point. The main point was that the luck aura, which was only able to affect the probability, was actually able to produce these kind of accidents. Coincidence? Or, we really don't have pineapples. The owner did not feel any shame at all. However, we have everything else apart from pineapples. Why don't you try other machines? This machine was really out of service. Where's your face? The surroundings jeered. All right. Chen Feng was not bothered with the crowd and walked to another slot machine. Although the exhaustion of luck values caused his heart to somewhat ache, he really wanted to figure out what had really happened. Whoosh! He started pressing the button. Right before the slot stopped, he activated the luck aura. First one, pineapple. Second one, pineapple. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Shit. Another 2 pineapples? The third one wouldn't be another pineapple, right? Even the shop owner was badly frightened, yet they could only look on as the third slot slowly floated in front of the pineapple sign and, with a ka-cha sound, stopped. Hiss. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air. It really was 3 pineapples again. Fuck. The owner's vision darkened, and he almost fainted on the spot. How was this possible? Indeed, Chen Feng contemplated. 3 pineapples again while his luck value decreased by 5 points. What toy is this? The owner walked over and patted the machine with a sullen face. Broken again. It's broken again. Chen Feng ignored him. As he reached another slot machine, he casually started operating it. Shua. 3 bananas appeared, and the crowd exclaimed in admiration. As Chen Feng looked at the luck value that was only exhausted by 1 point, he finally understood. Firstly, luck aura was very powerful. Even the 3 pineapples that were not set as an option could be forced out through the machine malfunctioning. This was no longer something as simple as probability. Secondly, this kind of accidents had a very high exhaustion rate of luck value. Under normal circumstances, increasing the probability was totally not a problem for the luck aura. 1 point of luck value was sufficient. However, to cause an accident forcefully, the luck value would be exhausted rapidly. Furthermore, if he had not guessed wrongly, the magnitude of these accidents were in direct proportion with the exhaustion of the luck value. Apart from this, it was very easy for Chen Feng to purely affect the probabilities. For example, the third mutated gene. For example, unlimited combo of Windblade. If it's like this, if I were to participate in something like the lottery, there would be a possibility of me not being able to win the prize, Chen Feng contemplated. Firstly, you did not know which round of the lottery draw the luck value would affect. Secondly, a vast majority of these lottery draws had trickery involved. It was very probable for it to be the same as the 3 pineapples today. It would probably be even harder. The amount of luck value he needed to exhaust would be very high. Furthermore, he might even lose his capital. The water truly ran deep here. No matter what, I need to give it a try. Suddenly, the owner grabbed Chen Feng's legs. Boss, please let me off. Point C21. Chapter 21, Gene Warehouse. Chapter 21, Gene Warehouse Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish, please let me off. The owner started tearing up. Boss, this is a small business we have here. From the moment you came in, I could see that you were a person with extraordinary talent. However, if you continue doing this, all the machines will be broken. How about this? I will immediately go and prepare the gene reagents that you won. Can your honored self please stop? The guy was behaving as if he had done some terrible deeds. Really, if you continue playing, we can only go bankrupt, the shop owner begged. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. He was only here to test out luck aura. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Only after making a bunch of promises did the owner let go of him. This time, Chen Feng did not use the luck aura and casually played a few times. Indeed, only normal signs appeared. The shop owner, on the other hand, was anxiously looking at Chen Feng with a bottle of lumberbear gene in his hands. Chen Feng felt helpless and could only choose to leave. This was a theme park where entertainment was the main selling point. A lot of people were only here to have some fun. There was no need for Chen Feng to destroy their small businesses. Furthermore, he had already obtained what he wanted most. Returning to reality in his rented house, Chen Feng finished his final calculations. The luck aura could easily affect normal probability rates, regardless of how small the probability was. However, as soon as accidents were involved, the exhaustion rate for the luck value would be extremely huge. In regards to the luck aura, these were extremely rare occurrences. For example, causing the slot machine to be broken by accident. What if it's the lottery? Chen Feng looked at the remaining 12 points of luck value he had. He opened a lottery website that was about to draw the lot and purchased a ticket after activating luck aura. After that, the lots were drawn. Shua. The remaining luck value dropped to the bottom immediately. 12 points of luck value were used up. Congratulations for winning the first prize. In his screen, a dialog box popped up. After comparing the prizes with his lottery ticket, Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. First prize, 50,000 yuan. Special prize, 500,000 yuan. Chen Feng had been aiming for the special prize, yet the final result he got was first prize. This could only prove one thing. This lottery system did not set the special prize as an option at all, and if he wanted to cause an accident so he could win the special prize, 12 points of luck value were far from enough. Hence, he only won the first prize. It's a loss after all. Chen Feng spread his hands. This kind of thing was unreliable after all. If he were to use the 12 points of luck value to produce mutated lumberbear genes, he could produce 6 of them. Even if he were to sell them at the lowest price, he could still get 120,000 yuan. After deducting the costs, he would still be making a profit of 90,000 yuan. After the calculation, he had actually made a loss this time. This prize, Chen Feng could only forcefully smile. Seemed like it wasn't possible for meat to fall from the skies. There had to be some legitimate ones among all these lotteries. However, after Chen Feng roughly swept through the list, there were around 4,000 to 5,000 of them available currently. He couldn't try them one by one, right? This was a pit that he absolutely couldn't enter. Small gambles will cost one's money, while big gambles will cost one's life. Chen Feng sighed endlessly. He continued looking for information on formulas online, but he couldn't find any useful information. I can only buy? Chen Feng was somewhat disappointed. He decided to ask Mu Yuan about it. This fellow had become a gene producer much earlier than him. He ought to know some other ways to obtain formulas. Chen Feng contacted Mu Yuan and roughly explained his requirements. Mu Yuan was silent for a long time. What's up? Chen Feng was curious. You are saying that, at present, you only know the lumberbear gene? Mu Yuan looked like he was about to collapse as he stared at Chen Feng unbelievably. That means you haven't even collected the free formula during the beginner producer certification? Chen Feng paused. What is beginner producer certification? Mu Yuan paused for precisely 5 seconds. As he looked at Chen Feng, who was waiting for his explanation, he could only accept this truth. This fellow that had produced a powerful mutated reagent that had stepped on Professor Dao actually hadn't obtained the producer's certificate. What age was he living in? This fellow actually imitated those from ancient times and cultivated deep in the mountains like a hermit. Then why did you tell me you were a beginner producer when we met previously? Mu Yuan said angrily. It was shown on the data screen. Chen Feng looked at the beginner gene production shown on his data screen, acting very composed. That was only an evaluation. Mu Yuan smiled forcefully. Alright, I will seriously explain it to you. The data on the date screen was only for you to evaluate yourself. It can only be used as a reference, like a personal record. Personal record, understand? Some people can even cheat by modifying their data screen. Naturally, they can only amuse themselves with this. It has no real use. To be a true gene producer, one needs to go to the Gene Production Association and take their examination to be certified. In order to encourage everyone to get certified, the Gene Production Association provides a lot of benefits. There will be ample rewards whenever someone gets certified successfully. For a beginner gene producer, the reward is a chance to choose a formula from their formula warehouse. After all, the Gene Production Association still wants to see the gene production scene develop faster. Mu Yuan finished in one breath. Freely choose a formula? Chen Feng's eyes flashed. Mu Yuan sighed. Boss, you concentrated on the wrong point. He knew what Chen Feng was thinking about. He advised, although you can choose freely, I don't suggest you to choose a formula with a high star rating. As you are getting certified as a beginner producer, you can only choose F-class gene formulas. Apart from being hard to produce, those F-class formulas with high star ratings have no other uses. Therefore, others would usually choose a formula that is easy to learn so that they can quickly increase their ability. I see. Chen Feng was enlightened. Since that's the case, I can choose a 5-star formula? Mu Yuan's cheeks were streaming with tears. After talking with him for half a day, Chen Feng was not listening at all. Boss, I know you are a genius. However, wouldn't it be better to choose a formula with higher difficulty when you become an intermediate-level producer or an advanced-level producer? Advancement would be easier if you were to choose a simpler formula at beginner level. Things like formula, they can only increase your production level when you have actually mastered them. Mu Yuan gave his earnest and well-meaning advice. Yeah, I know. Chen Feng expressed his thanks. I will go get certified first. Contact me anytime if there's anything. It should not be possible, right? Mu Yuan was not sure as well. Chen Feng was a genius that he looked highly upon. Fate seemed to bring them together as they had worked together against Professor Tao previously. He did not want to watch on as Chen Feng chose a high-difficulty formula and wasted his time. A lot of those F-class formulas with 4 or 5 stars of difficulty rating were something even those intermediate producers did not dare to lightly tread upon. I hope you don't act recklessly, Mu Yuan muttered to himself. At this moment, Chen Feng was already headed toward the Gene Production Association in exhilaration. He understood Mu Yuan's suggestions. However, he knew his own circumstances. He could only make it to the rookie competition sign-up by choosing a high-difficulty formula. At this time, he had no choice but to try his best. Gene Production Association. It was a huge building with 100 floors located at the center of Gold City. All the community and entertainment facilities around it were set up to serve the people in this building. Furthermore, this was only a branch at Gold City. From this, one could see how extraordinary the position of the Gene Production Association was. Hello, I am here to get certified as a beginner producer. Chen Feng reached the lounge. All right, please wait a moment. A pretty staff member helped Chen Feng with identity authentication, signing up, and going through the basic preparations for the examination before taking Chen Feng to a room. Please complete the written examination here first. After that, you only need to continuously produce 3 F-class gene reagents. The staff member smiled sweetly. You can call us anytime if you require anything. Thanks. Chen Feng nodded. Worthy indeed of being the Gene Production Association. The customer service here was much better than he had imagined. Looking down on you due to your young age? Looking down on you due to your cheap clothing? Impossible. The more high-end a place was, the higher their requirements would be on their customer service. Chen Feng walked into the room. There was no examiner. There was only a floating light screen on the table with a couple of webcams. It seemed like everything here would be automated. Chen Feng started to answer the questions. The questions on theoretical foundation were not hard. He only needed to recognize some materials. As for the subsequent practical examinations, Chen Feng chose 3 sets of lumber-bear gene materials and let the staff members bring them in. He easily finished producing them and passed the beginner producer's examination just like that, smoothly, without anything unexpected happening. Congratulations, Mr. Chen Feng. The staff member smiled sweetly. You are now a beginner producer. Your personal information has been updated. You can now choose a gene formula for free. All right. Chen Feng was getting slightly emotional. Finally, he had reached this step. Whoosh! The screen flickered. Countless gene formulas flashed through before him. Chen Feng was so emotional he couldn't control himself. Even F-class gene formulas alone had a few hundred thousands of choices here. There were too many to count. Chen Feng thought for a while before choosing 5-star difficulty level. Whoosh! There were only 12 formulas remaining. A vast majority of them had a scarlet red warning on them. Lack of materials. These formulas were too old. Part of the materials had disappeared. In this age, it was extremely hard to collect all the materials. As for the other formulas for which the materials were still available, Chen Feng looked at them and noticed that these materials were something he totally had no access to. These formulas should be something specially prepared for some specific uses. Due to their power being on the low side, their classes were reduced to F-class. However, the limitations were extremely big. Chen Feng carefully looked through and found that almost all of these 5-star formulas were not usable for him. Seemed like he could only choose among the 4-star formulas. Chen Feng shook his head and filtered the list again. Compared to the 5-star formulas, the quantity of 4-star formulas were much higher. Chen Feng was able to easily find some of them with materials that were easier to gather. This one, Chen Feng confirmed. All right. The staff member smiled sweetly. As the staff member looked at Chen Feng's choice, her mouth opened slightly and a look of shock surfaced on her face. It was actually this formula. 222 Chapter 22, Why Be So Petty and Low? After Rebirth Chapter 22, Why Be So Petty and Low After Rebirth Translator, Limostin Editor, Tenishe, TheStrongestGene, Formula, Difficulty Level, 4 stars Type, Special Usage, produced from the Thundersnake's blood essence, requires a lot of different materials to bring out the mysterious power within the Thundersnake gene, turning it into a type of special gene reagent. Within the light screen, the Thundersnake gene reagent was reappearing non-stop in mid-air in the form of light images. Within the reagent, a light green-colored small snake that was formed by lightning could be seen swimming around constantly. A power that caused one's heart to palpitate was being released. This was not a gene fusion reagent. Instead, it was a special type one-off consumable item. Its might was astonishing. The production difficulty was even more astonishing. No wonder the staff member was astonished. Every day she saw a lot of people going through gene certification here. However, those that had chosen this gene formulas that was considered to be hard even among the 4-star ones were extremely uncommon. One needed to know that choosing a suitable combat formula would save one up to millions in funds. As for this formula, it was very probable that one could not even learn it. Furthermore, regardless of whether one looked at it from the perspective of increasing beginner production level or money-making, these special type 4-star formulas were not a good choice. This was because, from the moment of its conception, these high-difficulty formulas only existed to fulfill some specific requirements. It was not suited for normal learning at all. Thundersnake Gene has a very high difficulty. The staff member confirmed once again. The data of the formula cannot be traded. As such, you can only learn it yourself. Are you sure you want to choose this formula? I'm sure. Chen Feng did not hesitate. All right. The staff member nodded slightly. Despite not agreeing with it, it was not her place to question a producer's rights. Whoosh! Countless light silhouettes swirled about. Countless data flickered in Chen Feng's screen. The huge amount of data regarding the Thundersnake gene was being transferred without stop into his wristband. This was the formula data of this era. Containing information from the pictures of materials to the sequence of reactions, a normal item was not able to contain this large amount of information at all. Shortly after, the data transmission ended. 4-star Thundersnake gene formula acquired. Done. Chen Feng couldn't help getting emotional. This was a 4-star formula. Although he was somewhat regretful to have not obtained a 5-star formula, but if all his formulas were at this level, he only needed 5 formulas to reach 20-star rating. A mere rookie competition sign-up qualification wouldn't be considered as anything. Naturally, this was something he could only think about. Based on his understanding, 4-star or 5-star formulas were all extremely valuable. Even if it was an F-class formula, it was still not something an ordinary people could obtain. Oh, right. Is there a formula being rewarded for those who become intermediate-level producers? Chen Feng suddenly asked. No. The staff member stated softly, some precious materials will be rewarded to those who become an intermediate-level producer. Had he been thinking too much? E-class formulas were even more valuable, and if it was a high-star rating formula, the price would be extremely expensive. Even the Gene Production Association would not release it to normal producers. However, even if he only got a free formula this one time, it was enough. Chen Feng was getting emotional. 4-star special type gene reagent. What kind of might did it possess? He was somewhat impatient to know. As Chen Feng went out the door and was preparing to leave, a middle-aged person in the Gene Production Association's uniform walked over and extended his hand while smiling. Excuse me, may I ask if this is gene producer Chen Feng? Chen Feng answered. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The middle-aged person laughed. Hello. I am Zhang Wei, the staff responsible for the Gene Production Association's patent application. This time, I come uninvited due to the lumber bear gene's 3rd mutation. Chen Feng became solemn suddenly. Had his identity been exposed? Please don't worry. Presently, I am the only one who knows about it. Zhang Wei smiled. As for how I found your identity, it is very simple. A normal person depends on their eyes to differentiate different identities, while for us, the gene producers, we depend on spiritual energy. In the eyes of a gene producer, everyone's spiritual energy differs to some extent, hence, we can easily distinguish a person's identity. In order to reduce the penalty, Professor Dao delivered the 3rd mutation lumber bear genes he purchased to the Gene Production Association. The 3 bottles of lumber bear gene you produced earlier had an extremely similar spiritual energy on it compared to the spiritual energy on the 3rd mutation lumber bear genes. Hence, Zhang Wei explained. So that was why. Chen Feng was enlightened. The reason I came uninvited this time was also due to the matter pertaining to Professor Dao. Zhang Wei smiled as he said, "The repercussions of this incident were very huge. Hence, we wish to record the lumber bear gene's third mutation as soon as possible. As a reward, we will give you a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Of course, the ownership rights are still in your hands. We will only record it down." Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. If the only thing they did was to record it down, then all this money could be considered as given for free. The Gene Production Association was indeed rich and imposing. However, as soon as the formula was certified, his identity, Chen Feng, was hesitating. If you are worried about your identity, you don't need to be. Zhang Wei seemed to know what he was thinking about. Honestly, the more popular a producer gets, the harder it gets to hide his identity. To become a true producer, there is totally no need for one to conceal their identity. At times, the advantages brought about by fame are much greater than the trouble it brings. You are saying, Chen Feng suddenly understood. For him to be reborn, why did he need to be so petty and low? Was him concealing his identity useful? It was useless. He was so low profile, yet didn't those people from Professor Dao still find him? Didn't Wang Yu still come looking for him? In this special age, there were some abilities that couldn't be guarded against. It was pointless to constantly hide and cover up. Want to be safe? Sometimes the biggest guarantee would actually be fame. Didn't the body's original owner get killed easily? However, if he was someone with a certain level of fame, with a certain level of status, who would dare to act recklessly, they would at least take his identity into consideration before taking any actions. Covering up, hiding, completely useless. Letting the opponents not have the guts to act on him was the true way. Chen Feng made up his mind. Then, should we start discussing the name of the formula? Zhang Wei smiled. All right, Chen Feng agreed. Finally, the lumber bear gene's third mutation was named by Chen Feng as lumber bear gene, battle. This was representative of it being a special combat-type gene among the labor-type genes. Of course, that fraudulent probability rate of its appearance and whether others could produce it or not was not something Chen Feng cared about. At this time, within his personal information, Chen Feng's data was updated. Chen Feng, beginner gene producer, possessing lumber bear gene battle. That piece of additional information that only he had let him distinguish himself amongst all the normal beginner producers. In the future, if he wanted to report his research results, it would be much easier. Fame, Chen Feng contemplated. This was a double-edged sword. How he used it depended on himself. As long as he operated it appropriately, the benefits obviously outweighed the risks. Zhang Wei suddenly smiled as he said, "Did you choose the 4-star formula for the rookie competition? Is it so obvious?" Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Of course not. Zhang Wei shook his head. If it was a normal person, I would not think like this at all. However, you are a genius that created a new gene the moment you entered the profession. I trust in your potential. It might be luck, Chen Feng smiled faintly. Luck is also a part of one's ability, Zhang Wei stated righteously. Nowadays, even a person's background can be considered as part of one's ability. Why not luck? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Wasn't that correct? If you are really lacking formulas, Zhang Wei pondered for a short while. You can try looking at the Gene Production Association's missions. Those missions with comparatively higher requirements will all be sent here. Oh? Chen Feng's eyes flashed. As he bid Zhang Wei goodbye, Chen Feng started flipping the Gene Production Association's request panel at the lounge. Whoosh! Lists of requests were refreshed. A large majority of them were requests for custom-made genes. The materials were prepared requesting for a gene producer to produce some genes, how much money per production, etc. There were also requests for guaranteed success, etc. All sorts of requests could be seen. Chen Feng directly filtered the rewards to 5-star formulas. The currently available requests dropped to only 1. This is, Chen Feng's eyes flashed, 23, Chapter 23, Restriction Chapter 23, Restriction Translator, Limostin Editor, Tenish. This was a restriction-type request, requesting a high-level beginner producer to accompany them to explore some historical ruins and help them remove any restrictions they met on the exploration. Upon completion, a 5-star formula would be rewarded. Restriction, Chen Feng understood after checking it out online. The so-called restriction, based on his understanding, was something like a blood essence-formed lock. In some historical ruins, after the death of mutated beasts, their blood would blend into the ground. With the passage of time, it would evolve and become a special spiritual seal forming a peculiar restriction. Any place covered by the restriction couldn't be entered. Those who tried to enter by force would receive backlash from the power of the blood essence. It was extremely dreadful. Only a gene producer, in digitized mode, could lift the restriction. So it was like this, Chen Feng contemplated. As he looked at the time, he noticed that the interview would be held today. Chen Feng prepared to go. He was aware that there was still too much lacking in his ability. It was very probable that he would not be able to handle a restriction of this level. However, as long as a slither of hope existed, he would not give up. This was a 5-star formula. If he could obtain it, Chen Feng clenched his fist. Chen Feng reached the 23rd lounge of the 7th floor as per the address given. Within, the interview had begun. A lot of beginner producers were standing below while on the stage stood a few youngsters with imposing manners. From the auras that were faintly radiating from their bodies, these people were actually E-class genetic warriors. E-class, Chen Feng frowned. It seemed like their requirements would not be low. Quiet. The leader of the youngsters on stage gestured with his hand. The lounge quieted down immediately. I am Xu Fei. Feeling satisfied, the youngster nodded. I hereby thank everyone for their punctuality. This time, we will be entering a historical ruin. We need a gene producer to provide assistance, so we entrusted the Gene Production Association to hold this interview session. Due to the limitations of our terms, we can only choose a beginner producer. Here he paused slightly. The strongest one. Whoosh. The atmosphere in the lounge became nervous as all the gene producers looked at each other with hostility. This was a 5-star formula. This was different from how the Gene Production Association transferred the data of their formula. The data of a normal formula would always be sealed within a chip. Before it was opened, it could be sold. Even if they didn't want to learn it, they could also sell it for a huge amount of money. The money was enough for a lot of people to increase their production level by a few stars. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he watched on silently. Today, your interview is very simple. Xu Fei took out an ancient-looking disc. A lot of blood-colored cracks could be seen on it. Scarlet-colored red light could be seen flickering like an eye out of the blood essence in the middle of the disc. This is a restriction plate. Contained within is a drop of an ancient blood essence. This is a restriction that exceeds your current level. Hence, there's no need for you all to complete it. Everyone will be given 2 minutes time. Within the time limit, the one that can gather the highest amount of valid genes will be the final winner. Xu Fei said lightly. So, who wants to start first? Me. A person walked out and stated proudly, I, Huoshi, am someone who has been on explorations before. In regards to lifting restrictions, I am definitely much more practiced than others. As he finished, he walked to the restriction plate, closed his eyes as a glimmer of light flickered, and entered the digitized mode. Chen Feng could see with his naked eyes how patterns started to surface on the disc, covering the hundreds of imprints on the disc. One after another, lines on the disc started to glow. 10 lines, 20 lines, 30 lines. Finally, it stopped at 90 lines. Huoshi exited the digitized mode while the glow on the disc quietly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. 90 lines. Not bad. Xu Fei sighed while that person retired proudly. Subsequently, others started going up on stage. 30 lines, 50 lines, 20 lines, 80 lines, there were all sort of results. However, none were able to surpass Huoshi. A bunch of weaklings. Huoshi was immensely pleased with himself. 90 lines is the strongest? Xu Fei frowned as he exchanged glances with his friends. Based on the reward they had promised, how could it only attract producers of this level? Things would be somewhat difficult if someone at this level were to follow them to the ruins. It's due to the time limitation. If we can spend 2 more days, we can definitely find a better one. The only female in the group, Zhou Ling, reminded. That's true, Xu Fei nodded. It shall be him then. Your name is Huoshi, right? Xu Fei looked at him. Since you are the strongest, however, right at this moment, Chen Feng walked over. Excuse me, could I try? The lounge suddenly became silent. You are? Xu Fei looked at him. Beginner producer Chen Feng. Chen Feng introduced himself. Let me look at your certification details. Xu Fei nodded. These were the basics of an interview. Chen Feng needed to show Xu Fei part of the data contained within his digitized panel. All right. Chen Feng sent his certification details over. Xu Fei swept through it and was immediately stunned. 1 star? The whole lounge was silent, and immediately the whole room roared with laughter. 1 star? Was this child here to amuse them? Although only beginner producer was written within the mission and there were no requirements on star rating, wasn't it somewhat excessive for a rookie to actually think of accepting this mission? Someone rated 1 star. How strong could he be? You are competing against me with just this. Huoshi, who was still worried earlier, rolled his eyes. Producers nowadays were really... Xu Fei smiled forcefully. This level, I'm afraid. Continue reading. Chen Feng smiled. Oh? As Xu Fei saw how collected Chen Feng was, he continued reading. When he reached the part where possessing Lumberbear Gene, battle was shown, his expression became serious. Able to possess his own formula at the beginner producer level? This level, only now did Xu Fei look at Chen Feng seriously. He knew that there were some extremely stubborn gene producers. As long as they didn't master one formula, they would not change to another formula. And the one before him seemed to be this type of gene producer, even if he only had 1 star. The earlier incident involving Chen Feng and Professor Dao was something that he had heard about as well. It was unexpected for the main character of that incident to actually be standing in front of him. Chen Feng, Xu Fei, pondered for a short while. All right, you can try. Thanks. Chen Feng nodded slightly. This time, fame displayed its usefulness. The people around them had strange looks on their faces. What was actually written in this youngster's qualifications to be able to obtain respect from an E-class genetic warrior? This fellow, Huoshi, had a bewildered look in his eyes. Had he came across some exceptional genius? Shua. Chen Feng silently walked forward. With both hands floating above the disc, he entered the digitized mode. Bang! A radiant light exploded before his eyes. Countless genes emerged around him, moving like swirling lights. In the background that was dark and void-like, the ancient disc became immensely large. The patterns on the disc became exceptionally distinct. Chen Feng could easily sense that every single pattern, every single imprint required a specific gene for it to be activated. Only when all the genes were activated could this restriction be lifted. This was a restriction? Chen Feng contemplated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, Chen Feng attentively researched this so-called restriction. At this moment, as the producers around him saw that there was no activity from Chen Feng after a long time, they started laughing. Indeed, a 1-star is still a 1-star after all. The beginner producers nowadays are getting conceited. Everyone sneered. It was not scary for someone to not have ability. However, coming here to compete against others when you did not have the ability, you were in the wrong. I really did think too much. Huoshi did not hide his contempt at all. He had thought that this guy had some trump card. After wasting so much time, this was actually a rookie. Even this type of trash wants to compete against me? Huoshi laughed. Xu Fei looked on in silence. 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. There were no reactions from the markings on the disc. This meant that within 1 whole minute, Chen Feng did not activate a single one. Not even 1 gene was found. This level? Pure rookie? Xu Fei sighed with regret. It seemed like he had made a mistake. It seemed like this person called Chen Feng was only able to produce a new mutated lumberbear gene by fluke. He gave up. The remaining team members were also waiting to mock him. However, nobody expected that, right at that moment, the patterns on the disc would start glowing with an unprecedented speed. 10 lines, 20 lines, 30 lines. Within 8 seconds, the amount of glowing patterns reached 80 lines. How is this possible? Huoshi stated alarmingly. 80 lines activated in 8 seconds? How is it possible for a beginner producer to accomplish this? What kind of luck and speed were required to be so fast? Luck. Must be luck. Huoshi comforted himself. However, the next moment, his heart grew cold. On the disc, the radiant glow continued. 90 lines. 100 lines. Chen Feng had undoubtedly surpassed him. How is this possible? Huoshi was stupefied. He only knew 1 gene formula. He was a pure rookie with only a 1-star gene production level. How could he be so powerful? Not only him, everyone else was also shocked as the red light continued to shine. 200 lines. 300 lines. On the ancient disc, all the patterns were being lightened up in an unimaginable speed. Finally, as the time reached 1 minute and 55 seconds, the whole disc was completely activated. Red light radiated, a bright radiance blossomed from the disc. Kacha. The sealed disc was suddenly opened. It was actually opened. Everyone was shocked. The restrictions on this disc were actually opened by Chen Feng. Shit. Huoshi was stupefied. His mouth was opened so wide a chicken egg could be shoved into it. Fuck, what freak was this? Only 1-star rating yet possessing such terrifying ability? Did he still want others to live? Good, good, good. I am indeed right. Xu Fei was in ecstasy. Even he did not expect that, among the beginner producers, there would exist one capable of lifting this restriction. As for that 1-star rating of Chen Feng's, who cared? They did not need Chen Feng to battle anyway. 224, Chapter 24, TheStrongestGene, Chapter 24, TheStrongestGene Translator, Limostin Editor, Tenish. At this moment, Chen Feng returned from the digitized mode. So, that was a restriction. That drop of blood essence contained several tens of thousands of genes, or even more, while some sort of power was contained within the patterns around it. After sealing the blood essence within, and having some of the genes within set as the activation switch, you only needed to find the corresponding genes to lift the restriction. To be clearer, this was an upgraded version of the gene search process. Naturally, despite it being only an upgraded version of gene search, it was still something Chen Feng couldn't complete. The required quantity of 300 genes was several tens of times higher than the lumberbear gene. For the current Chen Feng, it was somewhat beyond his level. Hence, he did not get started even after a long time. However, a 5-star formula was something that was extremely hard to obtain, so Chen Feng had to be successful. Therefore, he ultimately chose to activate the luck aura. These fellows wished to scorn him? Chen Feng smiled silently as he looked at the luck value that had only decreased by 1 point. At the same time, he also vaguely understood the greatness of fame. Without his lumberbear gene, battle accomplishment, it was very probable that Xu Fei would not have given him this chance. Regardless of how powerful you are, so what? You can't even get past this door called interview. Worthy of Mr. Chen indeed. Xu Fei gasped in admiration and subsequently invited all the other stupefied producers over. Those people would probably remain in shock even after leaving. The rookies nowadays were already so impressive. 1-star, only mastered a rubbish formula, yet still capable of lifting this kind of restriction? They felt like they had wasted their whole lives. Huoshi, on the other hand, was bewildered. The mission that was originally supposed to be his was lost just like that. Why? Huoshi, wanted to return and challenge that Chen Feng, yet he found that he couldn't even enter the room anymore. Sorry, the interview was over. The security of the lounge stopped him. What joke was this? Challenge? Even laymen like them were able to see the gap between Chen Feng and Huoshi. Very good. Huoshi clenched his teeth. Chen Feng, right? I will find out who you are. The day will come where I challenge you and take back the honor belonging to me. Huoshi turned around and left. At the same time, in the lounge, Mr. Chen, Xu Fei smiled. Now we can talk properly. All right. Chen Feng nodded. He knew that a mission with a 5-star formula as the reward would not be an easy one. The place that we are going to explore this time is the Dragon's Passing Mountain, Xu stated in a low voice. After finishing, he even took a glimpse at Chen Feng as Chen Feng nodded his head calmly. I am now a peak E-class warrior. I am preparing the D-class gene fusion reagent. However, some of the materials can't be bought even with money. Hence, I can only gather them myself. Some of the materials I require can be found at Dragon's Passing Mountain. We only need to go there, get the blood essence, and return. Xu glimpsed at Chen Feng once again after he finished talking. Chen Feng nodded his head calmly. This is the rough course of action. After finishing, Xu started to feel deep veneration for Chen Feng, worthy of being a genius youngster that was capable of producing the lumberbear gene's third mutation. Even after hearing the name Dragon's Passing Mountain, there was no change in his expression. This courage was something a normal person did not possess. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Then, I only have one question. Please say it. Xu nodded. Chen Feng asked, what is Dragon's Passing Mountain? Xu everyone else, so this fellow actually did not know what Dragon's Passing Mountain was? Xu smiled forcefully before he explained in detail about the location of this mission to Chen Feng, Dragon's Passing Mountain. The name might sound mysterious, however, it was, in fact, a ruin near Gold City. The reason for it being called Dragon's Passing Mountain was due to the legend saying that a mutated sea dragon beast had died there. Hence, this painted the place in a few more layers of mysteriousness. Due to its particular geographic location, some valuable materials would occasionally grow there. Coupled with the high amount of mutated beasts existing there, it became a paradise for explorers. There's really a dragon there? Chen Feng was amazed. Cough cough, Xu stated in a low voice. It was actually all mutated large lizards. After mutation, they possessed powerful strength, so they become legends. However, presently, any mutated beast that could be called a dragon would be extremely dreadful, even if they were not real dragons. Chen Feng contemplated. Actually, you don't have to be too worried, Xu was confident. We are all E-class genetic warriors. As long as we do not challenge the D-class mutated beasts at the 5th layer, there's no danger at all. Chen Feng thought about it and asked, when are we going? In 3 days, Xu stated. All right, Chen Feng agreed. However, the request needs to go through Gene Production Association. Naturally, Xu nodded. Shortly after, a request went through the Gene Production Association and was released on Chen Feng's screen. Chen Feng accepted the request and this mission was officially established. Time of mission, 3 days later, site of mission, Dragon's Passing Mountain mission introduction, removing all restrictions met during the course of the mission, etc. Mission reward, 5-star formula. After the mission was successfully established, everyone left to make their preparations. After all, they were going to a place with a certain degree of danger. Hence, they needed to prepare some methods to defend themselves. Chen Feng needed to do this as well. As a producer, he was, theoretically, the safest person. However, what if a conflict arose in the team? Although the probability of this happening was low, Chen Feng would still take it into consideration. Placing his own safety in the hands of others, he couldn't do it. In normal circumstances, those that wanted to become a gene producer would have all their genetic abilities be things that could assist them during gene production. For example, Wang Yu's ability. For example, all sorts of abilities that could increase spiritual energy, increase production success rate, etc. Hence, normal gene producers would have extremely weak fighting strength. Their strength could be totally ignored by a genetic warrior of the same rank. This was precisely Chen Feng's superiority. In their eyes, my fighting strength can almost be neglected. However, my genetic ability is actually Windblade. It possesses a certain level of fighting strength, and coupled with luck aura, it can crush all F-class warriors. However, this is still not enough. Wanting to defend myself, I need something stronger, Chen Feng analyzed. Of course, the most important thing for him to do these 3 days was to save up his luck value. Returning home, the first thing Chen Feng did was to learn the Thundersnake gene formula. There were a lot of ways to increase one's strength. The Thundersnake gene reagent was undoubtedly one way to increase one's strength. The consumable item produced by this kind of high-difficulty formula definitely had a strong power. Shua, Chen Feng turned his screen on. Countless amounts of information appeared, and Chen Feng started his studies seriously. Only after spending 1.5 days did he digest this huge volume of information. 4-star formula, the difficulty was indeed high. At the first step during gene search, one needed to find 200 genes. This was already near the level of the restriction in that ancient disk earlier. As for the second step, fusing all 200 genes with each other, Chen Feng was sure that if he were to produce it himself, it would definitely fail. Half a day spent. Only at night did Chen Feng manage to collect all the materials required for the Thundersnake gene. 100,000 yuan per set of materials. He spent a total 300,000 of his funds on this. Let's start. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. This time, he did not dare to act recklessly. He had his luck aura activated all the way. First step, gene search. 1 point of luck value used. Although the steps were somewhat complicated and the spiritual energy spent was somewhat high compared to the restriction removal earlier, it was somewhat easier. Hence, Chen Feng was able to easily complete it. Second step, gene reaction, 1 point of luck value used. To let all 200 genes react, the highest difficulty was that a lot of those genes needed to react successfully once before reacting once again. In this process, the earlier reacted genes needed to be controlled properly before letting other genes react and, finally, reacting all the genes. In this step, the exhaustion rate for spiritual energy was extremely high. It far exceeded Chen Feng's imagination, causing him to almost fail and have his earlier efforts wasted. Third step, gene fusion, 1 point of luck value used. This step was instead the easiest among all 3 steps, producing the TheStrongestGene gene's incubator liquid using all the valuable materials he had collected before placing the completed gene into the liquid for it to start growing and duplicating. At this point, everything was a foregone conclusion. Shua. A light green radiance flashed, production success. In accordance to the instructions in the formula, Chen Feng carefully moved the gene into the reagent before sealing it up. At this, the TheStrongestGene reagent was completed. Chen Feng activated the scanner. Gene name, TheStrongestGene reagent, gene type, special function, using spiritual energy to cause it to explode and bring about a huge amount of destruction. Spiritual energy usage, 10 points. Gene introduction, produced from TheStrongestGene's blood essence, requires a lot of different materials to bring out the mysterious power within the TheStrongestGene, turning it into a type of special gene. Reagent. No mutation? Chen Feng was somewhat surprised. Seemed like not all genes could be mutated. He checked online. At least among all the discussions on TheStrongestGene reagents, mutated TheStrongestGene reagents were never mentioned. The reason 3 points of luck value were used was not due to mutation or high attributes. Instead, it was purely due to the high production difficulty. As for its power, Chen Feng did not dare to try it out. What joke was this? The materials alone were worth 100,000. If he were to explode himself to death, it would be a joke. After watching the demonstration of a TheStrongestGene reagent's usage online, he kept his TheStrongestGene reagent carefully. According to the Gene Production Association's assessment, a TheStrongestGene reagent possessed at least the power of 1 full-strength attack from an E-class warrior. It was extremely powerful and dangerous. This was his first layer of preparations. 25, Chapter 25, the so-called Metaphysics, Chapter 25, the so-called Metaphysics translator, Lemostin editor, 10ish late at night. Chen Feng finished all 3 sets of materials before he went to rest. With this, he could be considered to have a basic way of protecting himself. In fact, using these kinds of consumable items was how a large majority of gene producers protected themselves. However, this was far from enough. Early the next day, Chen Feng registered for a course he never touched before, Genetic Ability Training. The price was 10,000 yuan. Genetic ability was an ability one obtained after fusing a gene with their body. To improve one's genetic ability, one needed to constantly train it. This aspect was something Chen Feng had never touched upon before. There were a lot of teachers available for genetic ability training. Chen Feng chose a teacher that was free and immediately began the one-on-one training course. "What is your ability?" the teacher asked. "Windblade," Chen Feng announced. "Teacher, quite a rare ability." The teacher paused. "However, there is still some information available for this ability. Please wait," after a long time. The teacher returned and explained to Chen Feng, there are 3 aspects of the Windblade. One can improve through hard work. First aspect, Windblade's power. After gene fusion, the ability is already in your body. However, you need to constantly use it for it to become stronger for you to truly unleash its true power. As long as you constantly use it, the Windblade's power will become stronger all the way until it reaches its upper limit. Chen Feng nodded slightly. This was the same as the lumberbear gene. Initially, it increased strength by 10 points. At the maximum, it would increase strength by 100 points. Second aspect, Windblade's activation speed. This is a skill you need to practice by yourself. By understanding and getting familiarized with Windblade, you will be able to greatly reduce its activation time. For example, you need 0.3 seconds to condense a Windblade initially. However, after being familiar with it, you might be able to release a Windblade within 0.1 seconds. Third aspect, Windblade's control. This is the most important aspect. Through spiritual energy's control and practice, you might be able to increase the Windblade's movement speed, or you can even cause the Windblade to curve while moving through the air. For example, the teacher opened a virtual video for Chen Feng. Within the video, an expert appeared. He lightly waved, and a Windblade was immediately unleashed from his hand. There was only one Windblade, however, in the air. This very Windblade was actually moving in a curved line. This was impressive enough. However, after making a turn in the air, this Windblade actually returned. Returning blade. Chen Feng was shocked. So many variations could come out of a simple Windblade? Too powerful. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at this senior's appearance so he could admire him, and then he saw a tile of mosaic. Chen Feng's face darkened. This was not porn, so why the heck did they need to censor it? Oh, even the teacher felt somewhat awkward. This was what this senior requested when this video was recorded back then. Due to him trying to save cost, he actually learnt a cheap ability like Windblade. Hence, he felt like he had lost his face. After all, among similar types of genetic abilities, Windblade's quality-to-price ratio and power are at the lower end. Chen Feng nodded slightly. He was aware of this point. How about the probability? Chen Feng had suddenly thought of something. The strongest point of this Windblade was having the probability to trigger the continuous appearance of Windblades. The teacher actually had not mentioned this at all. Probability, the teacher pondered for a short while. If you want to improve in this aspect, it can only be done through metaphysics. Chen Feng was astonished. Metaphysics? The teacher nodded. Washing your hands diligently, washing your face diligently, when necessary, you can pray in your heart. Chen Feng, metaphysics indeed. In the remaining time, the teacher explained in detail to Chen Feng on ways to train, to advance his genetic ability faster, to control using his spiritual energy, etc. Chen Feng benefited greatly. After the course ended, Chen Feng rented a training room and started training. Controlling the Windblade was not considered hard. It mainly depended on one's skill in spiritual energy usage. After training for half-day, Chen Feng's Windblade was already able to arc slightly. The speed of Windblade had also slightly increased. No wonder everyone says that a gene producer's fighting strength is weak. Chen Feng shook his head. This was not only due to gene choice. It was also due how one harnessed a genetic ability. Even for the same gene, the difference between an initial gene and a peak gene was as different as sky and earth. All gene producers were wishing they had 25 hours per day to use. Who would have extra time to practice combat skills? Shoo. A Windblade shot out, moving in a slight arc through the air. Pity. The difficulty level of returning blade was too high. Chen Feng's current spiritual energy control skill was far from enough. Take my time. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. For his Windblade to curve through the air, it was already a huge advancement. Then, next, he would need to practice on Windblade's power. This was unrelated to one's skills. One only needed to increase the power through continuous practice. Only through a large amount of usage would he be able to unleash the gene his body had fused with. Shoo, Chen Feng shot out a Windblade, but he did not feel any changes. Is it because I'm in the virtual community? Chen Feng pondered before he shook his head. The training district of the virtual community would be connected to his spiritual energy before proceeding with adjustment and balancing. In short, it would not be too different than practicing in reality. Then it must be due to the number of uses being too low. Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. He had been practicing spiritual control the whole day. However, the number of Windblades that he had actually released was not more than 10. This was something that was out of his control. He did not have enough spiritual energy to release more Windblades. The more Windblades one releases, the more probable it is for the genetic ability to be roused, Chen Feng contemplated. If it is like this, Chen Feng suddenly activated his luck aura and started releasing Windblades. A string of Windblades were unleashed from his hands. It was lucky that Windblade's activation was through the guided method 1, hence spiritual energy would only be used once. The rest of the Windblades would absorb the energy from the surroundings to form. Otherwise, Chen Feng's spiritual energy was totally not enough. Subconsciously, Chen Feng started controlling these Windblades, making them arc in the air so that none of the released Windblades were wasted. 10 Windblades in 1 second. In the training room, 10 Windblades were flying about in a disorderly fashion under Chen Feng's control, akin to a group of demons dancing disorderly. This won't do. Chen Feng shook his head. He originally thought that unleashing 10 Windblades at once would be equivalent to practicing 10 times. Apparently, he had thought too much. If he only used his spiritual energy once, the gene within his blood would only be roused 1 time as well. However, the advantage of training this way was that the speed of his spiritual energy control training would increase a lot. Chen Feng spent the whole day practicing Windblade. Within the whole training room, Chen Feng's Windblades could be seen flying everywhere. Controlling 10 Windblades each time caused Chen Feng's speed of improvement to be 10 times faster than others. Whoosh, whoosh, Windblades rotated around without stop. By the time it reached late night, Chen Feng was already able to control his Windblades to move in the shape of a perfect circle. At the very least, it was no longer the same as the previous times, where the Windblade would fly away without him noticing. Chen Feng's fighting strength had increased greatly. Was this enough? Of course not. Finally, Chen Feng used a huge amount of money and bought 10 small bottles of spirit-increasing reagent. Arouse one's potential for 10 seconds, increase spiritual energy by 20 points. This item was actually not quite useful. However, coupled with Chen Feng's Windblade and luck aura, it could totally unleash a large power. Only now was Chen Feng done with his preparations. This was his first exploration. Even if he was going with the identity of a producer, he still needed to be thoroughly prepared. Footnotes. 1. Spiritual energy will be consumed once to guide the activation of Windblade. Once the probability is triggered, the Windblade will absorb the energy from its surroundings to form the additional Windblades. 26. Chapter 26. Secret Art Fusion. Chapter 26. Secret Art Fusion. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenesh. The next day, Chen Feng reached the Gene Production Association early in the morning. The 3-day period was up, and everyone had made their preparations. Xu Fei's whole body was shimmering with a faint light, not unlike those rich people who had upgraded all their equipment to +13 in online games. Xu Fei noticed Chen Feng looking at him and stated with his back straightened, it was made from a mutated black python beast's skin. Nouveau riche, without restraint, Zhou derided. Other rich people are all low profile in their lavishness and possess inner beauty. Who would wrap themselves up like a Zongzi one like you? Safety comes first. Xu Fei was immeasurably proud of himself. Scram. Zhou stared at him. Let me tell you, the mutated beasts there are all very sensitive. If you do not conceal your aura, you will probably get surrounded. All right. Xu Fei concealed the glow he was radiating in an unsatisfied manner. Chen Feng couldn't help but to laugh at this. Next, everyone introduced themselves. There were 4 people in the party, with Xu Fei being the captain, Zhou being the deputy captain, a skinny youngster dressed in black and standing behind them that only mentioned that his nickname was Monkey, and a tall and sturdy guy called Taishi who, from his appearance, should have a genetic ability related to body enhancement. How do we go? Chen Feng asked. In a mysterious manner, Xu Fei brought everyone to the 36th floor of the Gene Production Association. It was the parking lot, and a delicate-looking flying vehicle was parked in front of them. Stormtech's latest flying vehicle, Spectre 7, Xu Fei proudly introduced it. The strongest chip of their company is installed within. Able to race, able to go invisible, possessing a certain amount of reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance capabilities, built with sturdy materials, and able to resist attacks. When we leave, it will be able to conceal itself automatically. It is the best choice when going on an exploration. Chen Feng exclaimed in admiration. This was totally a fully armed tank. Stop bragging. Beside him, Zhou said faintly, it is said that this flying vehicle has a bad anti-interference capability, causing it to be easy to intercept. There were already a few accidents before, hence even its name, Spectre, was changed to Hearse instead. Everyone was silent. Chen Feng suddenly felt a chill. That was number 6. This is number 7, the latest product. How many times do I need to repeat that? Xu Fei rolled his eyes before waving his hands. Fine. Everything said by this big mistress here is correct. I will stop bragging. Would that do? Go. Everyone, let's get in the car and depart. Narrowing her eyes, Zhou laughed. She merely couldn't stand seeing this Xu Fei fellow flaunting his wealth. They all got in the car. The translucent roof closed and the vehicle bolted out like a rocket. Whoosh! The Spectre 7 pierced the air as it moved. Chen Feng's eyes were shining. This was actually a true flying vehicle. Despite the fact that there was a fixed virtual route when flying within the city, it still gave off an amazingly stunning impression. The speed of the flying vehicle was extremely fast. Their journey of 100 kilometers was finished in a short amount of time. Getting close to their destination, the speed of Xu Fei's vehicle slowed instinctively. Be careful, this is not a peaceful place, Xu Fei reminded them. Although this is only the outer layer of Dragon's Passing Mountain, the amount of mutated beasts around here is not low. Naturally, the scariest things at this outer layer are not those mutated beasts. Instead, they are human. Those genetic warriors hanging around nearby are the scariest thing here. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads slightly. The Spectre 7 flew quietly, reducing its speed greatly without raising any billows. With the operation of its chip, not a trace of the sound of the wind could be heard. From this, it could be seen how accurate the name Spectre was. We can go down in front, Xu Fei told everyone. At that time, Monkey can start scouting, while Taishi is in charge of protecting Chen Feng. Understood. Everyone slightly nodded. Even Zhou, who always liked to go against Xu Fei, did not joke around. Whoosh! The flying vehicle moved quietly. Just as Xu Fei prepared to stop, the control panel within the flying vehicle started to tremble frantically. Countless warning windows popped up and red lights started flickering within the vehicle. Not good. Xu Fei's expression turned unsightly. Interference. Jump out of the car. Ding! Xu Fei pressed a button. Damn it, the roof won't open. What? Everyone's expression changed greatly. Let me. Taishi bellowed. Open! Blue veins could be seen on both his arms as a gush of dreadful power bubbled up. He tore the translucent roof off with brute force, revealing the world outside before their eyes. Go! Zhou grabbed Chen Feng as the rest of them quickly jumped out of the vehicle. Whoosh! The flying vehicle streaked across the air in a perfect arc before crashing against a rock far away and exploding loudly. And thus, Spectre 7 turned into Hearse 7. Shwa! Graceful sounds resounded around them. There were people. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes as he secretly prepared his windblade. He knew that going on explorations was dangerous. However, he had never expected to be ambushed even before they reached their destination. However, he was not surprised at all. In his previous life on Earth, there were also those who put nails on the highway, causing trucks to be overturned before robbing the goods within. He had seen way too many of these on the news. Regardless of which world it was, it would never lack these kinds of people who wanted to reap without sowing. Interesting. Xu Fei's gloomy and cold laughter resounded. Interesting, to be brave enough to ambush me, your father. Everyone looked over. There was actually a blood stain on Xu Fei's forehead. Obviously, it was the result of him knocking against something just now. Are you all right? Zhou Ling asked anxiously. Small wound. Xu Fei looked in front of him. Let us take a look at who these people are exactly. Around them, silhouettes started appearing. A total of over 20 people had Chen Feng and the group surrounded in the middle. The leader, a middle-aged person, appeared and looked at them, somewhat surprised. I, your father, have ambushed around 30 to 40 vehicles these few days. You are the first group that was able to escape from the vehicle. And you had never thought of the reason for that? Xu Fei smiled happily. I originally wondered which expert it was. Yet for a mere half-assed E-class warrior and a bunch of F-class henchmen to dare to rob us, that dreadful aura emerged once again from Xu Fei's body. Shua. He soared, forming a fist with his right hand as flame energy condensed in his hands before ferociously smashing in the direction of the ground. Raging flame storm. Bang. With Xu Fei as the center, an area of 10 meters around him exploded. The ground ruptured and was engulfed in flame. Constant screams could be heard before they gradually disappeared. The trees in their vicinity turned to ashes in a split second, while on the ground, 20 pitch-black corpses were left. One move, only one move. These robbers were all defeated. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold breath. Secret art. This Xu Fei had actually mastered a secret art. The so-called secret art was a formidable skill that was a research product of using gene fusion as a foundation to rouse the genetic potential within one's body. Compared with Chen Feng's knowledge from his previous life, it was equivalent to esoteric knowledge, something intended for or likely to be understood by only a small number of people with a specialized knowledge or interest. The genetic warriors of this world could perform one fusion at every class, fusing one gene at F class, fusing one gene at E class, all the way until the highest level acknowledged by the genetic union S class. In total, one could perform 7 gene fusions. It was equivalent to a human body containing 7 types of genetic abilities within. However, the genetic ability obtained during gene fusion was only a foundation. Apart from the genetic ability, the secret arts one obtained through the pairing of genes to form suitable genes was the truly formidable power. For example, Xu Fei's Raging Flames Fist. A 2-star secret art. A secret art that required 2 genes to trigger its activation, hence being called a 2-star secret art. Requirements: F-class, Dire Bear gene, strength type. E-class, Firefox gene, spiritual type. Only those possessing these 2 genes within their body could perform the Raging Flame Storm skill. This was a combination of a strength-type gene and spiritual-type gene. Was it the best option for one to fuse with the strongest gene available at every class? Naturally, that was not true. Gene fusion was a form of art. Each gene would provide a different ability. However, this was only a single ability. Only when the genes within one's body were combined, activating secret arts from gene combinations of 2, 3, or even more genes, would an even more terrifying power be displayed. However, having multiple genes within one's body and possessing a secret art were 2 different matters altogether. Even if one did not take into consideration whether the 2 genes within your body fulfilled the activation requirements for a secret art, even if the requirements were met, could a normal person afford to purchase a secret art? Obviously, one couldn't. It was obvious that this Xu Fei was not some ordinary person, Chen Feng contemplated. Seems like the corpse of that leader just now wasn't here. Killing intent flickered in Xu Fei's eyes. He actually escaped? Monkey, track him. Understood. Monkey's eyes suddenly turned into blue color. A resplendent radiance blossomed from his pupils as Monkey started sweeping through their surroundings with his eyes. Chen Feng had only accidentally catch a glimpse of his eyes, yet that was sufficient for him to sense the dreadful power within. No traces within 1 km. I think he has escaped. Do you want to continue expanding the range? Monkey calmly reported. Let it be. Xu Fei shook his head as he regretted inwardly. We don't have time to play with him for now. We can take care of him when we return. All right? Everyone nodded. Xu Fei looked at his flying vehicle that had turned into scrap metal. A pained expression was plastered all over his face. Damn it, for Zhou Ling's Crow Beak 2 to actually be accurate, turning into a hearse. Don't blame me. As Zhou Ling saw Xu Fei's emotional eyes, she raised her hands quickly. As long as a flying vehicle is controlled by a chip, there will be some spiritual type abilities that are able to interfere with it. This is something unavoidable. It was simply unexpected that this broken flying vehicle of yours had been strengthened in all aspects except its anti-signal interference ability, which was still pitifully weak. Say less, Xu Fei unhappily said. Since we are already at the outer layer, we can directly walk over. But then it would be hard on Chen Feng. He is, after all, not a warrior. He thought for a while. Tai Shi, if later Chen Feng's stamina can't take it anymore, carry him on your back. Understood, Tai Shi answered. Chen Feng was speechless. Did he look so delicate? Encountering disaster before reaching their goal, everyone's expressions became graver. Earlier, if it wasn't for Tai Shi tearing the roof apart, they would probably have been done for despite being skilled. The people here were truly dangerous. Even a normal F-class warrior might possess some inconceivable methods. Be careful, Xu Fei said. After this forest, we will reach our destination. Rustle, rustle. Everyone moved forward carefully. The mutated beasts around here were only at F class after all, hence these beasts did not pose much threat to them. Once in a while there would be some blind ones that came over to attack them, yet all of them were directly smashed to death by Xu Fei. As for other genetic warriors, under Monkey's eyes, there was no place for them to hide, hence none of them dare to approach the group. Very powerful. Chen Feng was inwardly speechless. No wonder they dare to come explore with just such few people. Other than Zhou Ling, who had yet to make her move, the other three were excessively powerful. Was this the power of an E-class warrior? To be so strong after fusing with two genes? A small flame started to ignite within Chen Feng's heart. Soon, they left the forest. Although Xu Fei had introduced it to him, when Chen Feng truly looked at the sight in front of him, he was still alarmed. This was Dragon's Passing Mountain? Footnotes. 1. Zongzi, a traditional Chinese food made of glutinous rice stuffed with different fillings and wrapped in bamboo, reed, or other large flat leaves. 2. Crowbeak. Chinese people consider crows a bird of ill omen, so crowbeaks is used to describe people who said ominous things directly. There's also a possibility of the prediction being efficacious. 27. Chapter 27, Graduation Cultivation Trip. Chapter 27, Graduation Cultivation Trip. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Blue. An endless expanse of blue. As they walked out of the forest and stood on the cliff, facing them was a vast ocean. This place they were at was actually a coast? How was that possible? Chen Feng was stupefied. Back then, the shark gulf that he had met the mutated shark at was at the coastal direction of Gold City. Yet Dragon's Passing Mountain was at a completely opposite direction. Was it an inland ocean? However, they had traveled for over 100 kilometers, yet they had not even seen a drop of water. There was not even a lake. How was it possible for a sea to exist? Chen Feng thought he was seeing things incorrectly, so he opened his screen to search the map. Indeed, no water sources existed. Here was a desolate piece of land. Even on the satellite map, nothing could be seen. You can stop searching. Xu Fei shook his head. This was once a wasteland. One day, it suddenly turned into a sea. As for the reason, nobody knows. This sea is not connected to any water source, yet it flows continuously without stop. If one insists on looking for the source, it's there. Chen Feng followed Xu Fei's gaze and looked at the only island in the sea. On the island was a mountain, which was also their current destination, Dragon's Passing Mountain. The origin of this nameless sea might be there. Dragon's Passing Mountain. Chen Feng memorized this name. Zhou Ling opened her mouth. Let's go. As Chen Feng was curious as to how were they going to cross over, Zhou Ling smiled faintly as she took a step forward and ice started extending under her foot, instantly freezing the rough seawater. On the sea surface, a layer of ice was formed. They stepped on the ice surface and walked toward the island. After walking a certain distance, the ice behind them would automatically melt while, in front of them, new ice would constantly form. An extremely powerful genetic ability. Chen Feng was inwardly alarmed. None of these four genetic warriors were weak. They were not the only explorers here, however. As the others saw Zhou Ling's ability, they started avoiding them, moving far away. This was the deterring power of an E-class warrior. Soon, Chen Feng and the group reached the island. On the island, there was only a Dragon's Passing Mountain and nothing else. From the exterior, all sorts of huge weeds could be seen growing on the mountain, as if there was nothing special about this place. However, the moment Chen Feng entered the mountain range with Xu Fei and the group, a piece of icy blue emerged before him, glittering dazzlingly. Chen Feng was inwardly shaken. Within Dragon's Passing Mountain was actually a cave formed from ice. This mountain is inwardly hollow. At this time, Xu Fei opened his mouth. The seawater floated and condensed into this ice cave here. It is not known what power is affecting this place. However, we can be sure that this is not man-made. It is extremely bizarre. After getting what we need, we must leave immediately. We must not attract the attention of that existence in the 5th layer. Within the 5th layer was a D-class mutated beast. You came before? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. This place gave him an extremely bad feeling. Crisis. Crisis everywhere. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to the same situation as his previous life, where accidents could happen at any time. Luckily, as Chen Feng looked at the remaining luck value noted on his status window, he was somewhat reassured. We came here before, but we were stopped at the restriction before the 3rd layer. Xu Fei nodded. Can't break through by force? Chen Feng asked suddenly. Restrictions were also formed by energy. As long as one used energy far surpassing what it could resist, one could still directly break through the restriction. We tried. Xu Fei was expressionless. We end up attracting 30 mutated beasts and almost got killed here. Chen Feng, let's get started then. Xu Fei inhaled deeply. I must obtain that material. Understood. Everyone nodded quietly as the group slowly entered. Being protected in the middle of the group, Chen Feng was very safe. Besides that, they were only going to the 4th layer to get a material. With 4 E-class warriors, as long as they were somewhat cautious, there wouldn't be any problems. Faint blue light blossomed from Monkey's eyes. At times like this, he did not dare to relax either. At this moment, Gold City High School. The students that had graduated had once again assembled at the school. Is everyone ready? The teacher in charge, Xie Kangzhong, looked at the 30 students in front of him. This is our last graduation cultivation trip. As per how it was done in the past, we will select a ruin for everyone to explore. This is also the last time I will lead everyone. Our destination this time is Dragon's Passing Mountain, the students cheered. Dragon's Passing Mountain, a place they had heard about a lot of times. It was said that this was a paradise for adventurers, especially in recent times where, due to unknown reasons, countless valuable materials started growing at that place, attracting countless explorers to explore there. There were also a lot of mutated beasts there. After killing them, one could obtain a huge amount of mutated blood essence. Teacher, which layer are we going to this time? The students were excited. Which layer? Xie Kangzhong said indifferently. All layers. What? The students widened their eyes. Dragon's Passing Mountain was merely something those off-campus rubbish cultivators claimed to be an explorer's paradise. However, for us, it is something not worth our time at all. Hence, this time, we are going to sweep through the whole Dragon's Passing Mountain, including the 5th layer. Xie Kangzhong said loftily, and this is teacher's graduation gift to you all. Yay, countless people cheered. Xie Kangzhong smiled without speaking. Able to become a teacher in charge in a seeded high school, how could Xie Kangzhong be a normal person? He was a D-class genetic warrior himself. A mere Dragon's Passing Mountain? He did not put it in his eyes at all. He had already investigated it. The strongest in the Dragon's Passing Mountain was only that single D-class mutated beast at the 5th layer. For those countryside warriors, it might be very strong. For him, however, it was nothing. He was confident that his ability was far above those common warriors that had not received a regular education. The reason he decided to bring this group of students on this exploration was also as an investment. All 30 of these students had basically passed the examinations into seeded universities with bright prospects. As long as there were a few among them who stood out among their peers, his status would also rise, akin to the boat floating higher as the tide rises. Even those who did not have good results in the universities would at the least still reach D-class, a level not weaker than him. One exploration? In exchange for the 30 favors? This kind of investment, regardless of how one look at it, was extremely profitable. However, teacher, a student suddenly opened his mouth. Since the Dragon's Passing Mountain was the place frequented by the genetic warriors outside, for us to sweep through it like this, will it bring about any trouble? Xie Kangzhong smiled. Children, what kind of trouble do you think those trash that can't even enter a university could bring us? Remember, you are the strongest among the younger generation. You all are the students with the greatest talents that have been picked after going through countless selections by the school. You all are entitled to being arrogant. In the future, this world will belong to all of you. Xie Kangzhong said loftily, those unqualified trashes are not qualified to cause you any concerns at all. Yes, all the students had their blood ignited, so they were actually so impressive? True, in this age, having an educational background signified absolute combat power. What should they be afraid of? The ones that should be scared were those common warriors instead. And in the midst of the cheering crowd, a female student was looking around her grudgingly. Chen Feng, you still choose not to come? Let's go. At Xie Kangzhong's order, everyone moved. The target, Dragon's Passing Mountain. At that moment, on a normal-looking hill near Gold City, 2 silhouettes in black clothes were looking at the direction of Dragon's Passing Mountain. Before their eyes, a huge screen appeared. On the screen was surprisingly the image of the whole Dragon's Passing Mountain. Is everything ready? As per our plan, countless valuable materials have been grown at Dragon's Passing Mountain. Now, the whole Gold City knows that this is the most valuable exploration site. The numbers of people exploring Dragon's Passing Mountain have increased by 3 times compared to the past. That's good. Should we continue the investment? No. It's time to wind things up. That voice coldly stated, how can the money we invested be something so easy to get? Hey, soon they will all know. Sep 28, Chapter 28, Rampage Chapter 28, Rampage Translator, Lemostin Editor, Tenish currently, at the 2nd layer of Dragon's Passing Mountain, Chen Feng and the group were carefully moving forward. Everywhere around them were blue-colored ice walls. This place was like a maze with countless routes within. Shua. Light swirled before Chen Feng's eyes as his consciousness returned to reality. On the ice wall in front of him, a drop of blood essence that radiated extraordinary patterns was flickering incessantly. A different glow was also appearing constantly on the ice wall before it ultimately shattered. 45 seconds. Restriction lifted. Chen Feng slightly relaxed his breath. The restrictions here were much simpler than the one Xu Fei had taken out previously. Chen Feng directly worked on it himself without relying on his luck values. Although it was slower, it was not slow enough to drag everyone down. Here, Xu Fei passed over a bottle of spirit regeneration reagent. I have a lot of these items. Use it as you wish. Thanks. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Under the extensive operation of spiritual energy, the speed in which the digitized mode ran could be accelerated. Hence, Chen Feng's spiritual energy exhaustion rate was extremely high. Luckily, there was Xu Fei, the rich guy, around. Hence, Chen Feng was able to improve his skills with the unending cycle of constant consumption and recovery of his spiritual energy. His skills in gene search under digitized mode were also improving greatly. There's no problem, right? Xu Fei was somewhat worried about the restrictions on the final 2 layers. No worries. Chen Feng smiled. During crucial times, I won't hold things up. Then it's good, Xu Fei understood. After dealing with the restriction and destroying a few mutated beasts, they continued moving forward. However, right at that moment, a burst of disorderly sound resounded from far away. Even the whole ice cave trembled slightly. What's the matter? The group was immediately alerted. Monkey, Xu Fei's expression was serious. Shua! Faint energy flickered in Monkey's eyes as he suddenly displayed an astonished expression, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Something happened. In a low voice, Monkey stated, "A lot of people arrived at the first layer. They appear to be very young, seeming to be students of Gold City. The one leading seems to be a teacher. All the restrictions and mutated beasts have been gotten rid of. Even some materials that were still young sprouts have been picked. These people are not here to explore. They are simply here to clean this place up. Students? Teacher?" Everyone had a somewhat bad feeling. How many of them? 30 students and 1 teacher. Monkey paused. That teacher seems to be quite strong. How about the other explorers in the first layer? Cold glint flashed in Xu Fei's eyes. All kicked out. Monkey sneered. Some of the groups wanted to resist, but were directly crippled by that teacher. If not due to there being students around, he would probably have killed them directly. Students, teacher, Chen Feng, suddenly recalled the graduation affairs mentioned by Uncle Zhang. Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth. Can I have a look at their images? Shua. Radiance flickered in Monkey's eyes before condensing into an image in front of him. This was a small skill he had developed using his genetic ability. It was extremely useful. Chen Feng frowned. It really is them. You know them? Xu Fei asked. Mm-hmm. Chen Feng nodded. They are students from 3rd year 2nd class of Gold City, my ex-classmates. That man was the teacher of my class, Xia Zhang. I remember him being a D-class genetic warrior. The other students were around F-class. After failing my examinations, I haven't been in touch with them. D-class genetic warrior? Monkey frowned. This teacher's strength was not weak indeed. You are actually a high school student? Zhou was astonished. You actually failed your examinations? What shocked Xu Fei more was this fact. Based on Chen Feng's ability, how would he fail the examination? The knowledge demonstrated by Chen Feng along the trip alone was enough to easily surpass the level of the examinations. Chen Feng, is there a need to have such a big reaction? Chen Feng shook his head. I got plotted against. Nothing to say about it. Xu Fei did not insist on sticking to this point. How's your relationship with them? Chen Feng summarized it in one word. Bad. Let's continue then. Get the item we need before them. Xu Fei did not hesitate at all. We must absolutely avoid encountering them. Only a few kids that were students. What do we need to be afraid of? Zhou sneered. Even if that Xia Zhang is D-class, we are not afraid either. Unless he wants all his students to die here, he would not dare to start a war with us. Their teacher in charge is not the problem. The school behind them is the problem. Xu Fei shook his head. After beating up the students, teachers will come out. After beating up the teachers, directors will come out. After beating up the directors, next it might be the vice principal. How are you so clear about this? Zhou blinked her eyes. Because I have accidentally killed a university student once, Xu Fei said indifferently. Everyone, this guy was indeed fierce. This is not our territory. It's better to cause less trouble, Xu Fei said. All right. Zhou shrugged. The few of them left quickly as they increased the speed of their exploration. They went straight the whole way without stopping. As soon as they met a restriction, they would let Taishi protect Chen Feng while the others handled the mutated beasts, as Chen Feng used several minutes to deal with the restriction. In a very short time, they passed the 3rd layer and reached the 4th layer. At the same time, the students had already reached the 3rd layer. In the scene shown by Monkey, Chen Feng had seen the devastation laid upon the first 2 layers. A total mess. These students were akin to locusts. Anywhere they passed, not even a blade of grass grew. There's not much time left for us. Xu Fei gazed ahead before looking at the coordinates on his wristband. The item I need is roughly there. As long as we remove that restriction, we can get it. The group carefully headed over. This was already the 4th layer. Different than the previous layers, the mutated beasts here already reached E-class. Even they might suffer losses here. Whoosh! A mutated spider beast dropped from the sky. Settle it. Xu Fei did not even blink. Cold ice aura blossomed from Zhou hands as she froze the spider. Wanting to deal with a mutated beast without leaving any signs behind, they could only rely on Zhou. 1 beast, 2 beasts, Monkey's eyes were clear like lightning. Under Xu Fei's assistance, Zhou easily froze all the mutated beasts. These fellows won't be frozen to death. We need to move fast. Zhou was also somewhat anxious. The roaring sounds from the layer below were getting louder. Everyone else was very careful when they came exploring. Those students, on the other hand, were totally acting as if they were out on an outing together with their teacher. Evidently, from the loud noise, rampaging all the way without any restraint had also brought some troubles upon them. I know, Xu Fei answered. Chen Feng and Taishi had managed to find an opportunity to rush toward the restriction. Protect me, Chen Feng stated calmly as he immediately entered the digitized mode. Taishi groaned. How long does it need? Xu Fei asked. This restriction's difficulty level was much higher than the restrictions on the previous 3 layers. Based on Chen Feng's speed of roughly 1 minute per restriction, the time required this time might be much higher. However, unexpectedly, Chen Feng did not answer him. Chen Feng? Xu Fei asked again. Done. Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The restriction before them melted quietly. Damn. Xu Fei and the group were stupefied. Only now did they understand Chen Feng's meaning earlier when he said that he wouldn't drag everyone down during a crucial time. This speed, it was even much faster than his speed during the interview. I'm convinced. Xu Fei gave him a thumbs up. The group entered the secret room. There, a stalk of grass that flickered with purple color was swaying gently among the ice crystals. This was also their target for this trip, ice blue silk. 29, Chapter 29, The Tyrannical School. Chapter 29, The Tyrannical School. Translator, Lamostan editor, Tennish Ice Blue Silk. Xu Fei was excited. I finally found it. He carefully grabbed toward that stalk of grass. However, at that exact moment, the whole room trembled slightly while the walls in the icy secret room turned into the skin of a huge, ugly beast. The walls at all sides was actually the torso of this beast. Not good. Everyone's expression changed. Camouflage. This was the ability of an ice chameleon. This ugly ice monster actually possessed the bloodline gene of the ice chameleon. Bang. A punch from the beast. Be careful. Zhou cried out in alarm. Shua. A floating ice mirror appeared in midair. Bang! The huge ice beast punched downward, smashing the ice mirror immediately. The mirror was only able to delay the punch for an instant. However, this one instant was enough for Xu Fei to react and escape by rolling his body. Bang! The ground was ruptured. A crater was actually formed from the smash on the ground. Damn! Xu Fei was alarmed to the point where his whole body was sweating. Previously, if it wasn't for Zhou fast reaction, he most probably would have died here, this damnable thing. A mere E-class mutated beast, Xu Fei was enraged. Bang! Xu Fei was on rampage. Countless punch accompanied by bright, dense flames smashed downward, creating one crater after another on the huge ice beast's body. Finally, the beast was beaten to death like that. An E-class mutated beast that was not even of the pure combat type actually dared to ambush him, and he actually almost fell to the ambush. Hateful. Xu Fei ruthlessly stomped his feet as the huge ice beast turned into a puddle of liquid and disappeared. Xu Fei looked at his surroundings, alert, before he carefully put that stalk of grass into his previously prepared case. At this, the group relaxed. This mission has been completed. Let's go. Xu Fei nodded. The group left quickly, yet when they reached the entrance, bang. The wall at the entrance of the 4th layer was smashed apart. A group of youngsters walked out of it. The students and teacher of 3rd year 2nd class had arrived. Chen Feng frowned as he subconsciously hid behind Taishi, only showing half his silhouette. There's actually someone at the 4th layer? Shi Kongzhong did not expect this. As he glanced at them, he noticed that it was a group of E-class genetic warriors, and he understood immediately. He indifferently said, "We want to train here. You all can yield this place to us." All right, Xu Fei nodded. They did not have any plans to fight this group anyway. However, at this moment, Xie Kongzhong suddenly opened his mouth. The case you were holding, what's inside? Xu Fei frowned. The spare reagents I prepared. I'm buying them, Xie Kongzhong said indifferently. State your price. Not selling, Xu Fei stated, undisturbed. Not selling or not daring to sell? Xie Kongzhong sneered. This thing is probably something you got here, right? Let me think. Needing to be preserved using this case, there's only one thing. Ice blue silk. Xu Fei slightly paused his movement. Ice blue silk. The group of students immediately cried out in alarm. I heard that thing is very valuable. Yeah, being valuable is not the main point. The main point is that thing being hard to preserve, so there's plenty of demand but no supply for it. Oh yeah, the genetic materials required by Sujin's breakthrough seem to include ice blue silk, right? I think so. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. You all can leave after handing it over. Xie Kongzhong coldly looked at Xu Fei and his group. A faint gust of power shimmered in his hands. Some things that do not belong to you, once taking them, will only cause you to lose your life. The group of students was excited as they watched on. This was how tyrannical a D-class genetic warrior could be. A few mere E-class warriors. What were they? And with their identity as soon-to-be university students, these countryside rogue cultivators would not dare to make their move at all. Otherwise, even if they won the fight, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Live or die. Choose for yourself, Shi Kongzhong said tyrannically. The cold glint in Xu Fei's eyes had already condensed. He did not want to provoke these people. However, this did not mean that he was willing to be bullied by others. He did not expect that, despite avoiding them, he was still found by them. It seemed like Xu Fei's expression became cold. Shi Kongzhong also looked at them while smiling faintly, preparing to make his move any time. The battle could happen at any moment. However, at this moment, a soft voice resounded. Chen Feng? Everyone followed her gaze and saw that behind that tall and sturdy warrior there was a silhouette. As they paid more attention to it, wasn't that Chen Feng? It's actually him? Dang, he started mingling with these rogue cultivators already? Probably because this is where a certain someone belongs at? Haha, now things become fun. Some students took joy in calamity of others. Previously, Teacher Xie gave Chen Feng the best treatment. Unexpectedly, he had actually failed his examinations. Furthermore, he even refused to join the graduation cultivation trip. He actually came himself instead. Yeah, who knew that the magnificent top student would actually fail his examinations? Everyone started sneering. At this moment, Xu Fei and the group was flabbergasted as they looked at Chen Feng. Top student? Amazing indeed. No wonder Chen Feng had previously said that he was plotted against. If he wasn't plotted against, based on Chen Feng's grades, was there a university that he couldn't enter? And his talent in gene producing, this was a true genius. Plotting against? This group of idiots evidently did not realize what had they done. Xu Fei shook his head. Students nowadays were really getting worse with each batch. Oh, there was also the teacher. It seemed like his father's decision to not let him attend school, instead training him personally, was the correct choice. With these idiotic teachers, how many good students could result from their teachings? Chen Feng. Ji Kengzhang looked at Chen Feng with a somewhat complicated expression on his face. You, Sai, how did you get reduced to such a condition? Ji Kengzhang shook his head. I know you have a strong ego, so you were not willing to join our trip, but, Sai, fine, I won't say any more. Chen Feng, he remembered that this fellow did not invite him at all, right? I will give you face and let them live. Xie Kengzhang indifferently said, let your friends hand over the thing and this matter can be settled like this. Is there a problem with your brain? Chen Feng sneered. He was somewhat curious as to why would there be a person with such a bizarre brain in this world. Zhou Ling laughed immediately. Zhu Fei and the rest also had the corner of their mouths twitching as they tried to hold in their laughter. Saying these words at this moment was indeed straight to the point. Chen Feng. A cold glint appeared in Jia Kengzhang's eyes. During the 3 years of high school, I gave you the best treatment. Is this how you repay me? Enough bullshit. Chen Feng shook his head. The school pays you a salary to teach. How did it become you doing me a favor? If you are sincere to me, it's fine. I will definitely be thankful. However, as soon as you found out that I failed the examinations, you did not even extend an invitation to me. Is this your integrity as a teacher? I know a lot of teachers in the school. Some teachers are truly kind-hearted. Some teachers are still upright and righteous despite being powerful. You are the only one I look down upon the most, Chen Feng sneered. Wanting to erect a memorial when you are a hooker? You really think that students are so easy to deceive? What a sharp mouth. Xie Kengzhang expression turned ugly. You don't have a father or mother, so I can understand you being without manners. However, for you to not even know how to respect your teacher, this is totally being ungrateful. If I had not stumbled upon you, it would be fine. But since I encountered you today, let me properly educate you, giving you your final lesson to educate you in the virtue a teacher possesses. Bang. A cold glint blossomed from Xie Kengzhang's hand as he prepared to make his move. Xu Fei and the group silently stood beside Chen Feng. The virtue a teacher possesses? Chen Feng burst out in laughter. These words coming from your mouth are akin to ivory spouting out of a dog's mouth. Chen Feng, Xie Kengzhang's killing intent rose. You really think that these E-class trashes can protect you? No. Chen Feng shook his head. You don't dare to make your move. Why? Xie Kengzhang sneered. You are very powerful. Chen Feng smiled faintly. If it was close quarters fight, we would naturally not be your opponent. However, are you sure that the students behind you can survive this? Let me think. During the graduation cultivation trip, the teacher was hell-bent on settling his personal grudge, causing all his students to perish, and only the teacher returned. This scene is truly quite spectacular, right? Xie Kengzhong's expression immediately froze. Only now did he remember he was now a teacher leading a class. It was fine dealing with the weaklings they encountered before, but now his opponents were 4 peak E-class warriors. Could he really protect all the students and defeat them at the same time? Chen Feng, a soft voice resounded. Chen Feng subconsciously looked at the source of the voice. It came from a very beautiful female student, a student that was giving off a feeling of a delicate girl from a wealthy family, causing others to not be able to avoid wanting to protect her. Surdy Chapter 30, This Gamble is Profitable. Chapter 30, This Gamble is Profitable. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Su-jin. Chen Feng remembered this name. Oh, right. This was the girl the body's original owner was once secretly in love with. Due to his grades being among the best, their relationship was actually quite good. Why have you turned out this way? Su-jin softly said. At school, you were very modest and kind. Chen Feng, we know that you failed your examinations and are in a bad mood. However, how can you speak like this to a teacher? Teacher Xie treated you very nicely during our 3rd year. Even your scholarship was applied for with teacher's help. Otherwise, how would you be able to afford to buy a spirit-type gene reagent? Shu Jin said seriously. Shen Feng felt like the Shu Jin in front of him appeared to be radiating holy light. That dense light could even form a big word. White Lotus 1. This was the girl the body's original owner had liked. What a heavy taste. Chen Feng couldn't even be bothered to expose her performance. At this moment, the remaining students also started to feel indignant. Su Jin's word had actually affected every student's mood. That's right, how could a person be like this? Was what she said true? Xu Fei asked curiously. Yeah, Chen Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. I was the top student. If the scholarship was not given to me, who could they give it to? He really did want to give it to others, however could he? So it was like this. Zhou Ling and the group were suddenly enlightened. Damn, even the school's scholarship became a teacher's tool for giving off favors. The schools nowadays were too scary. Teacher, we don't need to continue spouting rubbish here with them. Wang Yue suddenly opened his mouth. I will protect the students. You can go deal with those few fellows. You have a way? Xie Kangzhong knew that this student had a strong background. Unfortunately, even after he had tried to fawn on him many times, Wang Yue was indifferent. Why had he suddenly stood forward now? Naturally. Wang Yu smiled calmly. Rise! His wrist drifted around, activating the chip on it. A dim energy protective barrier enveloped all the students. E-class protective energy barrier. Able to defend against one attack from an E-class genetic warrior, Wang Yu said indifferently. Of course, if you were to let them rush over here to attack us, this cover of mine would not be able to hold on. Wang Yu felt somewhat regretful. Due to his strength being too weak, he was only able to use an E-class energy barrier chip. Otherwise, no worries, that won't happen. Xie Kangzhong smiled coldly. Just a few E-class wild dogs, still not something that warrants my attention. Conveniently, I also want to take a look. Without these few dogs supporting you, can you, Chen Feng, still be so arrogant? Teacher, don't hurt him, Su Jin said softly. Chen Feng is not a bad person, I won't. Xie Kangzhong smiled at her. I will only give him a lesson, or else, with his current attitude, he will provoke others in the future, causing him to lose his life. Only at this did Su Jin retire. Chen Feng, his reaction toward this girl's performance could only be described with the expression gasping in amazement. At this moment, Xie Kangzhong had already stepped forward. Bang! The terrifying aura belonging to a D-class genetic warrior was released. Even though Xu Fei and the group were already at the peak of E-class, they could still feel a terrifying pressure. D-class, Xu Fei smiled. This teacher in charge that had only hid within a school and trained to D-class really believed that a D-class could absolutely oppress an E-class? To even absolutely crush a peak E-class warrior? Let's give it a try then. A somewhat cruel smile was exposed on Xu Fei's face. At the same time, at the other side, Wang Yu was looking at Chen Feng while smiling faintly. After getting a few wild dogs as your supporters, you think that you are now very impressive? Although Xie Kangzhong is a good for nothing, today I still want to take a good look at how will you be taken care of by him. This E-class energy barrier chip was something newly bought? Chen Feng was stunned as he looked at the layer of this barrier. There actually existed this kind of thing in this world. Of course, Wang Yue was proud. This is not something a trash like you could have access to. No wonder I didn't see it last time when I beat you up. Chen Feng was suddenly enlightened. Wang Yue's hand trembled as veins appeared on his forehead. At this, the surrounding students remembered that a few days ago, it seemed like there were people who saw that Wang Yue was injured. Unexpectedly, it was actually due to getting beat up by Chen Feng. Hehehehe. Wang Yue looked at Chen Feng coldly. Chen Feng, I will see how long you can stay arrogant. You are not worried about your friends at all? They will all probably die soon. Them? Chen Feng shook his head. I'm not worried about them. On the contrary, I'm worried about you guys. Worried about us? Wang Yu suddenly felt an ominous feeling. Yeah. Are you sure that this toy of yours can defend against an E-class attack? Chen Feng was curious. Of course. Wang Yue said in contempt. This is something produced by the Storm Tech, before he could even finish his sentence. Leisurely, Chen Feng fished out a bottle of gene reagent that was flickering with white light from his pocket. From far away, he tossed it over. The bottle landed on the energy barrier. Bang! Endless thunderbolts bombarded the barrier. Bang! 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 In a split second, it was shattered by the thunderbolts. The impressive protective energy barrier mentioned by Wang Yu was destroyed through brute force before even displaying its power. Everyone was stupefied. What fucking item was that? A protective barrier capable of taking on an E-class warrior's attack was finished just like that? How was that possible? Wang Yu collapsed as he looked at the screen on his wristband. On it, two very dreadful words were written. Energy exhausted. In other words, in a split second, Chen Feng's attack had exceeded the limit of what the energy barrier could take. Not only was the energy barrier destroyed, even the energy stones that he had prepared were exhausted. How was that possible? Wang Yu pointed at Chen Feng for a long time, but he was still dazed, not daring to open his mouth. That was because, at this time, once again, Chen Feng had leisurely fished out another bottle of gene reagent that was flickering with the same light. Under the radiance of the blue-colored ice in the cave, it looked so dazzling. Want to try again? Chen Feng said leisurely, rolling the reagent bottle on his hand. Gulp. All the students gulped, looking at Chen Feng in fear, terrified that the item would slip from his hands. At the same moment, Xie Kangzhong, who was prepared to have a good fight and eliminate Xu Fei's group, heard the noise behind him. At that, he stopped and looked at the reagent bottle in Chen Feng's hand, unbelievable expression in his eyes. This is also your harvest this time? Xie Kengzhong's gaze was cold. Very good. To actually threaten me using my students. Leave. I allow you all to leave, Xie Kengzhong bellowed. Scram out of here. Chen Feng was beaming with smiles as he watched Xie Kengzhong's performance. Let's go, Xu Fei said. They really did not want to continue interacting with this bunch of people with obviously low IQs. Chen Feng nodded faintly. Suddenly, he stopped his steps. He looked toward the students as he said softly, to put your trust on this Xie Kengzhong fellow, all of you will regret one day. Scram. A person with no sense of shame. A few students cursed in rage. Damn it, Chen Feng, you actually dare to threaten teacher using us. Yeah, this is pushing it. A lot of them were feeling indignant. Why have you turned out this way? Su Jin was disappointed. These damnable people, they actually dare to threaten me using all of you. This is truly, Xie Kengzhong said angrily. Teacher. Don't be afraid of him. We will take revenge for you. Yeah, we are all soon to be university students. Wait until we entered the university. A lot of the students comforted him. You all, Xie Kengzhong was gratified. Although he appeared angry, inwardly he wasn't really that angry. It might appear like he had been insulted by Chen Feng, but he had instead gained the favor of all the students. Why had Xie Kengzhong, who was obviously the strongest, retreated in humiliation? It was for these students. Very touching, right? It was apparent from the gazes of these students. Apart from Wang Yue, who couldn't even be bothered about him, the eyes of other students were all filled with gratitude. This gamble was profitable. Footnotes 1. White Lotus. A Chinese netspeak commonly used in sarcasm to describe a person who appeared pure externally yet dark and dirty within. In short, it referred to a pretentious person. Verse 21, Chapter 31, Alarming Change, Purgatory. Chapter 31, Alarming Change, Purgatory. Translator, Lemostin editor, Tenish currently, Chen Feng and the group were far away. That teacher of yours was really awesome, Xu Fei gasped in admiration. With his current insight, of course he had clearly seen things for what they were. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that fellow was an acting faculty graduate. Why did you not expose him? Zhou looked at Chen Feng curiously. I can't be bothered. Chen Feng shook his head. Since it did not affect our benefits, even if he were to fly to the heavens, I wouldn't be bothered. Everyone smiled. However, kid, you, on the other hand, have gained a whole new level of respect from me. Xu Fei was still feeling astonished. Originally, he had thought that they would need to risk their lives today. Who knew that it would end with Chen Feng easily settling the whole matter? As he thought about that mysterious yet powerful gene reagent, Xu Fei's heart chilled. This Chen Feng, who appeared to be a producer with only a 1-star production level, was absolutely qualified to be on equal footing with them. Let's go. Leave this place first. Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth. This place keeps giving me a bad feeling. Same here. Monkey said the same thing. Go. With Xu Fei's lead, everyone left quickly. Outer layer, dragons passing mountain. On the shore, 2 people were looking at the middle island from far away. On the screen in front of them, numbers kept popping out, ultimately stopping at 96. Almost there. The first batch of people driven out by that teacher are almost out. It's a pity. If that damnable fellow did not drive them out, the number of people left would definitely be higher. 96 people are enough. The 2 of them exchanged calmly. Several hundred years ago, a drop of a mutated sea dragon beast's blood essence was accidentally left here. It turned the wilderness into a sea, with the power of sea dragon's blood blending into every drop of seawater here. From that moment, they had started their plan. Using several hundred years to breed mutated beasts, all of it was for today, to change this sea dragon's blood into sea dragon blood essence. And now, as long as the blood essence of all the mutated beasts containing a trace of sea dragon's bloodline were fused, it was possible for it to be refined into the legendary sea dragon blood essence. As for the mutated sea dragon beast, it never appeared. How would something like that appear in this kind of barren land? Even those legends related to dragons were rumors created by those from Gold City to seek fame. The expectations of a few hundred years, a person mumbled to himself. Yeah. We are totally unqualified to have any sort of contact with a proper sea dragon blood essence. However, through this method of brewing sea dragon blood essence in secret, there's a chance for us to actually produce a sea dragon gene. As long as the sea dragon gene is fused, giving birth to an expert, our Xuanhuan family will truly rise up. True, only one. Only one expert need arise, that will be enough, another voice said in a low voice. Their eyes were burning. Then, begin. Both of them raised their hands. Bang! The sea started to boil. At this moment, the eyes of all the mutated beasts here turned red. Howl! Howl! Countless screams resounded. The few people that had almost reached the coast were under crazed attacks by the mutated beasts that had appeared suddenly. Not good. All the mutated beasts have gone crazy. Their strength has increased multiple times. We can't defend against them at all. Hurry, to the coast. Everyone started escaping frantically to the coast. However, just as they were about to reach the coast, one of the two people there waved his hand as seawater rushed forth and drew them back into the sea. No! A despairing scream resounded. The seawater became crimson red in color. This very moment, human blood and mutated beast blood were fused together. At the same time, Chen Feng and the group that had just reached the fourth layer entrance had their expressions change greatly. The third layer that had been originally cleared had, for an unknown reason, filled with a lot of mutated beasts. All of the beasts had red eyes and were rushing toward the fourth layer. Not good. Xu Fei's expression changed. The third layer is full of mutated beasts that have gone crazy. Not only the third layer. Monkey suddenly opened his mouth. The mutated beasts in the whole of Dragon's Passing Mountain have gone crazy. In the first, second, and third layers, all the mutated beasts are rushing toward here. What should we do then? Zhou Ling became somewhat pale. They were able to confront Jia Kengzhang without fear. However, for mutated beasts, hold on. The radiance in Monkey's eyes flickered. I found a route. Follow me. All right. Everyone followed him. Bang, bang. The whole Dragon's Passing Mountain was trembling. Something happened. Something major happened. However, they had yet to escape 100 meters from their original position before they saw Xie Kengzhang leading everyone else and escaping in panic toward here. Fifth layer. That mutated beast in the fifth layer came down. Someone yelled, "That fellow went crazy. It was chasing after us." They screamed in fear. However, everyone ignored them. Chen Feng and the group moved quickly and left their line of sight. The superiority of having fewer people was displayed at this moment. There were too many members among the students, so they were not able to move fast at all. Xie Kengzhang was almost driven to despair. This was because he had suddenly found that if this continued, everyone would really die, including him. Indeed, if he was able to escape with everyone, he would be able to gain more favors. However, regardless of how many favors it was, he needed to be alive to use them. And now, Xie Kengzhang looked at the shaking ice cave and the mutated beasts that were everywhere and struggled internally before clenching his teeth. Light started swirling around him and he rushed out by himself. He had actually escaped. Teacher. All the students were stupefied. Escaped? Their teacher that was in charge had actually escaped alone? Wang Yue was stunned. Su Jin was stunned. Everyone was stunned. No matter what, they did not expect that righteous teacher who claimed to do everything for their good would actually abandon them without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, Chen Feng's earlier words seemed to echo within their heart. To put your trust on this Xie Kengzhang fellow, all of you will regret one day. Now, they were already regretting it. Regretting one's past deeds. What should they do? This was not a place F-class warriors like them could stay at. Furthermore, all the mutated beasts here had gone crazy. Now, everyone collapsed emotionally. I don't want to die. Some people started crying. I am the future genius. I can't die here. Some people started screaming. Sujin looked toward a certain direction while a tinge of grief appeared in her eyes. If they had listened to Chen Feng earlier, would he have actually saved them? However, everyone regretted it. Damn it. Wang Yue felt his mouth go dry. He had never expected to fall into such a situation. He had wanted to contact others, but he found that, at an unknown time, all the signals here had started to be blocked. They couldn't contact anyone. I can't die. I shouldn't die in this place. Wang Yu was frantic. How grandeur was his identity? How could he die here? It absolutely could not happen. However, how to survive? At this moment, he had fallen into despair. We are finished. Some of them had already started sitting down powerlessly. The mutated beasts were approaching them without stop. Many of them started to activate their genetic ability to resist, yet how much good would it do? Regardless of how strong your genetic ability was, regardless of how talented you were. Here, at this place filled with E-class mutated beasts, they could only die. Can we contact the school? Someone asked. No signal. Su Jin shook her head bitterly. We are all finished. This time, everyone had fallen into despair. Geniuses, universities, at this moment, were but a joke. Footnotes: 1. Long also means dragon in Chinese. 32, Chapter 32, The Only Lifeline, Chapter 32, The Only Lifeline Translator, Limosin Editor, Tenish. At this moment, Chen Feng Monkey and the group had already found the new exit. Due to the large amount of mutated beasts being attracted by Xie Kengzhang, the pressure on them was lowered. From here we can reach the third layer, Monkey said in rush. There was a restriction here. It was a different entrance of the fourth layer. Within such a short period of time, Monkey had managed to find the route back. This wasn't an easy feat. It depends on you now, Xu Fei said nervously. Chen Feng nodded. However, just as he was about to enter the digitized mode, he suddenly paused. What's the matter? Xu Fei and the others exchanged glances. Shh, Chen Feng said softly, as if he had felt something. At this time, as everyone quieted down, from far away, a mournful sound of weeping became distinct. That was the sound of third-year, second-class students. It was their voice. As Zhou Ling and the group heard this, they were stunned. That teacher actually escaped alone. Even this team of theirs, which was assembled on the fly, did not give up on their teammates. On the other hand, Xie Kengzhang, this teacher in charge that had personally brought the third-year, second-class students here, had actually abandoned his own students and fled by himself? This was simply ridiculous. Ignore them, Xu Fei sneered. These students are unable to distinguish right from wrong. They are all good for nothings anyway. Right. Zhou Ling believed the same. Following their teacher on an exploration? To heck with that. They were totally robbers. For him to have demanded they hand over the material they had gotten after great difficulty, yet not one student had objected to that action? Where were their morals? However, Chen Feng had stopped his footsteps. Fuck, Chen Feng, it can't be that you really want to save them, right? Xu Fei and the rest were stunned. From his previous actions, they could see that Chen Feng was a practical person. At this time, he wouldn't suddenly become a kind-hearted messiah, right? They had been surviving in the wilderness for a very long time. What they feared the most was getting this kind of team member. I only recalled one thing. Chen Feng frowned. Who is confident that we can definitely escape? No. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Surviving? At this time, no one had absolute confidence. Crises were everywhere. They did not even know what kind of monster that scary fellow from the 5th layer was. Even if they could leave Dragon's Passing Mountain, none of them were aware of the situation outside. Furthermore, they had a premonition that the crisis outside might not be any less than the one inside. At times like this, no one had absolute confidence. This time, it was truly dangerous. Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth. I have confidence. For real? Xu Fei and the rest were ecstatic. In this kind of dangerous situation, Chen Feng actually had absolute confidence? Of course, if you all are willing to trust my words. Chen Feng smiled. Xu Fei and the rest exchanged glances before ultimately nodding resolutely. Although they had not been together for a long time, they still believed in Chen Feng. Then follow me. Chen Feng turned around and walked toward the students. Sigh. Xu Fei and the rest smiled bitterly. They could only follow him. They did not know why Chen Feng would suddenly become a kind-hearted person at this time. However, since Chen Feng had confidence, they would totally fight it out alongside Chen Feng. At times like this, we can only trust in this fellow. Chen Feng walked unwaveringly toward the student while a smile curved on the corner of his mouth. Kind-hearted? How was that possible? He couldn't be bothered with this bunch of fools. Even the body's original owner was on bad terms with these students. He wouldn't be any different. The reason he wanted to save them was due to him sensing a familiar aura drifting past him. From that, he understood something. Wanting to leave alive, the only lifeline was within the hands of these students. To be accurate, it was in Wang Yue's hands. At this moment, the C-zone of Dragon's Passing Mountain had already been dyed red with blood. Nobody noticed that, high above on the air, a spotlessly white cloud was drifting there, moving up and down with the wind, gracefully. 4th layer of Dragon's Passing Mountain. All the students were seated on the ground in despair. After trying everything they could and finding out that they couldn't hurt those mutated beasts at all, they had totally given up. They were waiting for the moment of death. All 30 of them were sitting on the ground. The silence was stifling. There was only a faintly discernible weeping sound. In the distance, a mutated beast was dashing toward them. Everyone knew that the moment the mutated beast reached them was also the moment of their death. At this moment, Su Jin stood up and blocked the way in front of the mutated beast. If we must die, then let me be the first to die. Su Jin closed her eyes. If we didn't trust teacher so much and organize this activity, nobody stopped her. Because it was pointless. Since everyone would die anyway, what was the difference between who died earlier? Howl. The aura of that mutated beast became increasingly terrifying. A lot of students hugged each other while trembling. As they saw the beast reach Su Jin, they couldn't help but start closing their eyes. However, at this moment, a loud sound reverberated, waking everyone up. The moment they opened their eyes, they were all stunned. A silhouette stood in front of them. It was Chen Feng. Chen Feng had brought the few friends of his and killed that mutated beast. Although it became stronger, it's still trash. Xu Fei stepped on the mutated beast's corpse. Zhou Ling curled her lips as she looked at those stunned students. Although I do not know why that idiot Chen Feng wants to save you all, if any of you dare to slow us down, I will be the first to kill you all. Monkey and Tai Shi glanced at them coldly. Chen Feng saved us? Only at this was everyone awoken from their stupor. Saved. They were actually saved. Everyone was crying tears of joy. Next, they quickly recalled that it was Chen Feng, the one scolded by them earlier, the one driven away by them earlier, who voluntarily came and saved them. At this thought, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Sorry, everyone was ashamed. Chen Feng smiled calmly. In front, Su Jin stared at him in daze. Am I dreaming? Chen Feng grumbled. Do you want to take a nap while you're at it? Go. Chen Feng did not give them any time to talk about useless things. Everyone, don't talk, don't be noisy, don't cry. Whoever dares to create a disturbance, I will directly throw you out. Only this way, Chen Feng paused, can we survive? Everyone was silent. They noticed the we that Chen Feng said. As they recalled their attitude toward Chen Feng earlier, a lot of them lowered their head in shame. Let's go. Chen Feng brought everyone to the entrance found by Monkey. I can help you all. Wang Yue inhaled a deep breath. Although he hated Chen Feng, at times like this, both of them had to work together. Although I do not have any combat power, I am also a beginner gene producer. My spiritual energy is very powerful. I can help you remove the restrictions. Chen Feng glanced at him and coldly said, "No need." Chen Feng, Wang Yue clenched his teeth. "I know you hate me. However, now is a matter of life and death. Can you let go of your hatred? Your spiritual energy is only 30 points, while I'm currently at 80 points. It is many times higher than yours. The speed I remove restrictions at is much faster than yours. No need." Chen Feng walked towards the restriction indifferently. Chen Feng, Wang Yue, was bursting with rage. Yet, he could only talk nicely. This kind of restriction, with 30 points spiritual energy, you need at least 3 minutes to remove it. I only need 1 minute. Wang Yue, had not even finished his sentence. Restriction removed. Wang Yu opened his mouth wide, not closing it even after a long time. All the students were stupefied. Damn. 1 second? What heaven-defying talent was that? This was their top student, Chen Feng. The number 1 of their school, Chen Feng. The Chen Feng that was high above everyone else? At this moment, they suddenly had a feeling that even if Chen Feng did not enter a university, he was still not something they could overtake. Perhaps, some people were simply born as geniuses. 33, Chapter 33, Frying Up, a Group of Salted Fishes. Chapter 33, Frying Up a Group of Salted Fishes. Translator, Lemostin Editor, 10ish Final Warning. Stop spouting nonsense. Chen Feng's gaze swept past Wang Yue coldly. "You only need to follow behind us. Let's go." Xu Fei found it laughable. Comparing restriction removal speed with Chen Feng? Kid, even if you had 100 points of spiritual energy, it was useless. Restriction removed. Everyone left in an orderly fashion. With the lesson earlier this time, nobody opened their mouth. Even Wang Yue stopped talking. Instead, he was silently following behind. The group reached the first layer without any problems. The mutated beasts they had met on the way were dealt with by Xu Fei and his group, while all the restrictions they met on the way were instantly removed by Chen Feng. That's right, instant removal. Powerful spiritual energy? Beginner producer? What was the point? In front of Chen Feng, they were all nothing but a joke. All the way from the 4th layer to the 1st layer, no restrictions were able to last longer than 1 second in front of Chen Feng. Under Xu Fei's unending supply of spiritual recovery reagents, Chen Feng swept through everything in their way, smoothly bringing everyone out. All the students were stupefied, while Xu Fei found their reaction funny. Soon, they left the ice cave. However, just as they left the mountain range, everyone was shocked by the scene outside. Blood everywhere. That vast ocean had actually turned blood red. What actually happened? Xu Fei was still planning to ask some questions when, suddenly, sounds of explosion arose from the mountain behind them. Rumble, rumble. The whole mountain collapsed, and sounds of rumbling could be heard non-stop, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. At this moment, all the 3rd year, 2nd-class students felt a lingering fear in their heart. If they had been somewhat slower, if it wasn't for Chen Feng's heaven-defying speed of restriction removal, they looked at Chen Feng, the person who had saved them like a hero earlier. At this moment, he was still as calm as ever. Perhaps this was a true genius? Bang! The whole mountain collapsed. Azure-colored ice splattered around. The spot where the dragon's passing mountain was on earlier had actually sunk down, forming a huge whirlpool akin to a huge open mouth that was sinister and dreadful. A big mountain like that had actually been swallowed cleanly in several tens of seconds. With the collapse of the mountain leaving a whirlpool behind, what was left of the huge island was only a ring-shaped zone with the whirlpool in the middle. The scariest part was that, within the whirlpool, a D-class mutated beast, the very same beast from the 5th layer, was frantically struggling, trying to escape yet firmly held onto by the suction force of the whirlpool. Howl, one after another, sounds of howls thundered. The D-class mutated beast struggled frantically. However, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Slowly, it was swallowed by the whirlpool, no longer visible to the eyes. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Xu Fei and everyone else were standing at the edge of the ring-shaped island. As they saw this scene, their whole bodies started perspiring. They almost suffered the same fate as that mutated beast. "This place won't last too long," Zhou said. "Let's leave quickly." Ice energy blossomed in Zhou hands, and the water surface under their feet turned into ice. However, before they could even start to feel happy, suddenly, all the ice shattered instantly. Bang! A mutated beast with red eyes appeared on the sea's surface. Splash, splash, a series of bizarre sounds arose. Immediately after, one scary-looking mutated beast after another started appearing on the surface of the red-colored sea that resembled a sea of blood, causing everyone to start shuddering in fear. What the heck was this? All the mutated beasts went crazy after seeing strangers. Whoosh, whoosh, waves splashed around. Provoked by the aura of strangers, all the mutated beasts rushed toward them. Their strength was constantly increasing, while their amount was too many to count. Damn it, Zhou and the rest put up a resistance in a hurry. Flame, ice, all the power they could muster had been unleashed, yet they couldn't stop the beasts at all. "What should we do?" Xu Fei howled loudly. "The amount is too high. We can't stop them anymore." Zhou smiled bitterly. Bang! Tai Shi smashed away a mutated beast that was flying toward them with a punch. His expression was as cold as always. The strength of his whole body had been stretched to its limit, as the amount of mutated beasts here were too high. Damn it! Xu Fei's heart chilled. What on earth happened to this damnable place? Nobody knew. These beasts were not strong, but there were too many of them. As for those students, even under the protection of Xu Fei's group, they were all still shivering in fear. Some of them with support-type genetic ability were carefully unleashing their abilities. However, it didn't help much. This one trip had destroyed all of their arrogance as soon-to-be university students. What should we do? A lot of the girls started weeping softly. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly walked forward. Under Taishi's protection, he reached the coast. Everyone's gaze was subconsciously attracted by him. Monkey, done with your calculations? Chen Feng asked. Yes. Monkey nodded slightly. Over 600 F-class mutated beasts. Despite all of them having their strength increased from going berserk, there are no E-class beasts. Only, the amount is too high, so we can't deal with it at all. Zhou Ling, smash all these mutated beasts back into the seawater, Chen Feng bellowed. Understood. Zhou Ling's whole body radiated with a cold glint. A terrifying frost energy exploded instantly and forced many of the mutated beasts that were already near them back into the sea. However, this was the most she could accomplish. Those mutated beasts did not suffer any injuries. Instead, they started their charge in a crazier manner. I tried my best. Zhou Ling paled and almost dropped down on ground. Su Jin held her up. Then, next, leave it to me. Chen Feng inhaled, and the reagent with a white flickering radiance in his hands was thrown into the seawater. Bang! White rays of light blossomed. In Chen Feng's eyes, a cold glint flickered. Endless amounts of thunder energy blossomed at this moment. A small, bizarre snake formed of thunder appeared, flickered in the sea, and grew crazily under the nourishment of the mysterious power contained within the seawater. With the nourishment from the seawater, it instead unleashed an astonishing might that even Chen Feng himself had not predicted. Bang! The sea of blood was boiling. All the mutated beasts were electrocuted till their skins were charred and their insides were tender. They struggled frantically in the seawater. After a long time, when the thunder disappeared, only a vast expanse of floating corpses was left on the sea of blood. Dead. All dead. Even Chen Feng had not expected this. The thunderstorm reagent only possessed the power of one E-class attack. His original plan was, despite the power of the thunderstorm reagent and facing this amount of mutated beasts, to clear up a bloody path at most, enabling them to escape. He never expected the thunderstorm reagent's power in water, especially within this mysterious seawater, to far exceed his imagination. Everyone was looking at Chen Feng in shock. Even Xu Fei and his group were stunned. They had originally thought that he was amazing enough with his ability to destroy Wang Yue's energy barrier and instantly remove restrictions. They had never expected him to be powerful to such an extent. This fellow, Xu Fei smiled bitterly. At the same time, all the students of the third year, second class, were looking at the figure standing on the shore. Chen Feng was not far from them, yet he gave everyone an indescribable sense of security. More than once, it was this person who had been despised by them that had saved them from despair. Failing the examinations? What a joke. Everyone felt like their faces had been slapped, feeling extremely ashamed. Chen Feng. Wang Yue stared at Chen Feng, bellowing in his heart. He could not believe it. How could Chen Feng possess such strength? That fellow was akin to trash. Now that Wang Yue was supported by ample resources, he should be leaving Chen Feng far behind. How could he allow this trash to step on his head? No, Wang Yue mumbled. It was only due to him not fusing with that gene yet. Chen Feng, I will become stronger than you. Not only in production, when I have fused that gene, I will become the strongest genetic warrior and producer in history. The path that normal people like you all don't dare to tread, I shall tread. Wang Yu roared in his heart. He did not feel the slightest sense of gratitude toward Chen Feng for saving his life. Being saved by Chen Feng, he felt worse than dying. It was just a few days ago that he had made a solemn vow to Chen Feng that he would leave Chen Feng behind. Yet today, he had been suppressed by Chen Feng countless times. How would he be happy? It was simply feeling worse alive than dead. This feeling was akin to getting his face stepped on by Chen Feng. I will not lose. Wang Yu resolutely clenched his fists. However, at this time, Chen Feng couldn't be bothered with them at all. Instead, he was looking at the opposite bank of the sea. There stood two black-clothed people. Dense, spiritual undulations were flickering around their body. Chen Feng opened his mouth. Monkey. Understood. Blue light blossomed from Monkey's eyes. They flickered unceasingly, and he confirmed shortly after. It was them. They are actually planning to use the whole sea as a material to produce something. Their intention is to kill everyone here. Monkey's tone was cold. Then just get rid of them. Killing intent rose in Xu Fei's eyes. By killing them, we can survive. Go. Zhou Ling had recovered a lot. She stood up with an ice-cold expression. Let me see who on earth these two fellows that were pulling the strings behind everything are. C34, Chapter 34, Blood-Devouring Metamorphosis. Chapter 34, Blood-Devouring Metamorphosis. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish. Currently, at the opposite bank far away, both black-clothed men had noticed what had happened opposite them. Interesting. Dragon 1, it seems like we have been found, a black-clothed man said, smiling. What's there to be afraid of, Dragon 2? Dragon 1 smiled calmly. A few E-class wild dogs. Although it is regretful that the D-class fellow managed to escape, with these guys as offerings, it is still sufficient to produce a sea dragon blood essence. Oh, we are making our move now? The corners of Dragon 2's mouth curled up in a smile. Dragon 1 nodded. I'm starting to have an ominous feeling. To avoid having something unexpected happen, I will start refining the sea dragon blood essence while you go and deal with those wild dogs. While you are at it, you can destroy that bunch of students as well. Understood. Dragon 2 shook his head. I am looking forward to it. Ah. Whoosh! The pitch-black figure disappeared in a flash. Ah! Dragon 1 shook his head. He looked at the whirlpool in the sea. The whirlpool was twisting crazily and had actually condensed the power of the whole sea to its core. The color of the nameless sea became clear while all the blood-red color was drained to the core of the whirlpool. Dragon 1 pointed mid-air and the whirlpool suddenly inverted, releasing the D-class mutated beast. Bang! The D-class mutated beast was thrown off. Its body dyed red with blood. Howl! With a bellow, the mutated beast dashed forward. Its red-colored eyes were fixed on Dragon 1 and filled with greed. On Dragon 1's body, it smelled a familiar smell. Whoosh! It dashed toward Dragon 1. Ha! I have been waiting a long time for you. Dragon 1's gaze was sinister. Let me have a look. Are you capable of bearing the power of a dragon? Shoo! Dragon 1 cut his own finger, and a drop of blood essence flew into the body of the blood-colored mutated beast. There was only a weak trace of dragon gene in Dragon 1's body. However, this drop of blood with a weak trace of dragon gene in it was sufficient to complete the sea dragon gene that was formed by the power of countless bloodlines. Bang! A bizarre light beam soared toward the sky. Suppress. Light swirled around Dragon 1's hands as he anchored the mutated beast in midair. He needed to completely destroy this mutated beast, turning it into a drop of sea dragon blood essence. For this drop of blood essence they had sacrificed too much. This time, they couldn't afford a single mistake. At the same time, on the ring-shaped island, Chen Feng and the group that were preparing to leave were stopped. That black-clothed man had quietly blocked everyone's path. Dear children, don't be in too much of a hurry to leave. Dragon 2 smiled faintly. D-class. Xufei's expression turned unsightly. He had originally thought peak E-class was enough to be considered an expert in this tiny gold city. He did not expect that he would encounter so many D-class warriors in just one exploration alone. What are we scared of? Zhou Ling sneered. I refuse to believe that, even with so many of us, we still can't kill him. Hee. Dragon 2 smiled lightly. His clothes burst apart as his slim figure suddenly grew, swelling up like a balloon. A gush of terrifying power emerged from his body. The amount of muscles on his body was increasing greatly. Shockingly, barbs started growing on his body as well. Under the sunshine, they gleamed with a sharp aura. 2 meters, 3 meters, Dragon 2 grew larger and his body became extremely terrifying. Bang! Xufei punched down on him, yet his whole fist became blood red. Couldn't move him. Shoo! The ice crystals shot by Zhou Ling only served to tickle Dragon 2. As for Tai Shu, it was worse. He was good at defending, however, he did not have much attack power. Raging flames, storm. Xufei activated his 2-star secret art. However, there was no use. Xufei stared at his bruised fist, his expression turning unsightly. This fellow's body was filled with blood thorns and poison. Even after punching him, he would injure himself instead. This, how to fight. Was a D-class genetic warrior powerful to such an extent? 3 peak E-class warriors joined hands after using all sort of power-boosting gene reagents, and they couldn't even resist him? What damnable genetic ability is this? Chen Feng was equally shocked. This is a 2-star secret art, blood-devouring metamorphosis. A somewhat timid voice drifted over. Chen Feng turned his head around. It was actually Su Jin. Blood-devouring metamorphosis? Chen Feng had some impression of it. Blood-devouring metamorphosis, 2-star secret art. A formidable secret art that was a research result using mutated blowfish as the core. 2 genes were required for its formation, F-class blowfish gene, supplying the morphing ability and a weak poison ability. E-class mutated bloodwolf gene, supplying a body-enhancing ability and self-heal ability. Such a secret art was extremely powerful. Even more so when facing Xufei and the group that was one whole class lower than him. This is somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng looked on. Xufei and the rest could only resist with great difficulty and were not his opponents at all. At this speed, they would get killed one by one after no more than 2 minutes. Monkey opened his mouth suddenly. Chen Feng, do you still have that thunderstorm reagent? Yes. Chen Feng nodded slightly. He had prepared a total of 3 thundersnake gene reagents. There was still one left. Although the mutated blowfish is a very strong beast, it is like a balloon. Its body swells, but within, it is empty. Although the bloodwolf gene has greatly enhanced the body and given it the self-heal ability, becoming the blood-devouring metamorphosis, the bane of this type of genetic ability is still string-shaped attacks. Monkey said solemnly, I will attack him later. You can throw the gene reagent into his body. Sounds feasible. Chen Feng thought for a bit. However, at the very least, a cut that can fit the gene reagent is required. Leave this to me, Monkey sneered. Although I don't have attack power as strong as them, a mission like piercing a balloon, I am still very good at it. Light suddenly radiated out of Monkey's eyes. An azure-colored radiance covered his pupils as his whole eyes turned a blue color. This was his genetic ability. However, it only lasted a moment. Within one of his eyes, a blazing flame suddenly appeared. In a flash, it expanded, and his whole eye turned a gold color. A dreadful power converged there. 2-star secret art. Chen Feng was awed. Monkey had a 2-star secret art as well? Bang! The gold color flickered within Monkey's eye. A streak of terrifying gold-colored radiance pierced through Dragon 2, who was still feeling proud of himself, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. Somewhat amazed, Dragon 2 looked in Monkey's direction. 2-star secret art, golden fire eyes? Interesting. Dragon 2 laughed heartily. It was unexpected that a scout like you had actually fused with a combat gene. However, do you think there's any point in this? On his chest, the hole was slowly closing up. The reason for blood-devouring metamorphosis ability being a 2-star secret art was due to it making up for Blowfish's weakness of being easy to destroy by possessing a formidable healing ability. As long as it did not exceed his limit, it would be able to self-heal without stop, not suffering from any sort of injuries at all. The wound was healing rapidly. However, at the same time, Xu and the rest started to attack crazily. Dragon 2 knew this was their final struggle, so he intercepted their attacks with all his power. Chen Feng, who had prepared himself, charged forward and pushed the final bottle of Thundersnake gene reagent into Dragon 2's wound. What is this? Dragon 2 was distracted. Explode. Chen Feng activated it without the slightest hesitation. Bang! A terrifying power immediately exploded within Dragon 2's body. He was very powerful. As a D-class warrior, he possessed a power far surpassing ordinary people. However, with Chen Feng directly causing an explosion within his body, regardless of how powerful he was, he would not be able to survive. Bang! Dragon 2's enormous body was heavily damaged from the explosion. Hiss! Just like a pierced balloon, Dragon 2's body returned to normal. His eyes lose their color. Even in death, that pair of eyes were fixed on Chen Feng, as if unable to believe that he would actually die in the hands of a F-class warrior. 35, Chapter 35, Mastermind, Chapter 35, Mastermind Translator, Lamostin Editor, Tenish had it ended. Somewhat exhausted, Xu and the rest looked off into the distance. There was another black-clothed man who was also a D-class warrior. Currently, he was being engaged by that beast, unable to deal with them. Kill him. Xu saw through the crux of the matter with a glance and fiercely said, "Take the opportunity while he is busy dealing with the beast." Understood. Zhou Ling and the rest caught up with him. The 4-man squad acted once again. Their killer moves appeared immediately and smashed upon Dragon 1. This time, they did not have any confidence. This was totally an act of desperation. However, something unexpected happened. That black-clothed man did not defend himself at all, receiving all the attacks. Bang! Blood splattered. That black-clothed man was actually pierced through by Xu and others, getting killed on the scene. Everyone widened their eyes. How was this possible? Chen Feng's heart shuddered. Dead? Dead just like that? The mastermind that was much stronger than the previous guy was dead just like that? He could obviously have easily dodged their attacks. This fellow, right at this moment where everyone was bewildered, the blood started to boil. The corpse of the black-clothed man turned into pool of blood mid-air and enveloped that D-class mutated beast. Accompanied by a bellow of that beast, it was refined alive. Before everyone could react, the mutated beast had disappeared. In the air, only a drop of glittering blue-colored blood essence was left. That was the sea dragon blood essence. This guy, Chen Feng's pupil, constricted. With the escape of the teacher in charge and them surviving, the requirements for Sea Dragon Blood Essence's refinement were not met. Hence, this guy used his own blood to fill in the gap. What a vicious heart. What a terrifying guy. Had it ended, how was it possible? The Sea Dragon Blood Essence that was produced after the sacrifice of such a person, how could it be possible for it to fall into their hands? But he was obviously dead. Unless he was not the mastermind at all. Chen Feng and the rest exchanged glances as their scalp felt numb. The 2D-class warriors were actually mere foot soldiers? How terrifying was the real mastermind? Ha ha ha! We survived! All the students were in ecstasy. Survived. This one exploration had put them through countless desperate struggles. That feeling of powerlessness and pain was something they would not forget for their whole lives. Thank you, Chen Feng. Countless students were feeling grateful. Chen Feng shook his head and did not speak. He only looked at the sea in silence. The happy expression of the students froze. As they saw the unsightly expression of Chen Feng and Xu group, they seemed to realize something and started shuddering in fear. Could it be that very moment? Dong. A small sound resounded. It was akin to the heartbeat of a primordial god. At the same moment, countless students immediately started vomiting blood. Chen Feng paled. On the opposite bank, a faint silhouette appeared. Step by step, he reached the coast. Yet he did not stop his steps, continuing calmly onto the seawater. His foot stepped on the seawater. However, no ripples was left on the water at all. Moving so lightly. It's him. Xu expression changed greatly. A disciple of an influential family at Rock City. This family was a self-proclaimed descendant of dragons. Long Yue was a well-known figure of his generation. All the genes he fused were related to dragons. Regardless of whether they were true dragons or fake dragons, the abilities were terrifying. The last time he appeared in public, he was already a C-class genetic warrior. His current power? Unknown. Retreat. The pupils of Xu Fei and the group constricted. Zhou Ling was even dragging some of them as they frantically moved backward on the seawater, returning to the ring-shaped island. Stopping him? What a joke. An expert at this level was not someone they could stop. Long Yue, C-class, possibly higher. Xu Fei's face was green while everyone else was greatly frightened after listening to those words. Those students were all ashen-faced. God, why would such a terrifying guy come to Gold City? On the sea, Long Yue waved his hand and 2 corpses appeared from the water. Dragon 1 and Dragon 2, it has been hard, Long Yue said calmly. He pointed lightly and both corpses turned into ashes. Finally, Long Yue took a glance at the sea dragon's blood essence and a smile appeared on his face. When he turned around to face Chen Feng and the rest, his gaze was already ice cold. Since Dragon 1 and Dragon 2 are already dead, you all can accompany them in death. Long Yue, you dare? Xu Fei bellowed. These children are all students. You dare to start a war with Gold City's school? Xu Fei was clear. Now, only the school was able to cause this guy to refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Students? Long Yue's gaze was serene. He looked at the students that were trembling with fear and raised his hand slightly. It doesn't matter. I only need to kill everyone and nobody will know about it. Not good. Everyone's hearts leaped. Whoosh! Long Yue lightly waved his hand. Bang! The whole sea exploded. At this moment, even the sea was overturned. Go! Xu Fei clenched his teeth. The 4 of them unleashed the last of their remaining strength. However, the attack formed after exhausting all their strength was decimated before it even reached Long Yue's attack. That's right, with their ability, they were not even qualified to get near the attack. In this split second, the ring-shaped island collapsed. The heaven collapsed while the earth caved. The power of the whole sea was unleashed as it rose, forming a wave with a height of several tens of meters and smashing downward with boundless force, akin to a tsunami. We are finished. Everyone was ashen-faced. What damnable strength was this? It was certain that when that terrifying attack fell, everyone would be smashed into meat paste without question. This was the power of Long Yue. This was the power of a genetic expert. Damn it, to actually die this way. Xu Fei smiled bitterly. To die in the hands of such an expert isn't too bad, right? Zhou Ling mumbled to herself. Time to die? Monkey suddenly remembered something. Chen Feng, the lifeline you mentioned. At this, everyone looked toward Chen Feng. However, they were astonished to find that, at this moment of life and death, Chen Feng actually smiled. Our lifeline has appeared. What? Xu Fei and the rest blanked. Bang! That terrifying tsunami was still sweeping toward them. Yet, just before the attack hit them, a red silhouette descended from the sky and stood in front of the tsunami. Who was this? Everyone widened their eyes. Before they managed to take a clear look at that person's appearance, they saw that, in the air, a crimson flame appeared the same moment the red silhouette landed, and it took on the shape of a huge sword, slashing down toward the tsunami. Bang! The seawater thundered. As the fiery radiance flickered, an astonishing scene appeared. That terrifying tsunami was forcefully split into 2 by the sword and streamed past beside them. That tsunami containing the terrifying power of Long Ye was gone just like that. Slashed into nothingness with one attack, so powerful. Everyone's hearts leaped. As they looked on, they were stupefied. The person who had saved them was actually a little girl wearing a red dress. She was young, appearing to be 12 or 13 years old. She had red lips, white teeth, and delicate features on her face. Under the long eyelashes was a pair of quick-witted big eyes. Yet, at this moment, those eyes were filled with killing intent. Everyone's hearts trembled. Only now did they remember that this was the girl that stopped the tsunami with one slash. Shit. Chen Feng opened his mouth, stunned. He had thought that Wang Yue's protector would be a powerful middle-aged person. He'd never thought that this protector would be a 12 or 13-year-old little girl. Furthermore, to possess such terrifying strength. Chen Feng subconsciously glanced at her, and his heart trembled immediately. Those eyes, this little girl that appeared so young, possessed a pair of clear and limpid pupils. They appeared quick-witted, causing one's heart to palpitate, as if they were capable of seeing through one's heart. This little girl was definitely not a simple person. 36, Chapter 36, Dancing on the Tip of a Sword. Chapter 36, Dancing on the Tip of a Sword. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish, it's you. The expression of Long Yue, who was still showing off his prowess a moment ago, changed greatly when he saw the little girl. He immediately grabbed toward the sea dragon blood essence and accelerated backward. He actually fled without the slightest hesitation. Thinking of leaving? A cold and crisp sound echoed. Bang! The bright and resplendent sword ray descended once again. A flash of red light. Plop! Blood splattered and a severed arm soared. The hand that was grabbing onto the sea dragon blood essence released its grip, and the sea dragon blood essence fell into the sea together with the severed arm. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Wang Yao, a mournful scream resounded. Long Yao stared at the little girl in front of him in resentment. You are courting death. When I return, I will get someone to destroy your Wang family. I am going to let your whole family, noisy, Wang Yao sneered. If that's the case, you can leave more parts behind. Bang, a flash of red light. Another arm soared into the sky. That person stared at Wang Yao in resentment and spat out a mouthful of blood before disappearing in a flash of red, losing his courage to leave any fierce words before leaving. Everyone watched this scene in a daze. This little girl was too spirited, destroying heaven and earth the moment she appeared. The Long Yue that was so unbridled earlier had both his arms slashed off and ran off without even daring to leave a fart behind. But who on earth was she? Was she here to save them or to kill them? After so many bouts of desperation, everyone no longer dared to have any wishful thinking. Luckily, the little girl was currently ignoring them. Sea dragon blood essence? Red light glimmered in Wang Yao's hands. Just as she was prepared to start looking for the sea dragon blood essence in the seawater, an old and imposing voice resounded. Little girl, this thing, it's not something you can take, right? Chen Feng's heart leaped. This voice, their headmaster. Bang, an old man and a few teachers appeared. As soon as the barrier here had been removed, they had rushed here immediately. They had not expected that, apart from saving these students, there would also be an unexpected harvest. Sea dragon blood essence, what a precious thing. Its teacher, headmaster, and the others. All the students were crying tears of joy. They were saved. This time, they were really saved. Everyone started cheering. Chen Feng and Xu Fei, on the other hand, felt their heart leaping as they felt something amiss. The school had actually appeared at this time? Regardless of Wang Yao or the school, each party was capable of saving them. However, with both appearing at the same time, especially when there was such a thing like the sea dragon blood essence here, scram. Wang Yao's tiny face chilled as she opened her mouth and said without a trace of politeness, a bunch of old men who refused to die. You are all appearing at this time to fight over this thing with me, little girl. This thing was originally something refined by the students of my school. Headmaster Xuanhuan stated kindly, it should be you who is fighting over the results of these children, right? Chen Feng, those words, even he felt ashamed on behalf of the headmaster. How thick did one's face need to be in order to say those words? Did he not see how all the students were keeping their silence? Su Jin stood out at this moment. Headmaster, actually, she saved. You are called Su Jin, right? The headmaster nodded his head, appearing to be gratified, and interrupted her words. You did very well this time. You only need to bring all the other students as you stand aside and spectate. This matter is not something you all can get involved in. Ah? Su Jin was bewildered. Wang Yao sneered. Even if you want to fight over this thing, it still depends on whether you all are capable of it. Bang! A large amount of red light emerged and an immense flaming sword condensed in her hand. The 2-meter-long huge sword was inversely proportioned compared to her petite body. However, the blazing flame on the huge sword caused even Zhou Wenwu to feel pressured. This power? Bang! Wang Yao soared to the air as she unleashed a terrifying power. Zhou Wenwu sneered and confronted Wang Yao in midair. Bang! In a split second, the whole sky above the sea turned red. Burning cloud? Countless people at Gold City looked in that direction in amazement. At this moment, the teachers that came with the headmaster charged into the seawater and started looking for the sea dragon blood essence. However, that sea dragon blood essence was not an ordinary object. It streaked around without stop in the seawater. Even tens of teachers could not catch it. Damn it! One of the teachers became ruthless and glanced at the students on the shore. You all come down and look for it as well. All the students started hesitating. No matter what, that Wang Yao was someone who had saved them. To fight over this thing with her, the faces of these students were not that thick. The one who finds that thing will be the most outstanding student of the current batch. The school will mark down your contributions in the resumes you send to the universities, that teacher stated lightly. Bang! The heart of all the students jolted. The top student, as far as a student was concerned, this title represented honor and glory. It was something that would follow them forever. During their few years in university, it would bring upon them an extraordinary meaning. They were tempted. Teacher, let me help you. A student jumped into the seawater. The other students exchanged glances and entered the seawater in succession. Chen Feng smiled playfully. Students, this was Gold City High School's education method? All these thankless wretches. Xu Fei looked down on these students. They are still young, after all, Chen Feng stated softly. Xu Fei and the rest rolled their eyes. As if you were very old, said Dragon Blood Essence. As Chen Feng looked at those people flopping around in the seawater, he suddenly looked at Monkey. Monkey, is your ability able to see the sea dragon blood essence? No. Monkey shook his head. This item itself is the king of the seas. Falling into the seawater, coupled with the faint intelligence it possesses, it is very hard to find. That's why those teachers are allowing the students to help. Whether one can find it or not is totally dependent on luck. However, with this many people, they will find it sooner or later. Dependent on luck, Chen Feng shook his hand and looked at the 50 points of luck value he had. Suddenly, his heart was burning. So be it then. Chen Feng shook his head and stretched lazily. I still thought that you could sell them a favor with this. How could a favor be so easy to sell? Xu laughed. Since there was no danger, the few of them could only wait there. Those teachers would probably not let them go before the result was out anyway. This water doesn't seem to be active anymore. Chen Feng reached the edge of the water without a change of expression and silently submerged a reagent bottle into the water. At the same time, his luck aura was activated. Whoosh! The luck value was frantically being exhausted. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, 40 points. Suddenly, Chen Feng's hand trembled. He could keenly feel something knocking against his reagent bottle. Could it be? Chen Feng's mouth was dry. Outwardly, he did not dare to leak any of his emotions. Silently, he sealed the reagent bottle, hid the bottle in his cuff, and calmly stood up. Yeah, Xu looked at the seawater. From today onward, I'm afraid there won't be any dragons passing mountain anymore. As the source has disappeared, the water here will gradually dry up. Everyone else felt the same. Who would have thought that they would encounter such an incident in this single exploration of theirs? Let's go to the shore. Chen Feng shook his head. It still feels dangerous here. Zhou nodded her head. Ice appeared. Everyone reached the shore and stopped there to wait. All this while, Chen Feng had luck aura activated. He was afraid that even the tiniest bit of abnormality around him would be noticed. To play a trick in front of so many powerful genetic warriors was akin to dancing on the tip of a knife. 1 point, 2 points. The luck value was still being exhausted. Chen Feng leaned against a big tree and sat down to rest. Soundlessly, he hid the reagent bottle earlier into the shrub behind him and buried it with the sand. Up until now, a total of 48 points of luck value were exhausted. Done. Chen Feng was inwardly excited as he finally felt relieved. 37, Chapter 37, 3-year start, Chapter 37, 3-year start translator, Lemoston editor, Tenesh. Do you see? This is the power of a school. Xu smiled toward Chen Feng. And this is only a high school. At a university, it is even scarier. All those senior students, counselors, teachers, professors, as long as you touch one of them, a whole group of them will appear. Although their internal competition is intense, they are still united against outsiders. What does that have to do with me? Chen Feng stretched lazily. Don't you regret failing the entrance examinations? Xu smiled faintly. What if I didn't fail? Becoming the same type of people as them? Chen Feng pointed toward the students in the sea. Xu and the rest deeply agreed. True, it is important to increase one's strength. However, the Gold City High School evidently neglected the most important point, moral character. Based on the students' dispositions, when they graduate in the future and enter the society, even if they are strong, they will still be toyed with to death by others. That female student is not bad. Zhou suddenly winked at Chen Feng. Chen Feng followed her gaze and, with astonishment, saw that it was Jin, the only student that had not entered the sea to search for the reagent. Xu wrapped his arms around Chen Feng's shoulder and obscenely said, not having a chance to enter a university, it wouldn't be too bad to enter as a university student. Scram, Chen Feng said resolutely in contempt. After a few near-death crises, everyone was now closer to each other. However, this also helped Chen Feng clearly see the nature of this person. He was a wretched pervert through and through. No wonder Zhou would always stand up to him every now and then. As for Jin, Chen Feng had never really thought about it. This type of lady was somewhat unacceptable for him. As they were talking among each other, suddenly, the burning cloud in the skies jolted and scattered. 2 silhouettes emerged from it, Wang Yao and Zhou Wenwu. It ended. Everyone looked toward both of them and was immediately stunned. It could be distinctly seen that the big sword in Wang Yao's hands was partly broken. It appeared to have been forcefully broken by someone. Her tiny face was deathly pale from anger as she stared at Zhou Wenwu in front of her. However, Zhou Wenwu's conditions seemed even worse than hers. Although there were no wounds on him, half of his beard had been burnt away. Little girl, if we continue fighting, I'm afraid there will be some other people arriving. Zhou Wenwu smiled bitterly. Wang Yao sneered. I will kill however many come. Is this proper? Zhou Wenwu smiled bitterly. Your family's old Wang and I can be considered acquaintances. Why don't we find the sea dragon blood essence first before we go back and slowly discuss the matter of distribution? Fine. Wang Yao pondered and put her sword away. Zhou Wenwu shook his head as he smiled bitterly. The young generations nowadays were getting more terrifying. Have you found it yet? Zhou Wenwu looked toward the teachers. No. Everyone was ashamed. No? Zhou Wenwu frowned. Increase your speed. Try to get it before others arrive. There's no need to be so troublesome. Wang Yao sneered. Bang! Endless flames started to emerge. The broken sword in Wang Yao's hand was stabbed into the seawater. Whoosh! A powerful force started shaking the sea and the seawater started boiling. Under the terrifying high temperature, it became vapor. The water level of the whole sea was declining at a frightening high speed. Hiss! Everyone else inhaled a breath of cold air. This little girl was actually planning to evaporate the whole sea. Damn! Xu opened his mouth wide, not closing it even after a long time. Chen Feng's expression changed slightly as well. However, his change was not due to being shocked by Wang Yao's strength. It was due to him suddenly thinking, if she found out that the item had been hidden by him, the corner of Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Those students that had helped the teachers to search for the sea dragon blood essence were dripping wet with cold sweat. They were all terrified that Wang Yao would find them not pleasing to the eyes and evaporate them as well. Thus, under everyone's watch, Wang Yao forcefully evaporated the whole sea. That place became a piece of barren land. However, there was nothing inside. Where's the sea dragon blood essence? Wang Yao's killing intent was bubbling up. All the seawater disappeared, yet the sea dragon blood essence had disappeared as well. Zhou Wenwu's heart leaped as well, and he coldly said, "Whoever found the sea dragon blood essence, you better hand it over. There are some things that the likes of you can't lay your hands on." We really didn't. Everyone smiled bitterly. Zhou Wenwu sneered. Although he did not possess a tyrannical power like what Wang Yao had, his foundations were much thicker than Wang Yao's. His frightening spiritual power started sweeping through everyone's body. However, nothing was found. Wang Yao also started to search them one by one, yet the sea dragon blood essence was still nowhere to be found. "Old man, you actually dare to play tricks on me." Wang Yao pointed at Zhou Wenwu, certain that it was this old man that had let those teachers secretly move it away after finding it. "It really isn't me." Zhou Wenwu's face was ashen. "Not one person left this place just now. There's also nothing with a teleportation ability here. If there was, you would have most certainly sensed it." Wang Yao snorted coldly. The sea dragon blood essence disappeared just like that under the eyes of two powerful genetic warriors. Everyone was searched, including Chen Feng's group that had not entered the sea. However, the sea dragon blood essence was still nowhere to be found. Would it be related to those fellows? Zhou Wenwu suddenly thought of something. Since they are the one who arranged all this, they might have some hidden methods. When you severed that guy's arm earlier, if they utilized some method to fuse some blood into the sea dragon blood essence and controlled it in the dark, it really might have disappeared from here. Damn it, Wang Yao pondered. There really was such a possibility. Seems like we need to go get an explanation from them, Zhou Wenwu sneered, to harm so many of my students. If they don't pay any price, they will not know how precious my Gold City High School students are. Wang Yao looked at him coldly. Neither of them trusted each other. However, under such circumstances, there was no other choice. After a long time, everyone was finally allowed to leave after another round of inspection. Found? Wang Yao looked at Wang Yue. No, Wang Yue said obediently. Trash, Wang Yao said without a trace of politeness. Wang Yue lowered his head, not even daring to speak back. Everyone started leaving in succession. As Chen Feng and Xu Fei's group were about to leave, Wang Yao suddenly opened her mouth. "Chen Feng, come over." Chen Feng's body froze as he had a bad feeling inside. Had he been found out? Xu Fei and his group looked at Chen Feng in amazement. As they recalled how Chen Feng said he had the confidence to survive this, they were immediately shocked. Chen Feng actually knew this little girl, this expert with terrifying strength. Go. Xu Fei patted Chen Feng's shoulders. Chen Feng smiled unnaturally, his body somewhat stiff. "What's the matter?" Xu Fei saw Chen Feng's unnatural reaction and said in amazement, "Both of you won't really have some relationship, right?" Chen Feng's expression became even more unnatural. Him snatching the sea dragon blood essence, it was not something as simple as them having a relationship. They were totally enemies with great enmity. Shit, there really is a relationship. Xu Fei's original expression of ridicule became solemn suddenly, and he looked at Chen Feng seriously. "Brother, let me tell you. Although this person is very strong, however, her age is very young. Don't blame me for not reminding you as a brother. At most, you should start with a 3 years gap. Scram." Chen Feng's face darkened. However, before Chen Feng made his move, a sharp gaze swept through, and as Xu Fei's expression changed greatly, a fireball suddenly descended from the sky. As the flame flickered, the handsome hairstyle of Xu Fei was burned clean. "My hair," Xu Fei had a stupefied expression on his face. As he rubbed his head, a pile of ashes dropped down. "Who told you to keep blabbering on?" Zhou Ling and the rest held their laughter and forcefully dragged the stunned Xu Fei away. Chen Feng's mouth twitched as he moved carefully to Wang Yao. "Say it." Wang Yao kicked Wang Ye. Thank you." Wang Yu stared at Chen Feng as he squeezed those words out through his gnashing teeth. "There's no need." Chen Feng was immediately relieved. The debt was settled, Wang Yao stated faintly. "Understood." Chen Feng smiled bitterly. This fellow did not give him any face at all. Her mindset was simple. In other words, he had saved Wang Yu once, and subsequently she had saved Chen Feng once, so their debt was considered to be settled. Nobody owed the other anything. Chen Feng smiled. As he prepared to leave, Wang Yao suddenly opened her mouth. "Is the sea dragon blood essence on you?" Whoosh! Chen Feng's heart leaped, almost choking himself. "How is that possible?" Chen Feng said in a dull voice. "I didn't even enter the sea. True." Wang Yao recalled and stopped questioning him. "Goodbye it is then." Chen Feng nodded his head in greeting before leaving calmly. Nobody knew that as he left the place, his whole body was filled with cold sweat, drenching all the clothes on him. The eyes of this little girl were capable of causing one's heart to palpitate. Chen Feng even thought that he had been found out. Why did you force me to thank him? Wang Yue said fiercely. He must have found out that you were here. That's why he saved me. It should be him thanking us instead. Wang Yao glared at him. If not for him fighting at the front lines, the Sea Dragon Blood Essence and the Mastermind would not have appeared. However, the disappearance of the Sea Dragon Blood Essence. As she saw that Wang Yu was still glaring at Chen Feng, she softly said, "In the future, don't provoke him. A mere beginner producer, do I need to be afraid of him?" Wang Yu could not accept it. Wang Yao shook her head. This Chen Feng is not so simple. Apart from having good luck, what else could he have? Wang Yu sneered. I won't stupidly go and provoke him now, but in the future, when I have improved myself, he will be nothing but a wild dog under my legs. Wang Yao's tiny face was solemn as she no longer opened her mouth. Chen Feng, looking at that slowly disappearing silhouette, she sank into contemplation. 38, Chapter 38, 5-Star Formula. Chapter 38, 5-Star Formula. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenesh returning home, Chen Feng was only truly relieved the moment he entered his rented house. Finally safe. He had never expected that an ordinary mission would escalate into such a situation. Barely escaping death, he almost wasn't able to return anymore. Long Yue, the headmaster, Wang Yao, all of them possessed strength far surpassing Chen Feng's. Every single step he took was full of crises. A single mistake would have cost him his life. It was still due to my strength being too weak. Chen Feng grasped his fist. Become strong. I need to become strong. In this age, only by becoming an expert will I be able to stand proud. However, the higher the risk, the higher the return. Chen Feng had profited greatly from this trip. First, what excited him the most was the fact that the Sea Dragon Blood Essence was finally in his hands. Able to cause even that old headmaster to fight over it without a sense of shame, it could be seen how valuable this thing was. He only needed to wait for this incident to calm down first before secretly retrieving the Sea Dragon Blood Essence. That would be his biggest harvest. Second, his gene search capability had greatly increased. Due to him continuously staying in the digitized mode, removing high difficulty restrictions and the endless amount of spiritual energy recovery reagents, Chen Feng's current gene search speed was a few times faster than his previous speed. This increase would prove to be a great assistance to Chen Feng in his gene production. Lastly, Chen Feng's main target for this mission, the 5-Star Formula. After the mission, this 5-Star Formula finally fell into Chen Feng's hands. Although he had yet to take a look at it, he trusted Xu Fei not to scam him. Let's take a look at this 5-Star Formula. Chen Feng played with the chip in his hand. That's right, the information of a 5-Star Formula would normally be compressed within a chip. This was also the regular storage medium used in transactions. Chen Feng inserted the chip into his wristband. Whoosh! A frightening amount of information rushed madly into the wristband. After a long time, the 5-Star Formula's information appeared in his personal storage. The chip, on the other hand, produced a crisp sound before burning itself. Gold Ant Gene Formula difficulty level, 5 stars type, special function, permanent increase of spirit by 10 to 20 points. Limitation, F-class genetic warrior only able to use once introduction. With Savage Desert Ant's blood essence as the core, forms a special gene reagent by refining the blood essence with all sorts of valuable materials. 5 stars. It was really 5 stars. Chen Feng's lips and tongue felt dry. The day spent dancing in the cradle of death was not wasted. With this formula and the formula gifted by the Genetic Production Association, Chen Feng's original goal of 20-star rating, which had seemed so far away, was suddenly half reached. As long as he mastered these two formulas, he would be rated 10 stars. Chen Feng was inwardly excited. There's also a major point that should not be ignored, which was the function of this formula. 20 points of spiritual energy. Chen Feng finally knew why that Wang Yue's spiritual energy had rapidly increased immediately after graduation, to the point of surpassing him. He must have used a similar gene reagent. These rich children of influential families walked a completely different path than others. However, Chen Feng was not unduly humbled. Since these rich children all improved themselves this way, this item must be quite expensive. Chen Feng's eyes shined brightly. As he searched for information on the gold ant gene, he found that the cost of the materials were 150,000 yuan, while the average transaction price was 200,000 yuan. This price, Chen Feng felt powerless to even criticize it. What a scam. Huge scam. For a normal gene producer, this was akin to a heavenly scam. Even though Chen Feng's production level had increased, he still felt that this 5-star formula was a heavenly scam. If one were to rush their level to intermediate level producer with this kind of 5-star formula, he would suffer great losses. High cost, high difficulty level, yet such low profit. It was not even enough to cover the costs of materials for the failed productions. However, for Chen Feng, this was the most suitable formula instead. Due to the existence of the luck aura, he walked a path that was totally illogical for a normal person. Making a loss? It was non-existent. Chen Feng searched but noted that the amount of available gold ant formulas in the business district was low. There was no choice. The production difficulty was too high. Those able to produce these kinds of formulas were mostly intermediate producers or even higher level producers. When these people produced a gold ant formula, they were probably researching its composition. Making money, they only needed to sell some high-level genes. This was Chen Feng's opportunity. No marketing required, no discount required. As long as he put it up for sale, it would definitely sell. Then, let's produce one to start with. Chen Feng was filled with fighting spirit. However, right as he started his research, Chen Feng found a grave problem. The core material required for production of gold ant gene, the blood essence of savage desert ant, was not sold at the stores at the virtual community. Could this be an extinct mutated beast? Chen Feng's heart leaped. As he hastily researched, he finally found where the problem lay. Not all blood essence was able to be preserved. There was some blood essence that would lose its genetic energy in a short time after leaving the mutated beast's body. This was especially true for spirit-type beasts. The blood essence of the savage desert ant was one of them, only having a shelf life of 3 days. Wanting to get his hands on this type of blood essence, there were only 2 options. Hunt the beasts personally or hire someone to hunt them. This is somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng frowned. He did not want to waste too much time on gathering materials. As he recalled that the savage desert ant was not a particularly formidable species of mutated beast, Chen Feng contacted Xu directly, wanting to know if they had any free time. However, unexpectedly, Chen Feng kept getting a busy signal from Xu. He did not know what they were busy with. Seems like I have to handle this myself. Chen Feng shook his head. He started going through the information on the savage desert ant. This was a type of E-class mutated beast, originating from the Black Cloud continent, one of the mutations of giant termite. Possessing powerful spiritual energy, it was very dangerous. Black Cloud continent, eh? Chen Feng pondered. He did not want to waste too much time on this. Before increasing his strength, Chen Feng was very clear on his position, a beginner producer. He would normally not get involved in anything involving combat, at least on the surface, this was the appearance he maintained. However, if it was only gathering blood essence, it's not like there's no way. Chen Feng made his decision quickly. However, he did not go out the same day. In order to get the sea dragon blood essence, he almost exhausted all of his luck value. Now he needed to wait for the luck value to recover to a certain extent before he dared to leave his house. There was no choice. He was too weak. Before becoming a true expert, he had to remain cautious. Outside of his expectations, on that night, he was contacted by the Gene Production Association. Good day, Mr. Chen. In front of him was the voice of a gentle-sounding woman. I am a staff member of the Gene Production Association. Recently, we detected some outsiders trying to gather information about you. Our guess is that, in the near future, there will be someone acting unfavorably against you. Please take note, the staff member said softly. Thanks. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. However, his first reaction was thinking that this was a scam call before subsequently recalling that there were not many people with the guts to impersonate the Gene Production Association when performing a scam call. At that, he frowned and calmly asked, Do all the producers get the same treatment from the association? No. The staff member answered straightforwardly. The association places different levels of attention on different producers. Although you are not at this level yet, Senior Zhang Wei requested we pay more attention on you, so this was the case. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Zhang Wei, eh? Seems like I need to thank him in the future. However, who was it that wanted to investigate me? Wang Yue? Wang Yao? Improbable. Chen Feng shook his head. They knew his circumstances very well, so there was no need for them to investigate him. He racked his brains yet still failed to recall whose attention he had caught recently. Who could it be? Chen Feng muttered silently. Contrary to what one might expect, Chen Feng wasn't scared of anyone acting against him. In this world, what he feared the least was assassination. With luck aura, the threat an assassination posed to him was instead the lowest. What he was afraid of was meeting those with powerful strength and strong background like Long Yue. That was what he would consider a true impasse. Long Yue, Chen Feng suddenly recalled something. The reason the opponent investigated him might not only be to assassinate him. How about other reasons, such as the Sea Dragon blood essence incident? This was what he was most afraid of. Seems like I need to watch my back for now. Chen Feng was in a solemn mood. Although the Sea Dragon blood essence had been buried, if he wanted to get his hands on it, he still needed to wait for some time. During this period of time, he must not be discovered, or else only death awaited him. Late at night, Chen Feng was looking at the glittering lights of the city as he contemplated. Seems like some changes are required for the plan tomorrow. 39, Chapter 39, A Day Full of Surprises. Chapter 39, A Day Full of Surprises. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Gold City. Under the shadows of the lights of the flourishing city, at a certain dimly lit corner, 3 silhouettes were huddled together, carefully discussing something. Number 2, how goes the investigation? The target is recently researching the Black Cloud continent and savage desert ants. After looking into it, I found that this beast's blood essence can't be preserved for a long period of time. If the target really wants this thing, he needs to make a trip to Black Cloud continent. We can follow after him and get rid of him in the dark. Is the information accurate? Accurate. I spent a huge sum to get a hacker to verify the information. Both Production Association and Chen Feng's side have been checked. There's no mistake. That's good then. Number 3, get ready. The voices gradually stopped as the 3 silhouettes submerged into the darkness of night. Early morning the next day, the 3 brothers reached Black Cloud Continent. Riding on the fastest Iron Cloud, they only spent 1 hour to reach Black Cloud Continent and entered one of the camps in the vicinity of the place where savage desert ants commonly appeared. In order to help the explorers better complete their missions, the Genetic Union had set up camps near cities and also at the furthest reachable regions. In the camps, personal fights were banned. Everything in the camps was monitored. There were even specially built combat robots guarding the camps, making the camps the best rest stop for explorers. The 3 of them reached the camp under the scorching sun. The sun shined upon the whole camp. Under the reflection of layers of glass, it gave off a bizarre sense of beauty. However, the majority of the people here did not have the time to appreciate the beauty. Is Chen Feng here yet? The boss asked. He has gotten on the Iron Cloud and will arrive in roughly 1 hour, said number 2 as he looked at the information received on his wristband. Very good. Satisfied, the boss said, our plan is very simple. His target is to hunt savage desert ants. We only need to pretend to be passers-by. When he is hunting the savage desert ants, we will make our move secretly. This way, we can definitely get rid of him easily. He might hire others as well. Number 3 said in a low voice, Chen Feng is only a producer. If he wants to hunt savage desert ants, he will definitely hire 2 E-class warriors. That is expected. Boss nodded slightly. Regardless of if it's 2 or 3, the enemy is out there in the open while we are hidden in the dark. This is our advantage. Our target is only Chen Feng. We can ignore others and escape the moment we kill him. Don't forget, we also have that thing. Number 2 and 3 couldn't help but to nod. True. With that thing, even if he hired a few E-class warriors, he still needs to die. 1 hour later, Chen Feng was preparing for his arrival at Black Cloud Continent. He will be here soon. Number 2 said in a low voice. Let's go, boss ordered decisively. It will be too obvious for us to tail him. We need to reach there first. The 3 of them reached the area where savage desert ants commonly appeared in advance. They were waiting for something. Sure enough. After less than half an hour, people started appearing at the normally deserted savage desert ant territory. In order to not appear suspicious, the 3 of them found a savage desert ant and proceeded to kill it. However, what exceeded their expectations was that the savage desert ant hunting team did not have Chen Feng in it. Are you sure? Yes, that group of 3 does not have Chen Feng in it. How could this be? Boss felt somewhat doubtful. Is it just a normal team that is coincidentally here to hunt savage desert ants as well? Soon, other silhouettes started appearing in the distance. Someone is here, Boss felt invigorated. This time, it should be Chen Feng. Hence, they hunted down another savage desert ant to disguise themselves. However, as those people neared, they somewhat blanked as they noticed that the people that came were not Chen Feng either. Chen Feng was still nowhere to be seen. Savage desert ants were not that easy to kill. Only after a long time did they manage to tire the ant to death. After that, the other hunting team started leaving gradually. What happened? The 3 of them were wondering why Chen Feng was not there yet. Do you think that Chen Feng had noticed us? Number 3 thought a bit. Is it possible that he deliberately got these people to come here and confuse us? That might be the case, Boss shivered. Wait, Chen Feng is definitely hidden within one of the teams. He deliberately let other teams come and create chaos in order to confuse us. Subsequently, he will hide himself among one of the teams and make his move for real. He will definitely appear, Boss was sure. However, the next few hours they started seeing people coming in succession to hunt savage desert ants. Yet Chen Feng was still nowhere to be seen. 1 time, 2 times, the whole morning passed just like that, yet they didn't even catch a glimpse of Chen Feng. If it wasn't for number 2 being sure that Chen Feng was still in Black Cloud Continent, they would probably have thought that Chen Feng had left. Something is wrong. Number 3 had an unsightly expression. Do I need you to tell me this? Boss sneered. After thinking for a long time, he slapped his thigh. Let's go to the camp and see what the situation is. All right. The 3 of them returned to the camp. However, somewhat exceeding their expectations, a long line had formed in the camp. A lot of people were surrounding that spot, causing others to be unable to see what was happening inside. Number 3, go take a look, Boss signaled with his eyes. Understood. With a resolute expression, number 3 rushed into the crowd. 10 minutes later, he squeezed out of the crowd with a stupefied expression on his face and a big pile of cash in his embrace. What's the situation? Boss asked hastily. Someone is giving out money? And no. Number 3 had a disbelieving expression on his face. You go take a look and you will know. Trash, Boss glared at him. Number 2, you go take a look. All right. Number 2 looked at number 3 in contempt and, as number 3 had done earlier, he squeezed into the crowd full of fighting spirit. He squeezed out 10 minutes later as well, looking somewhat wretched. And on his face was the same stupefied expression, and in his embrace was also a pile of cash. Number 2, Boss asked. Number 2 had the same expression of disbelief on his face, to the point where he was almost crying. I can't explain it clearly. Boss, you will know after going over to take a look. Humph, Boss sneered. Let me see what trick they are playing. Scram. Boss squeezed overbearingly into the crowd. The people around looked at him and frowned. However, after thinking about it, even if he entered, he might not be selected anyway. Hence, they did not say anything and allowed Boss to squeeze into the center of the crowd. Next, Boss saw a person who shocked him to his core. Chen Feng, that's right, the one surrounded by the crowd was actually Chen Feng. What's the situation? Boss's heart leaped as he felt something was amiss. At this time, Chen Feng seemed to have noticed him and waved his hand. You. Yes, you. Sighing voices started echoing around him. The boss walked in front of Chen Feng without a change in his expression as he readied the dagger in his hands. However, as he saw the combat robot in the distance that had locked onto him, he quietly gave up his plan. Here, it was impossible to kill Chen Feng. Take your savage desert ant's blood essence out, Chen Feng said indifferently. Boss's heart leaped. How did this fellow knew about the savage desert ant's blood essence on him? Had those bastards number 2 and number 3 betrayed him? As he was about to say something, he noticed that the people nearby had surrounded him with gazes filled with killing intent, causing Boss to hastily hand over the blood essence he had obtained earlier. The purity is not bad. Chen Feng took a look and offered his price. Nuo, your money. Chen Feng grabbed a pile of cash and threw it to Boss and yelled to the crowd, next, let me say again, only accepting those with the best purity. Buying with high price. Those with bad purity need not come. Mine is good. Mine is better. Newly acquired. Definitely meets your standards. Countless people started competing. Just like this, with a pile of cash in his embrace and a stupefied expression on his face, the boss was squeezed out of the crowd. Only when he was finally squeezed out of the crowd did his mind register what had happened. Chen Feng was actually buying savage desert ant's blood essence here. He never planned to go out. Assassinate? The opponent never thought of giving you a chance at all. The most lamentable fact was that the blood essence they had gotten from their hunt since early morning was sold just like this to Chen Feng. The genes hunted by them were actually those with the best purity. All of them were selected by Chen Feng, so after being busy for the whole morning, they were actually working for Chen Feng. As this crossed his mind, Boss was totally stupefied. At this moment, he finally knew why number 2 and 3 had this expression on their faces. What should we do? Boss was bewildered. Perhaps Chen Feng will still come out, they guessed. However, one day passed just like this. As it was getting late, Chen Feng got on Ironcloud and returned to Gold City. The three of them followed Chen Feng back with a puzzled expression. Disguise? Was there still a need for that? Even if they returned to Gold City, they would not be able to get any chances. That night, at the same corner, the three silhouettes were seated on the ground with stupefied expressions on their face, asking why things had turned out like this. They performed a lot of missions before, and their targets were also the likes of beginner producers and F-class genetic warriors. However, someone as terrifying as Chen Feng, it was unprecedented. From the start till the end, the opponent was always in a safe zone. What could you do in that situation? He won't stay at supervised areas forever, right? Number 2 was full of despair. Who knows, Number 3 muttered. Let it be. Let's look for other opportunities. Boss clenched his teeth. There's still some time left before the mission's deadline. Don't be anxious and give up first in case he really does leave the safe zones. In case, a sigh could be heard. The three silhouettes disappeared into the dark of night. 40 Chapter 40, The Strongest Gene. Chapter 40, The Strongest Gene. Translator, Lemoston editor, Tenesh currently. Within a rented house at Gold City, Chen Feng was feeling very satisfied as he looked at the materials he had gathered. 30 sets of savage desert ants blood essence that contained the best genes, which he had personally picked. This was how he had collected the savage desert ant's blood essence. Bringing along a huge pile of cash to purchase would always appear more attractive compared to purchasing with fund transfers. And I still need to thank those three idiots. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Since he had received news about it beforehand, how could he miss the three of them? They had put so much effort into it. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. A single gold ant gene reagent requires 10 sets of savage desert ant's blood essence. Chen Feng calculated and noted that all the money he had saved recently was only sufficient for him to produce 3 sets of the reagent. The cost is somewhat high. Chen Feng's head was aching somewhat. However, he had no other options. This was something he had to do. A gene producer was originally a profession where one invested greatly during the early stages before reaping huge profits in the late stages. As such, an outstanding gene producer was incomparably valuable. Let's produce one first. Chen Feng made up his mind. Putting his thought into action immediately, he started researching all the information related to the gold ant gene and spent 2 whole days before he managed to grasp all the information and collect all the required materials. This was especially true for the incubator liquid required during the 3rd step, the gene fusion step. A countless number of valuable materials needed to be allocated for this, and there was no space for mishaps. It was very hard to produce a gold ant gene. Although Chen Feng's gene production level had increased greatly, if he were to forcefully produce this kind of 5-star formula, the success rate would be a pathetic 1%. Luckily, he possessed the luck aura. I can start now. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Start. Whoosh! Light swirled as Chen Feng entered the digitized mode. Similar to the Thundersnake gene, the gold ant gene's production was very hard as well. No less than 300 strains of genes needed to be collected during the gene search step. Even with the luck aura activated, Chen Feng almost failed. The gene search process of an F-class formula alone had already in itself matched the difficulty of the restriction Xu brought during the interview. Worthy of being a 5-star formula indeed. Luckily, after the exploration trip with Xu, Chen Feng's gene search ability had improved greatly. He managed to forcefully complete the gene search process in the end. When producing a normal gene, Chen Feng was not worried at all during the first and second steps. He only needed to consume 1 point of luck value for the gene fusion step, and the reagent would be easily completed. However, when producing these high-difficulty genes, even during the initial 2 steps, Chen Feng did not dare to relax the slightest bit. First step, gene search, completion. Luck value exhausted by 1 point. Second step, gene reaction, completion. Luck value exhausted by 1 point. The catalyzed reaction for the 300 strains of genes gave Chen Feng a headache. Luckily, Chen Feng had improved rapidly nowadays. As such, he managed to complete all the reactions without any mishaps. Third step, gene fusion, completion. Luck value exhausted by 1 point. The crux for producing special genes was the preparation of the incubator liquid. The moment the lone gene started to duplicate itself in the incubator liquid was the moment the gold ant gene's production completed. Gene name, gold ant, gene type, special gene function, triggering the potential in one's body, permanently increase one's spiritual energy by 20 points. Gene introduction, with savage desert ant's blood essence as the core, forming a special gene reagent by refining the blood essence with all sorts of valuable materials. Success. Chen Feng was excited. This was the first 5-star difficulty reagent he had produced. A peak attribute gold ant gene reagent. As long as he could sell more of them, reaching a 20-star rating wouldn't be a problem. However, Chen Feng quickly calmed down from his excitement. This was a peak attribute gene reagent, yet there was still no mutation. Still no mutation? Chen Feng was made aware of an issue. Thundersnake gene had no mutation. Gold ant gene had no mutation either. Was it due to the mutation being too hard to achieve, or was it due to these formulas with high star ratings not having a mutation at all? Chen Feng was somewhat anxious. His advantage that enabled him to far exceed others was his ability to uncover the unknown potential of genes regardless of the probability. Hence, he was always looking forward to the arrival of his second mutated gene. However, it had not appeared. The Thundersnake gene and Gold Ant gene did not even have a normal mutation. Hence, there was no need to mention the concealed genes with an unknown probability. It did not exist at all. Mutated genes were, after all, the minority among so many genes. Is there really no mutation? Chen Feng searched about it online and was immensely disappointed. Perhaps it was really a coincidence for him to be the first person to discover the mutated lumberbear gene. From now on, he would be the same as ordinary producers. For some reason, Chen Feng could not be satisfied with this. After enjoying the benefits fame brought, however small that fame it was, Chen Feng was somewhat dissatisfied. Am I like Professor Dao now? Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Soon, he recalled something. How was a gene formula found? It was something found through countless attempts of the previous generations, a result of non-stop experiments, something that was successfully created after the research and improvement of countless people. Since a formula was a research result in itself, did it mean that there might be some fault in the research itself? For example, mutated lumberbear gene. Perhaps there was a problem in the formula itself? Chen Feng's lips and tongue felt dry. As a newbie producer, he was questioning the predecessors. It was not due to the predecessors being incapable. Rather, it was because, if there were certain aspects with an extremely low appearance probability, their formula might not be able to discover that thing as well. If that's the case, does that mean I can improve the formulas? Chen Feng's eyes were burning. This was the first time he felt the madness within him. Let's try. Chen Feng followed the wishes of his burning heart. Since the thought surfaced, he had to try. However, how should he get started? Formula, improvement, Chen Feng sank into contemplation. He was already familiar with the 3 steps of gene production. If modifications were required, then naturally, all 3 steps needed to be modified as well. Chen Feng busied himself for 2 days before he was done with his preparations. First step, gene search. Bang. The light before his eyes cracked as Chen Feng entered the digitized mode. In the past, every time Chen Feng performed gene search, he merely activated the luck aura and grabbed whatever genes he laid his eyes on, stopping as soon as the amount was sufficient. This was because he knew that the genes he caught were the most suitable genes. However, was the quantity required correct? What if the required amount of the improved formula was not 300 genes? Or the type of requirements for the formula itself was different altogether? Then, Chen Feng slowly closed his eyes. Using his spiritual energy, he blocked all his senses, blocked everything, entering a peculiar digitized world. This world was enveloped in darkness. He couldn't see anything, yet he could feel it. Whoosh. Chen Feng started casually grabbing genes. Not caring about the type and quantity, grabbing everything in front of him just like that. However many he caught would be totally dependent on luck. This was Chen Feng's strongest production mode. Chen Feng named this hyperdimensional mode. His plan was simple: to complete the formula transformation under this peculiar mode, the strongest gene. I must create the strongest gene. Chen Feng started chanting in his heart. With Chen Feng's willpower as the foundation, luck aura began operating. A certain mysterious power started to operate furiously while Chen Feng's luck value started to slowly decline. It began 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. It only stopped upon reaching 5 points. As luck values were not being exhausted anymore, Chen Feng was clear that the gene search step must have been completed at that point. Opening his eyes, Chen Feng's heart leaped. Indeed, 560 strains of genes. Compared to the previous 300 strains, even the gene types were totally different. This was something selected automatically by the luck aura. First step completed. Very good. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. As long as it's working, it's good. Then, let's get started with the second step gene reaction. Whoosh! Chen Feng closed his eyes. He had to maintain this mode, since if his eyes were opened, he would definitely be distracted by these genes, getting himself influenced by the familiar genes. Whoosh! The sequence of gene reactions was in disorder. Chen Feng conveniently grabbed one gene after another and started the gene reaction process. Reaction, one after another, they started reacting. Chen Feng did not care about the sequence anymore. This step was obviously the hardest. Chen Feng's luck value was declining crazily at a frightening speed. When Chen Feng finally completed all the gene reactions, he had consumed 10 points of luck value, an extremely terrifying number. Done. Second step completed. Chen Feng did not dare to open his eyes. He knew that the second step of gene reaction was complete. That special mutated gene might have really been produced by him. What was left was the third step, gene fusion. As long as the fusion was successful, it might give birth to this strongest gene. However, this was the most troublesome step. Not only the duplication of the gene, the crux was that the incubator liquid required for the duplication was something he did not have at all. He needed to use the available materials and prepare an incubator liquid capable of supporting the duplication of the mutated gene. This was an unknown gene and an unknown incubator liquid. If he wanted to complete it, he could only depend on luck aura. Luck aura, as Chen Feng prepared to continue, he suddenly felt a pang of dizziness. 41, Chapter 41, Chen Feng's Path, Chapter 41, Chen Feng's Path Translator, Lemoston Editor, Xuanhuan. Chen Feng felt ringing in his ears as he felt that the whole world was suddenly enveloped in darkness. As he accidentally looked out the window toward the sun, he found that the sun actually appeared green. What happened? Chen Feng blinked for a long time. Only after 2 full minutes did Chen Feng wake up to find that his spiritual energy had emptied at an unknown time. On his status window, under the spiritual energy section, a red-colored 0 was shown. I used up all my spiritual energy? Chen Feng smiled bitterly. He had only completed the first 2, simpler steps and hadn't even gotten started on the most troublesome third step. The dependence of gene production on spiritual energy far exceeded Chen Feng's imagination. He was sure that he had touched upon the realm of the strongest gene earlier. That improved formula, that gene that was perfectly produced by luck aura, was an absolutely epic improvement. If he could really produce that gene, an unimaginable harvest could definitely be reaped. However, spiritual energy, have I been focused on the wrong thing? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Spiritual energy was the foundation of gene production. Under normal circumstances, those with spiritual energy at the level of Chen Feng's would normally only dare to engage in the research of ordinary genes. Due to Chen Feng having the assistance of luck aura, he had been progressing smoothly, to the point where he could even deal with the 4-star thundersnake gene and 5-star gold ant gene. Hence, he had almost forgotten that there was such a thing as spiritual energy exhaustion. Lumberbear gene production consumed 1 point of spiritual energy. Thundersnake gene production consumed 10 points of spiritual energy. Gold ant gene production consumed 20 points spiritual energy. And to improve the gold ant gene formula, based on Chen Feng's estimations, without spiritual energy above 90 points, it was impossible to succeed. The reality was, he only had 32 points of spiritual energy. My foundations are too weak. Chen Feng could only smile bitterly. However, it was about time for him to improve this aspect of him. The increase of spiritual energy greatly benefited both gene production and one's strength. Furthermore, increasing spiritual energy would not delay too much of Chen Feng's time. On the contrary, after the increase, the speed in which Chen Feng could master a formula might even increase. Let's try, Chen Feng decided. Spiritual energy. After pondering for a bit, Chen Feng took out the gold ant gene reagent that he had produced earlier, triggering the potential in one's body, permanently increasing one's spiritual energy by 20 points. Based on his understanding, these types of special reagents that permanently increased one's attributes could only be used once every class. Regardless of the attribute improved, as long as it was used, it couldn't be used anymore. Otherwise, with excessive gene intake, one's spirit would be broken apart. He had originally planned to sell it, but now, Chen Feng checked online and noticed that, currently, only 3 types of spirit-increasing reagents were available in the whole business district. Each of them was extremely expensive. Demonic Hair Gene Reagent, permanent increase of spiritual energy by 8 points, priced at 80,000. Azure Bat Gene Reagent, permanent increase of spiritual energy by 10 points, priced at 100,000. Cracked Wing Gene Reagent, permanent increase of spiritual energy by 13 points, priced at 50,000. The best of them only increases by 13 points. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Spiritual energy was the foundation for gene production. Since he intended to increase his spiritual energy, he had to use the best. The gold ant gene he had produced was simply meant for him. Whoosh! Chen Feng used it immediately. His spirit started boiling. Chen Feng could feel that his state of mind had become nimbler, his eyes had become keener, his ears had become sharper, and the originally dried-up spiritual energy had also been refilled to the peak during this process. 52 points spiritual energy. Let's try. Chen Feng tried entering the digitized mode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Regardless of the speed in which the digitized world was formed or the speed of gene search, both were faster than his previous speed. The speed of his gene production as a whole had increased by 1-fold. The formidable spiritual energy caused Chen Feng to have an all-around improvement. Even his wind blade was much larger in size than before. This is the benefit of having a powerful spirit. Chen Feng was shocked. He knew that the improvement that came along with an increase in spiritual energy was huge. However, he never expected it to reach such an extent. No wonder everyone said that spiritual energy was the foundation of gene production. Not only this, spiritual energy was also the foundation of spirit-type genetic warriors. Foundation, Chen Feng pondered for a bit before making up his mind. He had to increase his spiritual energy. There was no other reason. Currently, he was lacking in too many aspects. He lacked formula, lacked the funds to spam formulas, lacked spiritual energy, lacked combat power. It was too forceful for one to participate in the rookie competition so soon after graduation. If he failed during the competition due to a lack of spiritual energy, that would be too awkward. Hence, only a rapid increase of spiritual energy could give him an overall improvement in strength. Only then could he master 20 stars worth of formula faster. Naturally, there was also that strongest gene that was already within reach. The strongest gene produced after the improvement of a 5-star gene formula, what would it be? He was looking forward to it. He even had a premonition that if the strongest gene he produced was unprecedented in history, it would definitely bring him great benefits. Even the resources required to reach the 20-star rating would be covered. However, how should he increase his spiritual energy? In order to produce the strongest gene, at least 90 points of spiritual energy were required. Chen Feng was suddenly reminded of Wang Yu. This fellow only had around 30 points of spiritual energy previously, even lower than him. However, only half a month after graduation, he improved greatly and reached 80 points. In other words, in this short period of half a month, Wang Yue had increased his spiritual energy by 50 points. Even if he had passively grown his gene by 10 points and used the same peak attribute 5-star reagent, where did the remaining 20 points came from? Pure tempering? He absolutely could not believe that. There must be a faster method for increasing spiritual energy. Chen Feng was sure. At this moment, Chen Feng's wristband buzzed and Mu Yuan's image appeared. "How are you, Mu Yuan?" Chen Feng smiled calmly. "It's been a while." Mu Yuan looked at Chen Feng grudgingly. "I was waiting for your reply all this time. After your beginner producer certification, what formula did you choose? After asking me, you disappeared straight away. Have you ever taken the feelings of one who had been abandoned into consideration?" Chen Feng wiped his sweat. He did not expect Mu Yuan to have kept thinking about this until now. Mu Yuan couldn't help but to curiously ask, "So, what did you pick in the end?" He had been holding this question for many days. "Thundersnake gene," Chen Feng answered honestly. Indeed, Mu Yuan's face froze and he disappointedly said, "This is what I was worried about. Brother, how many times have I told you, don't choose a high-difficulty gene? You think these high-difficulty genes provided by the association are a benefit? They are a pitfall, brother." Mu Yuan was bitter and hateful. F-class high-star rating formulas are all useless, high cost yet low price. Due to the class being only F, if you were to sell it at a higher price, nobody would want it. Even if you spend a huge amount of funds to master this formula, you won't be able to earn much from it. How much of a loss is this? Do you know the reason for this? It's due to the supply exceeding the demand. When a gene producer wants to improve himself, a huge amount of low-level reagents will be produced. And F-class is a stage where improvement is the easiest for a genetic warrior. Those that did well would have upgraded to E-class or D-class long ago. Those that did not do well, how many of them can afford a 4-star or 5-star reagent, right? F-class is totally something at the bottom tier of society. The real solid demand is on those high-level gene reagents. Those are the actual main consumption of the society as a whole. What you need to do is to increase your production level as fast as you can, Mu Yuan advised earnestly. Furthermore, based on your talent, the success rate of 1-star and 2-star gene production should be rather high, right? Why do you need to touch those 4-star formulas? Although those high-rated formulas are somewhat powerful, the quality-to-price ratio is too low. There's also that success rate that is practically a scam, Chen Feng shrugged. But I have successfully produced it. What's the point of successfully producing it? Wait, what? Mu Yuan widened his eyes. You produced it? Chen Feng nodded. Ah, Mu Yuan cried out in alarm. How is that possible? That thing has an excessive difficulty level. I previously tried for 1 whole month yet still failed and ended up getting hung on a tree and beaten up by my dad. Mu Yuan suddenly realized what he had said and abruptly paused. At this time, through the screen, he saw Chen Feng's faint smile and started feeling awkward. Cough, cough. Back then I was overconfident and chose the Thundersnake gene. Hence, I did not want the same thing to happen to you as well. Unexpectedly, you are too formidable. Sigh, if I had your talent back then, I would have been able to raise my head and be arrogant in front of that old man, Mu Yuan said, somewhat regretfully. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. How much resentment did this fellow have toward his father? However, even if you produced it by fluke, I still don't recommend you continue using this gene to boost your level. Mu Yuan said in a low voice, let me tell you some inside news. These formulas with high-star ratings were all left behind by the previous generation. With complicated material requirements, low success rate and low quality-to-price ratios, their research value is much higher than their practical value. I heard that the association is currently thinking of a way to either simplify or altogether cancel the usage of these formulas. Chen Feng did not comment on that. He was clear on Mu Yuan's meaning. A normal producer would pick a high amount of formulas with a high profit ratio to boost their growth, able to improve and make money at the same time. When they became an intermediate producer or an advanced producer, they would start raking in a much higher amount of profit. What a fulfilling life. This was also the proper choice most producers at the most basic level chose. Chen Feng had also experienced this with the lumber bear gene. With the cost of 4,000 yuan and the price of a peak attribute reagent at 10,000 yuan, it had a profit of 150%. After mutation, the price was 20,000, and the profit reached a rate of 500%. A lot of other popular F-class formulas had even higher rates of profit. However, was this what Chen Feng needed? Obviously not. Why had he chosen a high star rating formula? To increase his star rating. Was the Thundersnake gene formula profitable? It was not profitable. Was the Gold Ant gene formula profitable? It was not profitable. However, for Chen Feng, they were the most valuable formulas. He only needed to master these 2 formulas and his production level would have an increase of 9 stars. Using the same amount of luck value, 1 lumber bear gene formula could only increase his star rating by 1. Using it on the Gold Ant gene formula, he could increase his star rating by 5 instead. Why would he not do it? This was Chen Feng's thought process. A simpler manner of improvement. It was not due to this being the normal path one would take in this profession as a producer. It was due to the existence of luck aura, letting Chen Feng walk a completely different path than others. Chen Feng could only appreciate Mu Yuan's good intentions. Naturally, Chen Feng couldn't avoid thinking playfully within. 1 Thundersnake gene is enough to scare you to such an extent. If you knew about the Gold Ant gene, would you go crazy? If you were to know that I am currently researching an even more terrifying 5-star mutated formula, the strongest F-class gene, would you pee your pants from the shock? 142, Chapter 42, Gene Strengthening. Chapter 42, Gene Strengthening. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenesh. Why do you have this expression on your face? Mu Yuan suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Nothing. Chen Feng recalled something important. Do you know how to increase spiritual energy? Through gene production, Mu Yuan stated confidently. For us gene producers, as long as we produce genes, our spiritual energy will increase. If you feel like the growth is too slow, you can temper your gene to a certain extent. Some high-difficulty training classes are also able to help with increasing spiritual energy. Chen Feng shook his head. I want a rapid increase method. He knew about those methods Mu Yuan had mentioned. Those were how producers normally improved themselves. For him, however, what he lacked the most was time. Rapid increase? Mu Yuan frowned. Let me think. Buy a permanent increase gene reagent? It's quite expensive, though. I used it. Chen Feng rebuked firmly. I don't think there are any other methods. Mu Yuan suddenly recalled something and shook his head. For a gene producer, only these few methods are available. There's basically no other shortcuts. However, if it's a genetic warrior, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Right, a gene producer is basically a spirit-type genetic warrior. Those pure genetic warriors can't produce any gene reagents. How do they increase their spiritual energy then? I don't know if I should tell you this. Mu Yuan smiled bitterly, hesitating for a bit before saying, Do you know how genetic warriors increase their power? Through tempering? Chen Feng guessed. That's only one part of it. Mu Yuan inhaled. Apart from normal training and high-difficulty drills, genetic warriors have another method that is faster yet more dangerous. Gene strengthening. Gene strengthening? Chen Feng's eyes brightened. He seemed to have heard this term before. Yes, gene strengthening. Mu Yuan nodded. The so-called gene strengthening is a method where one kills the mutated beasts from the same species as the gene one fused and takes their genes for one's own use. For example, if you fused the lumber bear gene at F class, then you only need to kill a lumber bear that is stronger than you and absorb its gene into your body. This way, you will be able to strengthen your own lumber bear gene. Chen Feng was still somewhat confused. How to strengthen? Kill, absorb, and fuse, Mu Yuan said forthrightly. Gene strengthening is different than gene refining. If you want to absorb a gene into your body and strengthen your own gene, you need to guarantee the gene's reactivity. In other words, you need to complete the gene strengthening process within a few minutes after killing the beast. Otherwise, the reactivity will disappear. So, this is how it's done. Chen Feng thought about it. It doesn't seem too hard. For example, if he fused the lumber bear gene with 30 points of strength, he only needed to kill a lumber bear with strength higher than 30 points and absorb its gene into his own body to complete the strengthening. It seems so simple. How was it as dangerous as Mu Yuan made it sound? Chen Feng suddenly thought of something. Is the attribute increase 100%? Of course not. Mu Yuan shook his head. You can treat gene strengthening as a mixture of two liquids with different concentration. In other words, if you kill a mutated beast with an attribute 2 points higher than yours, you will only obtain 1 point of the attribute. However, if some of the attributes are lower than yours, that attribute of yours will decrease. It's not a problem if the attribute increases. However, the moment an attribute decreases and your gene starts to degenerate, the harm it causes your body will be extremely huge. The consequences would be disastrous. Hiss. Chen Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. Decrease? Gene degeneration? He suddenly understood. In other words, in order to perform gene strengthening, one needed to kill a mutated beast whose attributes were all higher than one's own attributes for it to work. Otherwise, after killing the mutated beast with much difficulty and performing gene strengthening only to end up with a decreased attribute, wouldn't that be ridiculous? However, not only was it hard to find the mutated beast fulfilling this requirement, even if one were to be found, could it be defeated? A mutated beast with the exact same attribute as a human possessed much higher power than the human. Hence, it would definitely be stronger than the human. This was gene strengthening. Killing a mutated beast, absorbing its gene, fusing it with one's own gene, and completing the gene strengthening process to increase one's own attributes. This was the way in which genetic warriors increased their power. Simple, yet cruel. Furthermore, it was dangerous. Hence, Mu Yuan said in a gloomy voice, the mortality rates of genetic warriors are extremely high. Understood. Chen Feng was enlightened. However, this led to another question. If I were to find a few mutated beasts with 100 attribute points and kill them, wouldn't I reach the limits of F-class immediately? Chen Feng was still somewhat hopeful. If he were to fully unleash the power of Windblade, how is it that easy? Mu Yuan said straightforwardly, you think gene strengthening is really so easy to perform? The difficulty level of gene strengthening is directly related to both your body's endurance and your willpower. What the genetic union recommended for F-class was around 1 or 2 attribute points per increase. If it's too high, things will get dangerous. Chen Feng was curious. What kind of danger? How should I know? I'm not a genetic warrior. Mu Yuan rolled his eyes before his expression turned solemn. What's dangerous is your current condition. Chen Feng, I know you want to rapidly increase your spiritual energy. However, you are in too much a rush. Is it that obvious? Chen Feng was somewhat embarrassed. Don't take this lightly. Mu Yuan sighed. I remember how when I was short of money when young, I had thought of a lot of ways to make money fast and easy. However, I did not have the ability to act on it. Only when I grew up and planned to start my thought-out plans did I notice that all these shortcuts were already described in the law. Notch, Chen Feng was dumbstruck. So what you thought of was all illegal methods. Do you understand me? Mu Yuan advised, normally shortcuts are accompanied by danger. The faster it is, the more dangerous it is. Even if it's gene strengthening, you need to take it slow and not act recklessly. Many thanks. Chen Feng understood his meaning. In order to rapidly improve, there will be dangers. Mu Yuan smiled. Not everyone can be like us gene producers. We only need to steadily produce our genes and will be able to increase our power as a result. Look at me. My spiritual energy has been increasing steadily. Now, I have broken through E-class. Mu Yuan was proud. This was also the reason why gene producer was a popular profession. That's true. Chen Feng laughed involuntarily. Remember, don't be reckless, Mu Yuan warned repeatedly. Chen Feng smiled. Naturally. After thanking Mu Yuan, Chen Feng ended the call. Although this chatterbox-friendly elder brothers repeatedly emphasized the dangers, Chen Feng had already made up his mind. No matter how dangerous it was, could it be more dangerous than the dragons passing mountain incident? Chen Feng had never planned to become a shut-in nerd producer all along. To aid in gene production, a majority of gene producers would fuse with support-type genes. As such, their combat power was very weak. Although a grandmaster producer could hire someone to protect himself, could Chen Feng leave his safety in the hands of others? If Chen Feng was being honest with himself, it was something he couldn't do. A human's heart was too complicated. This was especially true in this dangerous yet unfamiliar world. Chen Feng did not want to depend on others' protection forever, nor did he want to stay in safe zones forever, becoming a shut-in nerd. There were too many mystical places in this world, and he wanted to visit them all. Who said that a gene producer had to fuse with a support gene? Who said that a gene producer could not have combat power? Even as a gene producer, he also wanted to be the gene producer with the highest combat power. Chen Feng was confident. Since he wanted to be an expert, the basic activities such as battling and tempering himself couldn't be avoided. Gene strengthening? Chen Feng had to do it. However, he needed to make ample preparations. On the same day, Chen Feng started researching the information of Windblade online. His genetic ability originated from a mutated beast called Windfox, which was abundant everywhere. If it was Gold City, after filtering the options, only one place was left, Greenhill Forest. Greenhill Forest, 60 meters south of Gold City, there was a huge forest. Due to the terrain being rugged, human activity there was sparse. It became the habitat for tens of types of mutated beasts. Not many people stepped foot there normally. Only small genetic squads that were comparatively strong would dare to perform gene strengthening there. Windfox was one of the tens of types of mutated beasts available there. Chen Feng carefully looked over the information. Luckily, the Windfox was not a species that liked to live together in flocks. Presently, the advantages possessed by mutated beasts are comparatively huge. I couldn't defeat those stronger than me at all. Chen Feng sank into contemplation. If he were to activate Luck Aura to instantly kill Windfoxes that were stronger than him, his rate of improvement would be faster as well. 1 point of spirit was able to increase the maximum spiritual energy by 1 point while his current spirit was at 52 points. I still need 38 points. Chen Feng's requirement was not high. He only wanted his spiritual energy to reach 90 points, enabling him to produce the strongest gene, and it would be sufficient. If he were to hunt for mutated beasts in a rational way, it was possible for him to rush to 90 points in a short period of time. There's a chance. Chen Feng was tempted. After calculating, he deduced that with Luck Aura, the risk he faced when going to Greenhill Forest to kill Windfoxes was not too high, yet the gains he stood to reap were extremely high. Chen Feng decided, it's worth going. However, there were some other problems. For example, the 3 idiots that had trailed him previously. Although they had subsequently disappeared, Chen Feng couldn't help but to maintain a high vigilance and prepare himself thoroughly. Spirit Recovery Reagent, 3 bottles. Spirit Increase Reagent, 3 bottles. Thundersnake Gene Reagent, 1 bottle. Mutated Beast Detector, 1 set. After 2 days, Chen Feng finished all his preparations. He had originally planned to produce 2 bottles of Thundersnake Gene Reagent. Unfortunately, he was totally broke. His funds could only support the production of 1 of them. After everything was prepared, he left for the Genetic Union's camp at Greenhill Forest. 43 Chapter 43 Hunting Windfoxes. Chapter 43 Hunting Windfoxes. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Greenhill Forest. Quietly, Chen Feng entered the forest. The sun was scorching. The sun shone through the dense tree leaves, bringing a flurry of heat with it. Chen Feng was cautiously observing his surroundings, not daring to lower his guard. F-class mutated beast, Earth Drill Bird. Chen Feng glanced at it and carefully avoided the beast. Although these mutated beasts were not a threat to him, Chen Feng was obviously not interested in these mutated beasts that would not bring him any apparent gains. F-class mutated beast, Skyleap Ape. F-class mutated beast, Skysoar Boar. Chen Feng penetrated deep into the forest and finally reached the territory of the Windfoxes. Looking into the distance, Chen Feng could clearly see one after another green and white-colored foxes wandering on the hill, seemingly hunting something. After a long time, a mournful scream resounded. Chen Feng's heart leaped. Several wind blades were instantly unleashed. A Skysoar boar that was passing by was slashed into pieces. A group of illusionary-looking windfoxes exposed a savage expression on their faces and leaped at it viciously with their claws extended and directly tore the Skysoar boar into pieces. Streams of blood were streaming down their claws, giving them an extremely terrifying appearance. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. This was a mutated windfox. Along with the increase in their strength, the killing instinct of these mutated beasts would also increase. With bloodlust as their second nature, no matter how meek they appeared, they were actually extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Chen Feng carefully aimed at a lone wind fox that was separated from the rest. His wristband vibrated as the mutated beast detector he had prepared started scanning. Gene attributes, strength, 15 agility, 22 physique, 18 spirit, 48 ding. After comparing with your attributes, the result is as follows. 5-point increase in strength, 12-point increase in agility, 8-point increase in physique, 4-point decrease in spirit. Not recommended to fuse. Chen Feng shook his head. He could still ignore the other 3 attributes, but for spirit to decrease? This was his main attribute. It seemed like this wind fox was not suited to be his gene-strengthening material. Chen Feng sprawled within the thicket and observed his surroundings without stop using his wristband. Suddenly, Chen Feng saw a wind fox that was distinctly larger than the rest and instinctively scanned it. Gene attributes, strength, 55 agility, 52 physique, 88 spirit, 100, Damn. Chen Feng was shaken. 100 spirit? Was that the leader? If he killed that beast, Chen Feng's eyes were red from temptation. However, as he recalled the unknown danger Mu Yuan mentioned, Chen Feng calmed himself down quickly. The attributes of a wind fox at this level far exceeded Chen Feng's. It was very probable that something bad would happen. Wind Fox leader, Chen Feng took his TheStrongestGene gene reagent out and looked longingly at the attributes of this Wind Fox leader on his wristband screen for a long time before finally deciding to give up on it. Mu Yuan's words were still somewhat effective on Chen Feng. Currently, if he were too greedy, something bad might happen. Let's change the target. Chen Feng sighed and continued searching the outer layer of the area. A suitable wind fox was not easy to find. Chen Feng was clear on his advantages and disadvantages. Only after 1 whole hour did Chen Feng lock on to another target. All the attributes are higher than mine by 5 points. After gene strengthening, I should get 2 points. Chen Feng was tempted. Chen Feng approached silently. However, when he was roughly 10 meters from the wind fox moved slightly and abruptly looked toward Chen Feng's direction. Not good, I've been discovered. Chen Feng's heart leaped. He was paying too much attention to the attributes and combat power of this wind fox and forgot that wind foxes also possessed a high level of awareness. Whoosh! As the wind fox sensed an unfamiliar aura, it abruptly scuttled toward that aura with a speed that was multiple times faster than Chen Feng's. A chain of 3 wind blades instantly condensed in front of the beast. Shoo, shoo, shoo. One after another, wind blades pierced the air, heading toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng was shocked. The heck, is this 5%? Whoosh! Chen Feng instinctively released a single wind blade. Only one appeared. The azure-colored radiance collided with the wind fox's light blade. However, in only a short moment, Chen Feng's wind blade shattered. At the same time, together with 3 wind blades, the wind fox was already leaping toward Chen Feng. In these few short seconds, the wind fox had displayed its formidable killing ability. Can't drag on. Chen Feng inhaled. This wind fox surpassed him in every aspect. If he did not use luck aura, he stood no chance at all. As the wind blades neared him, Chen Feng inhaled while he unleashed his wind blade. After the consumption of 1 point of luck value, a terrifying might was displayed by his wind blade. 10 combo attack. Plop, plop, plop. Clop. Blue light flickered followed by a howl, and the wind fox was no longer conscious. Chen Feng quickly took out the prepared gene-absorbing tool and absorbed the wind fox's gene before injecting it into himself. Chen Feng could feel a warm current entering his body. The freshly injected gene started to fuse with the gene within his body as the temperature of his body slightly increased. A few beads of sweat appeared on his body. However, it did not affect him much. He could feel his body increasing in quality. After the gene strengthening ended, his attributes had increased. Gene attributes, strength, 12 agility, 12 physique, 12 spirit, 54, 2-point increase for each of his attribute. It was not an easy feat to find a suitable wind fox. Rustle. Before Chen Feng could even bask in the enjoyment that feeling brought, he could sense that peculiar sounds were starting to appear around him as the faint stench of blood spread around him. I need to leave. Chen Feng was cautious and left immediately. Less than 1 minute after he left, more than 10 mutated beasts appeared, fighting with each other as the wind fox's corpse was torn apart. This was the world of mutated beasts. Without the assistance of luck aura, the one being ripped apart might be Chen Feng instead. Next, Chen Feng's gaze wandered toward the distant wind foxes, looking for his next target. 1, 2, 3, Chen Feng hunted quietly. After all, these wind foxes were only normal F-class mutated beasts. Under Chen Feng's unlimited wind blades, they could pose no resistance. The only thing Chen Feng needed to take note of was to leave promptly after each kill. He definitely could not be discovered by other beasts, or else he would definitely die without even a burial site. After more than half day, Chen Feng's spirit finally reached 62 points. 4 instances of 1-point increases and 3 instances of 2-point increases. It was too hard. In 7 hours, he had only performed 7 gene strengthenings. On average, only 1 suitable beast was found per hour. After calculating, Chen Feng found that he had used a total 10 points of luck value. Among these, 3 points were used when he was fleeing from a few mutated beasts that he had accidentally encountered. Chen Feng calculated silently. Only a 10-point increase in spirit after consuming 10 points of luck value? Even the him that possessed luck aura encountered such hardship. How about the others? Gene strengthening was dangerous indeed. It's getting late. I'll go back after killing a few more, Chen Feng told himself. However, all the wind foxes had disappeared for some unknown reason. Chen Feng searched for a short while yet failed to find any wind foxes. Even when he penetrated deeper into the wind fox's birthplace, he still couldn't find a single wind fox. Something is wrong. Chen Feng felt something amiss. Retreat. Chen Feng retreated without hesitation. However, at this moment, whoosh! A streak of light radiating with a cold glint flew over Chen Feng's scalp as Chen Feng barely dodged this attack. If his agility hasn't been increased earlier, he would have been killed by the attack. What was that? Chen Feng glanced around instinctively and felt his soul leaving his body. A dense group of wind foxes had appeared and surrounded him. They were looking at him with ice-cold gazes, arranged neatly without a single wind fox running around in a disorderly manner. What's happening? Chen Feng felt something amiss. Had he been surrounded by wind foxes? How could these low-level mutated beasts possess intelligence? While Chen Feng blanked, that wind fox leader appeared from the hilltop. The scariest part of that wind fox leader's appearance was the fact that there was a youngster seated on the wind fox leader. Using the wind fox as a mount, Chen Feng's heart leaped. Who is that? 44, Chapter 44, Your Bloodline Might Be Fake. Chapter 44, Your Bloodline Might Be Fake. Translator, Lamostan Editor, Tenish on the hill, the wind fox leader stood proudly. Seated on it was a handsome young man. He glanced at Chen Feng indifferently, endless contempt in his eyes. Go. Without uttering any unnecessary words, he waved his hand and 30 wind foxes charged forward. Who is that? Chen Feng's heart leaped as he leaped backwards. One after another, terrifying wind blades started landing on the ground Chen Feng passed, scarring the ground with deep marks. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. Whoosh! Another wind blade passed by him. Inhaling deeply, Chen Feng unleashed his power during the momentary gap when the wind foxes finished releasing their wind blades, killing 2 wind foxes before he quickly hit himself. The freshly increased agility displayed its usefulness, as there were several times where Chen Feng only barely dodged the attacks coming at him. Wind blade, so many wind blades that they covered the sky. This was the first time Chen Feng had a taste of what his opponents normally felt. Luckily, these wind blades attacked in a straight line. It was obvious that these low-level wind foxes couldn't control their wind blades. Although they could unleash combo attacks, the attacks all traveled in a straight line. Chen Feng was able to see the trajectory of the attacks from far away and could defend himself with the rocks and trees in the forest. He had also unleashed several 10 combo attacks effortlessly and killed around 7 to 8 wind foxes. At this, they stopped their attacks. Soon, those wind foxes got out of the way as the wind fox leader and the young man slowly walked over, giving Chen Feng the opportunity to get a clear look at the young man's appearance. That is, Chen Feng's pupil constricted. That was a man with a stunningly pretty face. However, what shocked Chen Feng the most was not his looks, but instead the hairy ears on his head and that long furry tail at his back. Mutant. This was the term that appeared abruptly in Chen Feng's mind. He once read from a book that one who did not meet the requirements yet fused with a gene reagent forcefully had a small probability to mutate after failing the fusion. The mutated beast's gene would take the dominant position in the body instead, and the person would become a half-human, half-beast organism, a vastly different type of organism. These people were extremely dangerous. That was because a normal person would perform gene strengthening through absorbing the genes of mutated beasts, while these people would perform gene strengthening through absorbing humans' genes. They were close to being a human's natural predator. Seems like there's no chance to make peace. Chen Feng did not expect that he would meet a mutant that preyed on normal humans here at Green Hill Forest. From his opponent's gaze, he realized that this would be a battle that would not end without one party dying. He had become his opponent's prey. It's getting somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng was speechless. Those normal wind foxes did not bother him at all. However, that terrifying wind fox leader was something that he might not be able to rival even after using luck aura. It was extremely dangerous. Surprisingly, that mutant merely rubbed the wind fox leader's head before walking out and standing in front of Chen Feng. Bang! A terrifying power was emitted from the mutant's body. He stood proudly and looked at Chen Feng coldly while an azure-colored wind blade swirled around him. He was provoking Chen Feng. 100 points of spirit, stuck at the limit of F-class? Chen Feng suddenly understood. Limit mode. This was an extremely peculiar mode. The enhancements provided by the gene's attributes were, in essence, something that aroused the gene potential within one's body. However, there was a limit to one's body. Even after fusing a gene with one's body, there would still be a limit. The limit for a F-class genetic warrior was 100 attribute points. Regardless of the attribute, as soon as it reached 100 points, it would enter limit mode. The limit mode was a situation where no normal methods would be able to increase the attributes anymore. At this time, one could only surpass the limit and break through one's predicament before being able to once again increase one's attributes. According to the genetic union, a human body possessed unlimited potential. They were merely chained by unseen shackles. This was the so-called limit mode. Only by removing these shackles and breaking through the locks would one be able to surpass themselves and become more powerful. There were a lot of methods to surpass one's limit. There were some who trained unceasingly, surpassing themselves through effort and sweat. There were some who engaged in battle, surpassing themselves by breaking through via desperation. There were some who were exceedingly lucky, surpassing themselves by fortuitous encounters and coincidences. There were also some who were unable to surpass themselves for their whole lives. This was the case for both normal humans and mutants. The mutant in front of him had obviously reached the limit mode and was planning to use Chen Feng as the springboard to break through his limit mode, entering E-class. Howl. All the wind foxes around cheered him. Step by step, that mutant neared. A terrifying power was being condensed by him, and Chen Feng was able to sense a familiar power bubbling unceasingly around him. That was the power of the Wind Fox's bloodline. Howl! The mutant howled. The mutant aimed at Chen Feng and a windblade shot out of his hand. This was a different windblade from what the normal Wind Foxes released. His windblade was clearly faster and stronger, and in a higher quantity as well. He wanted to slay Chen Feng to enter E-class, using me as a stepping stone? Chen Feng smiled. Come. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. A clash of windblades? He was never afraid of that. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying sounds of explosions reverberated throughout the area. A succession of windblades started shattering mid-air, and the wind foxes around them were forced to retreat a few steps back as they witnessed the shocking scene that was unfolding in the air. 10 windblades, 20 windblades, 30 windblades. The whole area was enveloped by an incomparably bright azure radiance. There were no signs of them stopping. What was left was an endless bout of clashing windblades. He actually dares to have a battle of windblades with me? Initially, the mutant was still incomparably confident. Who was he? A mutant. Although he had lost a lot as a mutant, he had also gained the most outstanding bloodline of the Wind Foxes. Competing in windblades, nobody had ever surpassed him. Even the Wind Fox leader was unable to do so. Furthermore, his windblades were obviously more powerful than Chen Feng's windblades. A single windblade of his was able to destroy 2 of Chen Feng's windblade. Having a windblade match with him was akin to courting death. However, when the amount of windblades that were clashing exceeded 50, he started to be somewhat astonished. A continuous combo of 50 windblades, this youngster's research on windblades seemed to have reached the pinnacle of windblades, and was considered a rare talent in this world. When the amount of windblades reached 100, his expression started to change even though the amount of windblades he required was merely half of it, just 50. The amount was still increasing. Windblades never stopped appearing. Bang, bang. Once again, the amount of clashing windblades rose rapidly. 120 windblades, 130 windblades, 150 windblades. The mutant's complexion started to become green. Is this really a human? How can a human reach this level? However, their clashes never stopped. At this time, none of them dared to stop because the one who stopped would die. 170 windblades. 180 windblades. The mutant was thoroughly stupefied. Who's the actual mutant here? I am the actual successor of the Wind Fox's bloodline. I am the one with the purest Wind Fox's bloodline. He was beginning to doubt his bloodline, wondering if he had mutated into a fake Wind Fox's bloodline during his genetic mutation. How could things have turned out this way? He couldn't understand. Bang, bang. 190 windblades, 200 windblades. The windblades finally broke through the terrifying amount of 200, while the amount of windblades the mutant unleashed finally reached 100. However, what shocked him was that even now, his opponent's windblades were still increasing in amount. It's still going up? Is there an end to this? This is no longer something as simple as probability, right? Even if he can form windblades quickly, it wouldn't be to such an extent, right? The mutant was almost collapsing from despair. He only wanted Chen Feng to give him some pressure in order to break through. He did not expect that Chen Feng's combo of windblades would pressure him to the point where he started questioning the natural order of the world. You can't bully someone like this. 45, Chapter 45, Confrontation. At the Danger Zone, Chapter 45, Confrontation at the Danger Zone. Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tennish Greenhill Forest. At the territory of the Wind Foxes, a heated confrontation was still in progress. Bang, bang, wind blades shattered. The mutant that was usually full of arrogance was currently pale. His face trembled as he looked at the never-ending wind blades released by his opponent, which almost drove him into desperation. How is this possible? The mutant was inwardly alarmed. Under normal circumstances, there was no cooldown period for wind blades. However, due to the need to form and activate it, and also the momentary pause in movement after releasing the wind blades, one could only release an average of 1 wind blade per second. If one were to master certain special techniques, there was a possibility for the release speed to increase, enabling one to unleash combo attacks. This, in essence, was how combo wind blades were achieved. As a mutant with the Wind Fox bloodline, he had very high comprehension on all aspects of wind blades. Hence, there were no pauses whatsoever between wind blades released by him. Therefore, he could reach the absolute level of 100 continuous releases. Without depending on the probability rate to trigger, he reached this amount with pure ability alone. Wind blade would consume 1 point of spiritual energy per release, and he had a spiritual energy of 100 points. Hence, the minimum amount he could typically reach was 100 releases. Once the probability was triggered, the amount of wind blades released by him would increase. He believed that he would become even more powerful after reaching E-class. As for triggering the probability for additional wind blades, this was also something he was proud of. The probability rate to trigger additional wind blades for a normal person was 5%. He, on the other hand, as a mutant possessing the bloodline of Wind Fox, possessed a terrifying probability rate of 20%. Every time he fully unleashed the wind blades, he would reach a total amount around 120 to 150 from the combination of normal releases and the probability-triggered releases. A terrifying amount. Hence, he had never regretted turning into a mutant. However, now, bang, bang. A chain of wind blades descended. Calculating the amount, the mutant's face was deathly pale as he noted that it had reached 2080 wind blades. This damnable human had reached 2080 wind blades, shattering the pride of the mutant while ravaging him viciously in the process as well. He probably can't go on much longer. The mutant prayed in his heart. However, with grief, he found that his 100 points of spiritual energy were almost used up at this point. Naturally, he did not realize that he was wrong from the start. Chen Feng's 100 combo and 200 combo attacks were unrelated to his wind blade release speed. Instead, all of them were purely triggered by the probability. Bang! Another chain of wind blades descended, 290 wind blades. 300 wind blades. Pop! In the end, the mutant failed to outlast him. Bang! He was flung out of the area. He had been defeated in this clash of wind blades. The mutant was puzzled. How can it be this way? Good chance. A cold glint flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Adhering to the concept of taking one's life while one was sick, Chen Feng unleashed his wind blade once again without hesitation. A powerful force pierced through the mutant. The wind foxes around them were anxious, yet they did not take any action in the end. As Chen Feng's wind blades were on the brink of slaying the mutant, a change occurred. Bang! An astonishing yet terrifying power was released from the mutant's body. The frightening power pierced the heavens. This aura, Chen Feng's heart leaped. E-class, this guy really surpassed his limit? Ha ha ha. The mutant laughed wildly. Howl. The mutant's body started growing in size, and white fur started growing on his body. Originally, the only part where his body differed from a normal human body was the furry ears and tail. However, that body was now completely covered with fur. Only his face still somewhat resembled a human. Human head with a fox's body. This was a true mutant. Chen Feng was solemn. Ha ha ha. The mutant laughed wildly. I broke through. I finally broke through. A mutant does not need to fuse genes at every class. Hee hee. I only need to devour you. Your ability. Your gene. Everything of yours now belongs to me. With a malevolent expression on his face, that handsome face currently appeared incomparably twisted. Thump, thump. He walked out step by step while a terrifying power roared around him. Although breaking through his limit only increased his attribute by 1 point, being an E-class mutant, it allowed the power of the Wind Fox's bloodline to flourish, changing his body to be more beast-like. With the newly grown thick fur and a stronger bloodline, his combat power had increased greatly. Clash of wind blades, right? Let me show you who are the one with the true Wind Fox bloodline, the mutant bellowed. Whoosh! Wind blades were once again unleashed. Chen Feng only looked at him coldly. Who the heck wants to compete in the Wind Fox's bloodline with you? As a result of this guy breaking through to E-class, the Wind Fox leader started eyeing Chen Feng while the normal Wind Foxes started to surround him. As he saw this, without hesitation, he threw out an item radiating a green and white color. What? The mutated man blanked momentarily. Howl! The Wind Fox leader, who had maintained its vigilance, felt something amiss and leaped on the mutant, pushing him onto the ground. Bang! The sound of thunder reverberated as a terrifying power threw the Wind Fox leader out of the area. The Wind Fox leader fell on the ground and blood splattered around, and it no longer stood up after that. The normal Wind Foxes around them were also hit by the explosion. None of them survived. In fact, none of their corpses stayed intact. The mutated man was suffering from a serious injury as well. Fox Pippi. The mutant howled and crawled up with great difficulty and looked at this scene in shock. He had never expected that just as he broke through to E-class, he had attracted this move from his opponent. You have surprisingly survived? Chen Feng was somewhat regretful. The speed of the Wind Fox leader was too fast. It had actually protected the mutant with its own life. It seemed to really consider that mutant as part of its clan. Furthermore, after breaking through to E-class, the thick fur on his body had resisted a huge amount of damage for him. However, exceeding anyone's expectation, that mutant only gazed deeply at the Wind Fox leader before turning around and starting to escape. Want to run? Chen Feng slashed toward him with several wind blades. However, the current mutant was already at E-class. Even with injuries on his body, his speed was still above Chen Feng's. It quickly disappeared from Chen Feng's line of sight. Chen Feng shook his head. Can't keep up. This was the domain of Wind Foxes. For this guy to escape, it signified great troubles ahead of him. Let's leave here first. Chen Feng looked at the ground around him. A high amount of Wind Foxes had been killed. However, under the destruction of TheStrongestGene's power, the corpses of the ordinary Wind Foxes were all burnt without any reactivity left in their genes. Only the corpse of the Wind Fox leader, who possessed formidable strength and thick skin, was in somewhat good condition. Plop. Chen Feng extracted the gene of the Wind Fox leader before leaving quickly. Just a minute after Chen Feng left, he started hearing unceasing sounds of rustling as, one after another, Wind Foxes appeared everywhere and started searching the area without stop. The mutant had returned with over 100 Wind Foxes to search that area without stop, seeking Chen Feng so fast. Chen Feng was solemn. Now that he was deep within the territory of the Wind Fox, he would not be able to escape anytime soon. Furthermore, that mutant was also yearning for Chen Feng's gene. Things are getting somewhat troublesome. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. The speed in which this mutant had gathered the Wind Foxes far exceeded Chen Feng's imagination. The amount of Wind Foxes seemed to be even higher than the earlier group when the mutant had first appeared. Is it due to him breaking through to E-Class? Chen Feng guessed. What to do? Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He was aware that the mutant was planning to trap him here. Unless, Chen Feng looked at the gene in his hand. This was the gene that was freshly extracted from the corpse of the Wind Fox leader. Its gene attributes were extremely high. If Chen Feng was able to successfully fuse with it, his spiritual energy would be increased from 62 points to 81 points. His other attributes, such as strength, physique, and agility, would also reach 50 points. This was an extremely formidable all-rounded upgrade. With an all-around increase in his combat power and his unlimited wind blades, he stood a chance to battle it out. However, Chen Feng suddenly recalled Mu Yuan's words, unknown dangers. If one were to fuse with a gene exceeding one's willpower and the tolerance level of one's body, unknown dangers would appear. Chen Feng hesitated before smiling bitterly. Were there any other options? The gene of the Wind Fox leader might lose its reactivity at any time. If he continued hesitating, he would lose even this single chance of his. Hopefully you won't disappoint me, Chen Feng muttered to himself. Plop, he injected himself with the gene. At this time, he could only risk it all. E46, Chapter 46, Who is the Actual Freak? Chapter 46, Who is the Actual Freak? Translator, Lemoston Editor, Tenish Bang. A terrifying power started gushing out. Chen Feng almost vomited a mouthful of blood from this. Too powerful. This genetic power was too powerful. Chen Feng's attributes were originally comparatively weaker. Due to this, he almost failed to endure the extreme contrast between his attributes and those of the Wind Fox leader. His whole body trembled unceasingly like a sieve as he endured the transformation brought forth by the gene. The immense pain almost caused Chen Feng to faint. Attribute upgrades were not always something pleasurable. So this is the unknown danger? Chen Feng clenched his teeth. Previously, all his attributes were increased by 1 or 2 points each time, with the maximum being 3 points. He had never expected that this increase of tens of points would be so terrifying. Puh! Another mouthful of blood was vomited. Chen Feng felt immense pain throughout his body, akin to being set on fire. This was the so-called willpower and body's tolerance. He had to endure it. Endure, endure. Chen Feng bellowed inwardly, and all over his body veins started surfacing. The suffering he experienced in his previous life helped Chen Feng to stay incomparably firm at this moment. As long as he endured it, he would reap a huge gain this time. He had to endure it. If he failed, he would have worked for nothing. This was a rare opportunity, one which Chen Feng did not want to waste. Bang, bang, one after another, sounds of explosion resounded from within Chen Feng's body. Blood dripped out of Chen Feng's mouth, yet he still endured it. However, just as he was halfway through the gene-strengthening process, a familiar voice appeared, causing Chen Feng's heart to drop to the abyss. Finally found you, the mutant. Chen Feng's heart leaped. He had actually come. Before his eyes, the mutant appeared. Around him, nearly 100 wind foxes had him surrounded as they eyed him viciously. Gene strengthening? The mutant sneered. Human, a weak species. Hee. You humans selfishly believe that you are the masters of the world, yet in the future, this will be the world of us mutants. We, mutants, are much stronger than you all. Now, the mutant looked at Chen Feng greedily. You are mine. Damn it. Inwardly, Chen Feng had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. He had taken the possibility of the mutant's return into consideration. However, what he did not take into consideration was the immense pain brought about by gene strengthening. He did not expect it would actually be so terrifying when one absorbed a gene far surpassing one's own ability, or that the time required to perform the gene strengthening would be so long. You will be grateful to me. The mutant placed his hand on Chen Feng's chest. Shh! The sharp claws on his hand penetrated deeply into Chen Feng's flesh. Now, let me devour your power. The mutant smiled malevolently. A gush of power started flowing out of his body. He planned to devour Chen Feng's gene, turning it into part of him. Not only that, what he planned was to devour Chen Feng alive. Damn it. Veins started surfacing on Chen Feng's whole body. He wanted to move, yet he couldn't budge. The gene of the Wind Fox leader was too powerful. It was powerful to the extent where the only thing he could do was to only endure with everything he had until the gene strengthening was completed. Under such immense pain, it was already good for one to be able to stay conscious. Am I going to die here? Chen Feng opened his eyes wide. He was unwilling. Gene strengthening, Chen Feng suddenly recalled something. Luck aura, activate. Accelerate the gene strengthening process. However, there was no effect. If I can't accelerate the strengthening speed, I shall let all the genes in my body strengthen separately instead. Prioritize a part of it first, even if only a hand is completed, it will be sufficient. Chen Feng roared inwardly. Whoosh, the luck value dropped rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. The luck aura was something that worked on what Chen Feng willed it to work on. However, something like gene strengthening, even if 10,000 points of luck values were consumed, it would still not change. However, along with the consumption of luck value, the last-minute strengthening plan he had devised surprisingly started proceeding without hiccups. First were his fingers. Chen Feng's forefinger and middle finger completed their strengthening at this moment. Done. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. The gene strengthening sequence could actually be altered. This gene strengthening process was originally a clash of two completely identical genes. Akin to two types of liquid being poured into a vessel, the clash of genes was not something controllable. However now, due to the existence of luck aura, they were lined up in an orderly fashion and started the strengthening process without any disorder. Even the pain he was enduring was somewhat reduced. I can move my fingers. Chen Feng held his excitement in. Although this was a simple procedure, it consumed 10 points of his luck value. The originally low amount of remaining luck value was currently nearing the bottom. This was an immense consumption. At this moment, the mutant was absorbing Chen Feng's gene. In his head, he could already picture the future where he absorbed Chen Feng's gene into his body, turning them into a part of him. He would be able to reach 100 combo attacks or 1,000 combo attacks, creating a legend. However, at this moment, he suddenly noticed that Chen Feng's wrist that originally couldn't move was shuddering slightly. You can move now? The mutant was shocked. Gene strengthening. Especially when fusing with this type of exceedingly strong gene, how could one move before completion? Wait, the mutant recalled something as his expression changed. If Chen Feng could move, wouldn't that mean... At this moment, he could seemingly feel that a smile had curled up on the corner of this human's lips. Subsequently, he saw an instantaneous release of a chain of wind blades. Puh! Puh! All the wind blades pierced through his chest without pause. His body had already sustained serious injuries. The only reason he'd come to Chen Feng was to perform gene strengthening. Hence, he was unguarded and ended up being pierced into a sieve by Chen Feng's attacks. The mutant opened his eyes wide. Blood was flowing. How was this possible? The mutant touched his chest in daze. Only a vast expanse of red blood could be felt there. He looked at the human. That guy was actually still going through the gene strengthening process. Ha 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 ha. The mutant started to laugh silently, laughing until he cried. Able to move during the gene strengthening process? Having a higher amount of wind blades than him? What kind of freak was he facing? Compared to a mutant like him that was supposed to be a freak, this human seemed to be the real freak? Thump. He collapsed with an unreconciled heart. At this moment, along with the death of the mutant, the over 100 wind foxes around howled as they looked at Chen Feng viciously, seemingly on the edge of rushing to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's finger trembled lightly. Bang! Wind blades fluttered around. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tens of wind blades rotated around him. Although Chen Feng had yet to complete his gene strengthening, his spirit had increased by a large amount. Facing these ordinary wind foxes, it was a one-sided slaughter. Thump! Thump! Several wind foxes collapsed. The rest of the wind foxes felt something amiss and scattered immediately. Without the wind fox leader and the mutant, it was impossible for these wind foxes that were originally solitary beasts to unite. The wind foxes left, leaving multiple corpses behind. The area was in a mess. Only Chen Feng survived. Currently, he only had 5 points of luck left. With some difficulty, Chen Feng opened his mouth. Survived. However, this was only a beginning. Because currently, his gene strengthening had reached the final stage. Ka, ka. That was the sound of his bones being transformed. Clenching his teeth, Chen Feng endured everything as his whole body was dripping with sweat. The gene strengthening process that was proceeding in an orderly fashion had returned to its previous state due to Chen Feng deactivating the luck aura. The pain he suffered had reached the maximum. Him stopping the luck aura was not due to him being unable to use it. Instead, it was him not daring to use it. Just using the luck aura to complete the gene strengthening on his hand had consumed 10 points of luck values. What change could a mere 5 points bring? It couldn't change anything. Since that was the case, he might as well continue enduring this pain. At this place full of danger, Chen Feng did not dare to waste even the tiniest bit of his luck value. However, for him to be able to still think at this moment, was he not impressive? Why am I thinking about this? Chen Feng could feel his thoughts starting to fall into disorder. Those 3 idiots that tried to assassinate me in Black Cloud Continent seem to have disappeared. It can't be that, after getting set up by me, they started to think that it was actually profitable to sell blood essence after all and change their profession, right? I wonder if that bald Xu Fei will still be able to grow his hair. That little girl Su Jin, could it be that she likes me? But she's not my type. Actually, Wang Yao doesn't seem too bad, right? Although her age is somewhat low, she doesn't seem to be completely flat-chested, right? What's her relationship with Wang Yu? Sister? If Mu Yuan found the current state I'm in, he would probably start nagging me for not listening to him, right? I wonder if they caught that old bastard Xie Kangzheng yet. Countless bizarre thoughts surfaced in Chen Feng's brain. Currently, his brain felt like a clump of glue. However, he did not stop himself from indulging in these random thoughts as he felt that this seemed to be somewhat helpful in reducing his pain. His sight getting blurry, Chen Feng tried to stay awake with great difficulty. After every burst of pain, Chen Feng could feel an increase of power within him. This is an improvement. This is a good thing. I must not lose consciousness. Chen Feng warned himself inwardly. At this moment, seemingly having sensed the aura on Chen Feng's body, a few weak F-class mutated beasts looked toward his direction, their eyes glinting ominously. 47, Chapter 47, All-Around Improvement. Chapter 47, All-Around Improvement. Translator, Lemostan Editor, Tenish this. Chen Feng could only smile bitterly. What was this? Even the mutant was killed by him, yet he would get himself killed off by some F-class mutated beasts? He was a genius, possessing the ability to battle someone of a higher class. Currently, those few mutated beasts seemed to have sensed the power contained in Chen Feng's body. Their gazes were immediately filled with greed, and killing intent started seeping into their scarlet-colored eyes. Howl! The group of mutated beasts rushed over to Chen Feng. Damn! Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Currently, the only thing he could depend on was luck aura. However, in this situation, would it be useful? Luck aura. Activate. The luck aura was something that operated in accordance with Chen Feng's will. Otherwise, if his intention was only to release a windblade yet, the luck aura was busy working on everything else around them, consuming several hundreds or several thousands of points per second. Those few luck values of his would not be enough at all. Let me complete the strengthening smoothly, Chen Feng chanted inwardly. Bang! At this, the remaining 5 points of luck declined rapidly. In a flash, all of them were used up. However, the mutated beasts around him were still there. I really did think too much, Chen Feng muttered. Is the luck value not enough? Chen Feng sighed. His sight was failing him while the pain in his body continued. Sensing that the mutated beasts were still rushing toward him and feeling helpless, Chen Feng chose to ignore them and continued his monologue. Chen Feng muttered in his heart, I'm near death anyway. What the heck should I be afraid of? I wonder if anyone will actually send me off. In his final moments, his consciousness started blurring. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of an intense explosion. His body strengthening seemed to have completed at this moment. The pain in his body finally disappeared. Chen Feng appeared like someone who had soaked in sweat-formed vapor with his whole body drenched wet. With a pale face, he slumped powerlessly onto the ground. Success or failure? Chen Feng could not feel anything anymore. Still in somewhat of a daze, Chen Feng opened his eyes. He thought that he was starting to see things, as a familiar figure could be seen standing in front of him. He winked his eyes. Before he was completely clear-headed, with difficulty, he managed to miraculously utter these words, not flat-chested indeed. Bang! A terrifying power exploded on his abdomen as Chen Feng was kicked out of the area, knocking into and snapping 2 trees before he stopped. Chen Feng felt an explosion of pain in his body. This feeling, Chen Feng was suddenly clear-headed. I'm still alive? That's right, alive. His strength was gradually returning to him. Feeling the explosive strength contained in his body and the incomparably clear mind of his, he abruptly realized that he had survived the most difficult stage. Gene strengthening, success. He survived it. Chen Feng was in ecstasy. Wait, if this was the case, Chen Feng looked at the familiar-looking silhouette in front of him and immediately inhaled a breath of cold air. Clear-headed now? Wang Yao's tiny face was looking at him coldly. Yes. Chen Feng felt anxious. He was scared that this little girl would take him away. Repeat what you said earlier. Wang Yao was boiling with killing intent. I'm sorry. Chen Feng repeatedly apologized. Earlier, he had uttered some nonsense as he was not clear-headed. Now, he did not dare to even mention what he said earlier. He did not even dare to say things that would have the slightest chance of expanding upon what he said earlier, such as, I won't dare next time, I was talking nonsense, etc. Basically, earlier, he had seriously courted death. Wang Yao snorted coldly. Chen Feng scratched his head. Why are you here? Facing this person that had saved his life twice, he really did feel somewhat embarrassed. I accidentally heard the sound of activity here and come over to take a look. Unexpectedly, I actually picked up a living person here, Wang Yao stated indifferently. Chen Feng, he was considered as something picked up off the street by this loli. However, he was aware that part of this was due to luck aura's effect. Originally, Wang Yao might have only passed through here directly. However, due to the existence of luck aura, it caused her to accidentally notice this place. The 5 points of luck values were well spent. At this moment, the sound of someone gnashing one's teeth could be heard. Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned around and was immediately astonished. It was actually Wang Yue. Chen Feng was astonished. Why are you here? I should be the one asking this question. Wang Yue was seething with rage. With great difficulty, he had finally managed to pester her to come here and help him kill mutated beasts to increase his spirit attribute. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived, he came across Chen Feng, the bringer of bad luck. If he was alone, countless scenes of him torturing Chen Feng started appearing in his head. Me? Chen Feng ignored him. He turned around and looked at Wang Yao's doubt-filled gaze and explained while he smiled bitterly. I came here to perform gene strengthening. Unexpectedly, my foundations were too weak and I almost failed to endure it. Is there anything trash like you is capable of enduring? Wang Yao sneered. Is this the truth? Wang Yao's indifferent gaze swept through the corpses in the distance, not saying anything. Anyway, it's just nice that we meet here. Wang Yao slanted her tiny head and pondered. I saved you. Now, you have to help me with something. It is my honor. Chen Feng nodded. There's something in Green Hill Forest that I wanted. However, its restriction was somewhat troublesome. I originally wanted Wang Yu to deal with it. However, he seems to be too much of a piece of trash, Wang Yao said indifferently. Elder sister? Wang Yu felt wronged. One? Chen Feng's widened his eyes abruptly. Damn, elder sister? Looking at Wang Yao's petite frame before looking at Wang Yao's petite frame before looking at Wang Yu that was at least 170 cm in height, Chen Feng was stupefied. They were actually siblings, and to be elder sister and younger brother? A small accident. Wang Yao did not want to say too much. Understood. Chen Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and his desire to know more. As he looked at the killing intent in the little girl's eyes, he was aware that his life might be in danger if he kept asking. Stop talking nonsense. Do you agree or not? Wang Yue said impatiently. My sister saved you earlier. I can't do it now. Chen Feng shook his head. I can't remove any restrictions in my current condition. I will be able to do it tomorrow. Wang Yao glanced at Chen Feng's body, looking at the worn-out clothes soaked with sweat and his pale face before she slightly nodded. I'll find you tomorrow. So troublesome. Wang Yue muttered and was glared at viciously by Wang Yao. Whoosh! Light flickered as they soared to the clouds. Wang Yao grabbed one of them with each of her hands as she brought Chen Feng and Wang Yue back to the camp. After exchanging contact details with Chen Feng, she took Wang Yue and left. Chen Feng felt grateful. Although this little girl was always enveloped by killing intent, it was all directed toward her enemies. Helping her remove restrictions? Chen Feng needed to make his preparations. As he returned to the urban district and entered his rented house, he directly slumped onto his bed. Too tired, too dangerous. Even after saving up 50 points of luck, preparing a bottle of TheStrongestGene reagent, and being incomparably cautious, he had still met with countless dangers and was almost unable to return to his home. Wanting to improve quickly, the price he had paid was far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, luckily, he had managed to return safely this time. The gains this time, on the other hand, Chen Feng scanned his genetic data. Gene attributes, strength, 50 agility, 50 physique, 50 spirit, 81, all-around improvement. Compared with the previous him, the current him was on a totally different level. The higher the risk, the higher the profit. After his near-death trip, his strength, agility, and physique, which were originally at 10 points, had reached 50 points. His originally 52 points of spirit had become 81 points. Overall, the increase in his attributes was 49 points, an incomparably frightening number. I'm nearing the limit of 100 points. Chen Feng was excited. It was worth it. After removing the restriction for Wang Yao tomorrow, he would make some preparations before continuing to look for some Wind Fox leaders to kill. He would be able to reach 100 points in a short period of time. At that time, the strongest gene, he would definitely be able to complete his research on it. Chen Feng's heart was burning. His luck values were fully exhausted, yet he still needed to help Wang Yao tomorrow. However, he probably wouldn't need to waste his luck value. With Wang Yao around, who would dare to come and court death, he rested peacefully through the night. The next day, he reached the camp at Green Hill Forest. When he arrived, the Wang siblings were not there yet. However, unexpectedly, he saw Xu Fei's team there. 48 Chapter 48, Becoming a Monk Chapter 48, Becoming a Monk Translator, Lemoston Editor Tennish Chen Feng. Xu Fei walked over, excited. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. He always felt like laughing whenever he saw Xu Fei's bald head. Xu Fei saw his expression and grudgingly said, I know you want to laugh. You don't have to hold it in. Haha. Chen Feng patted his shoulder. You didn't use any hair-growing reagent? Hair-growing reagent was a 1-star F-class gene reagent. Although it didn't have any use in combat, it was still extremely popular due to its ability to enable one to grow a beautiful bush of hair on their head in a single day. After that, one would be able to cut one's hair into any style one wished. It's useless. Xu Fei's expression was unsightly. He even went to the hospital. Zhou Ling interjected and said while beaming, the doctor said that his scalp suffered an attack from an unknown power, causing it to be excessively hard, hence his hair not being able to grow at all. Chen Feng glanced at him pitifully. Hey, don't talk about this. It ruins the mood. Xu Fei waved his hand. Previously, when you contacted me, I was dealing with the group that ambushed our hearse. Pooh, the group that ambushed our flying vehicle. Hence, I didn't notice the notification. Subsequently, I was busy and forgot about it. No worries. Chen Feng smiled. I settled my issue. Then it's good. If there are any problems, you can contact me anytime. If I don't answer the call, you can also leave a message. Chen Feng shook his head. No major problems. Xu Fei was straightforward. So, what are you here at Green Hill Forest for today? Do you need any help? I have an appointment with a friend. Is it a male or female? Xu Fei asked nosily. Chen Feng, Xu Fei guessed from Chen Feng's reaction. Xu Fei guessed. Damn, Xu Fei guessed. Brother, you aren't planning to perform a field operation 1, right? Chen Feng sighed. Wang Yao, hiss. Xu Fei inhaled a mouthful of cold air. You actually acted on her? The flowers of the motherland too? She is Wang Ye's elder sister. Chen Feng's expression turned unsightly as he glared viciously at Xu Fei. Can you not be so perverted, elder sister? Xu Fei was dazed. Only after a long time did he recover as he howled. In other words, kid, you actually found a legal loli. The heavens are unjust to actually let you, whoosh. A familiar-looking flame appeared. The terrifyingly high temperature caused Xu Fei to shut his mouth immediately out of fear as he frantically retreated backward in shock. However, that lump of flame still descended upon Xu Fei's head without any warning. Bang! The sound of an explosion. Female hero, please spare my life, Xu Fei screamed pitifully. At this moment, a petite silhouette appeared at the camp's entrance. It was Wang Yao, who glanced at Xu Fei coldly, before finally laying her eyes on Chen Feng. Let's go, Wang Yao said indifferently. All right. Chen Feng patted Xu Fei's shoulder. There was only sympathy in his heart as he looked at Xu Fei's head. Brother, it's about time you changed this defective mouth of yours. After they left, Xu Fei opened his screen while shuddering and aimed it at himself. He then stared foolishly at the 9 black dots on his head. Ring scar? The heck, there's even 9 of them? 3? I don't want to be a monk. Xu Fei screamed mournfully while Zhou Ling laughed crazily beside him. The little girl is asking you to practice the mouth-shutting mantra because your mouth is too lowly. Is there no law? This is a camp. Isn't fighting prohibited here? Xu Fei grudgingly looked at the combat robot in the camp. Are you here as a decoration? Good day, mister. The combat robot's red eyes flickered before it honestly said, in accordance to our calculation, first, the one who acted did not have any killing intent. Second, the one who acted was too terrifying. If we were to act, it might lead to the camp perishing and everyone here dying. Third, we sent the recordings to the Genetic Union. If you want to hold her accountable, or if any actual danger was encountered, someone from the upper levels of the Genetic Union can be dispatched here. Kindly confirm if that is required. What? It might lead to the camp perishing and everyone here dying? Xu Fei and his group could feel their soul leaving their body as they trembled in fear. What kind of person was this Wang Yao? This was Green Hill Forest Camp, the territory of the Genetic Union. Even if it was a small camp at the outermost layer of the area, it was still a territory of Genetic Union. Wang Yao was actually so terrifying to the point where even the combat robot did not dare to act against her. Who was she exactly? Xu Fei suddenly felt that him being alive was totally miraculous. Zhou Ling suddenly opened her mouth. Seems like you really need to practice the mouth-shutting mantra. Xu Fei was silent. Kindly confirm if you want to hold her accountable? The robot was still asking faithfully. What the heck can I hold her accountable for? Xu Fei waved his hand before leaving with his team, as they also had their missions to perform today. However, after contemplating for a bit, he still decided to send a message to Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng and Wang Yao hadn't been gone for long. The wristband vibrated. As Chen Feng looked at it, he was immediately speechless. It was actually a message from Xu Fei. Please apologize to Ms. Wang Yao on my behalf. I will practice the mouth-shutting mantra for this whole month. Chen Feng showed it to Wang Yao. Although his mouth was somewhat lowly, your friend is very intelligent, Wang Yao said indifferently. Oh? Chen Feng did not expect this. Experts have their dignity as well. Not every one of them is as kind as me. Wang Yao's expression was apathetic. Oh? Chen Feng answered calmly. Although he knew that what Wang Yao said was sensible for some unknown reason, as he looked at this person with an 11 or 12 years old appearance earnestly saying such words, he couldn't help but feel that this was a cute little girl throwing a fit, even if he was aware of how terrifying Wang Yao actually was. I must have gone crazy. Chen Feng sighed. It seemed like there were still some aspects of this world he hadn't completely accepted. At this time, Chen Feng, the sound of gnashing teeth could be heard. Wang Yu was glaring viciously at him. This Chen Feng actually did not even spare him a look all along, acting as if he was non-existent. This was too excessive. Are we arriving soon? Chen Feng looked into the distance. We have arrived. Wang Yao brought them to the depth of the forest. It was said that there was mystical spring water there. Chen Feng, Wang Yu howled. You dare to ignore me? Chen Feng looked at him indifferently. This time, I'm here to help your elder sister. You should just sit tight and act your part as baggage. Don't spout nonsense. I haven't settled the incident where you sent someone to ambush me during the examinations. If it wasn't for your elder sister, do you think you would actually still be alive now? Shut up. Wang Yue's heart leaped as his expression changed greatly. Ambush? Wang Yao suddenly opened her mouth. What's the matter? Nothing. Wang Yue gulped. Damn it, why did he provoke Chen Feng for no reason? You don't know? Chen Feng was somewhat astonished before shaking his head. It doesn't matter now. It's all in the past. I am here to help you today. Don't mention those things. Wang Yao's eyes swept through both Chen Feng and Wang Yue before finally saying, let's go. Deep inside Green Hill Forest, Chen Feng could already see the flowing spring water. This is the Green Hill Spring. In order to make up for his mistake earlier, Wang Yu stated in low voice, possessing a certain amount of spirituality, it is a material used for a lot of gene productions. However, our current target is not this. Instead, it is the endpoint of the Green Hill Spring. Oh, Chen Feng did not comment on it. As Wang Yu looked at his expression, his anger bubbled. The three of them walked along the Green Hill Spring. When they reached the inner zone, they were already enveloped by mist. The visibility was low and an incorporeal restriction blocked their way forward. Footnotes 1. Field operation. A Chinese slang commonly used to describe couples making out or having intercourse in the wild. 2. Flowers of the Motherland. Flowers of the Motherland is a 1955 Chinese black and white film which was produced by Changchun Film Group Corporation. The movie follows the primary school student's life after China's founding, commonly used as an expression to refer to underage kids as well. 3. The dots commonly seen on a Buddhist monk's head. Refer https www.google.com search comprens e6 88 t2 a6 a4 tbm isht 49 chapter 49 depths of the frigid pond chapter 49 depths of the frigid pond translator Lemostin editor Tenish. What is this? Astonished, Chen Feng held his hand out and touched it slightly. A cloud of mist quivered as Chen Feng's hand gently bounced off. Restriction? Chen Feng was shocked. Looking at the incorporeal mist floating midair, he knew how powerful the restriction was. The more powerful the blood essence was, the more complicated the restriction that resulted from it would be. However, a mist-formed restriction, where was the blood essence? This is a naturally formed restriction. Wang Yao's cold voice resounded. This was originally a drop of a mist cloud beast's blood essence. After years of evolution, the blood essence vaporized and the power within the blood essence fused with the mist around it, forming this peculiar naturally formed restriction. It was even more powerful than ordinary restrictions. So that's the case, Chen Feng muttered thoughtfully. He extended his hand and felt the restriction once again. He entered the digitized mode to find with surprise that the restriction was not overly complicated at all. The lacking genes were found and the restriction was removed. He did not even use his luck value on this. Whoosh! The mist around them scattered quietly, opening a path before them. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. Chen Feng felt doubtful. However, as the three of them walked past this restriction, the mist behind them joined once more. That restriction activated again. It can actually join automatically? Is it unlimited? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. So this was the formidable aspect of a naturally formed restriction. The thing I need is at the innermost part of this area. Wang Yao took the lead and opened a path before them. Chen Feng and Wang Yu followed closely behind as they stepped into the depths of the mist. Currently, at the Green Hill camp, an exceptionally equipped team had appeared. It was a team of 4 with at least 3 of them wearing obviously unordinary clothes. From the materials of the clothes, it was obvious that these clothes were considerably expensive. Only the youngster in the middle of the group looked incomparably young and tender. Wu Fan, is it here? Captain Changhu asked. Wu Fan was excited. The gene of the mutated beast I fused is at the misty zone in the depths of Green Hill Forest. I'm currently at 25 points of agility. I only need 75 more points to reach 100 points. Don't worry, Changhu nodded. Since we accepted your mission, we will definitely allow you to increase your attributes. 10,000 yuan for each point of attribute. 75 points would cost 750,000 yuan in total. The other attributes can be considered as our gift to you. No problem, right? No problem. Wu Fan was excited. I can finally improve. Although his family was wealthy, unfortunately, his family members were not optimistic about his future. Hence, no specialized training partner was assigned to him. Otherwise, how would he be weaker than Wang Ye? Luckily, he could finally put the 2 years of pocket money he had saved to good use. He was now a high school graduate with solid foundations. There was no need to worry that something would go wrong. Even that Wang Yu fellow had sprinted to 80 attribute points, so how could he fall behind? He was especially troubled after the Dragon's Passing Mountain incident. Hence, he decided to spend a large amount of money to boost himself to the peak of F-class. There was also that Chen Feng. Wu Fan clenched his teeth. The thing he found the most insulting was the fact that they were actually saved by trash that was looked down upon by all their schoolmates. Today, he had to rush himself to the peak of F-class before he proceeded to surpass his limit and step into E-class. By then, let's go. Changhu looked at the weather. Although you students have good foundations, your willpower is too weak. Hence, you can only increase 1 or 2 points each time. If you students were to increase too many points at once, you all will start crying in pain for your parents. For you to improve yourself, we need to kill around 40 to 50 suitable mutated beasts. Seems like we have a busy day ahead of us. Thus, be quiet on the road. Changhu's gaze was cold. Here, they're not only those low-level mutated beasts that you wanted to use for gene strengthening. There are also other things that are much more terrifying. If any formidable beasts are attracted, we will not be able to take care of you. I know, Wu Fan said impatiently. He was not bothered with Changhu's attitude at all. A few mere E-class warriors whose profession was helping others increase their attributes, their profession could be considered as a branch of that lowly laborer profession. 750,000 yuan might appear to be a high amount. However, the 3 of them needed to work their asses off for a period of time only to end up earning an average of 30,000 yuan per day. What could they achieve with that amount nowadays? A commoner would forever remain a commoner. Inwardly, Wu Fan was full of disdain. Although his family was not as well off as Wang Yui's family, they were still considered a rich and powerful family. A mere several 100,000 yuan was not something they would put in their eyes. Be careful, don't let him act recklessly. Cheng Hu was still worried as he said in a low voice to Zhang Ling, the only female of their team, if he starts shouting inconsiderately, seal off the sound. We can't let any trouble arise. Zhang Ling nodded slightly. Understood. Let's go. Contempt flashed in Cheng Hu's eyes. He had seen a lot of these so-called young masters. Every single one of them had a heaven-surpassing pride, thinking that with their rich family and them joining a university they would be able to defeat everything under the heavens. It was simply ridiculous. They could hire others to help them reach 100 points easily when they were at F-class. However, what could they do after that? One needed to know that the limit for F-class was 100 points, while the limit for E-class was 1,000 points. With that weak willpower of theirs, where they will start shouting in pain when their attribute increase exceeded 3 points, they were still dreaming of rapid improvement? Too naive. The resources the wealthy had at their disposal were indeed formidable. It would enable them to improve at a speed higher than an ordinary person. This was an unchanging rule since times immemorial. However, wealth alone was not enough for one to be an expert. Furthermore, regardless of gene strengthening, consuming attribute increasing reagents, or tempering, the attributes could only be increased to the limit. Wanting to break through the limit, one still needed to work hard for it. These kinds of people that reached the limit through the assistance of others would definitely be stuck when they were trying to break through the limit. Idiot. Cheng Hu sneered inwardly as the four of them stepped into Green Hill Forest. Currently, Chen Feng and his group had reached the depths of the mist. When he witnessed with his own eyes how Wang Yao killed a mutated beast without effort and threw it to Wang Ye to perform gene strengthening, he finally understood why the profit for the gold ant gene was so low. It was a 5-star formula with a high production difficulty. It was a gene reagent that was extremely difficult to produce, yet the effect was nothing spectacular. What Mu Yuan said was indeed correct. These F-class formulas with high star ratings were simply a trap. Luckily, his main goal was to increase his star rating. Otherwise, the formula was totally not worth choosing. Furthermore, these gene reagents could only be used to increase attributes under normal circumstances, and they could only be used once as well. When it came to breaking through one's limit, it was totally useless. Hence, its main target market is those shut-in nerd producers that are too lazy to leave their house. It is indeed a formula that needs to be phased out. Chen Feng sighed. Wang Yao looked at Wang Ye. How much is your spiritual energy now? 81 points. Wang Ye held his head high and looked at Chen Feng proudly. I told you. After we leave the school, I will surpass you and leave you far behind me. How much is your current spiritual energy? 81 points. Chen Feng was expressionless. What? Wang Yue froze immediately while Wang Yao also looked at Chen Feng in amazement. She was very clear on Chen Feng's circumstances. He had also sprinted to 81 points with those circumstances of his? When she recalled that scene of devastation during Chen Feng's gene strengthening yesterday, this Chen Feng is indeed special. How is that possible? Wang Yu blinked. You were spouting nonsense, right? Shut up. Wang Yao kicked him. Have you not embarrassed yourself enough? Wang Yu lowered his head. Chen Feng only smiled indifferently. Since your spiritual energy has exceeded 80 points, the mutated beasts suitable for your gene strengthening are no longer easy to find. It's about time for you to go to that place. Wang Yao looked toward the depths of the mist. Scatter, she pointed at the air in front of her. The mist around them scattered immediately, and a tunnel appeared in front of them. All the low-leveled restrictions on their way were immediately removed. This was Wang Yao's strength, removing restrictions by force. Wang Yao pulled her hand back indifferently. The group of 3 stepped forward. Without the obstruction of the mist and the need to kill any mutated beasts, they reached the place where the spring water originated from in a short period of time. It was a frigid pond with a diameter of several tens of meters. Water streamed down from the summit of the hill into the pond before it streamed down as spring water from the valley. In the center of the frigid pond was a lotus radiating with pure and holy-looking light. Suddenly, hiss! An enormous python appeared. With a terrifying killing intent, it rushed toward the 3 of them. However, before Chen Feng was able to react, he saw red light flickering in Wang Yao's hand as she grabbed that python before wrenching it into an enormous pile of fried dough, twist 1, and casually tossing it away. Bang! The python was smashed onto the ground and lost its consciousness. Chen Feng, this was the mutated guardian beast of this lotus. Chen Feng observed a moment of silence for that python. Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance appeared. Chen Feng looked toward the frigid pond and saw faint mist start floating up from the water. Slowly, the mist became denser and swirled around the lotus, forming a naturally formed restriction. Footnotes 1. For reference, refer https://www.google.com search, Chuki fried plows dough plows twist, and source LNMs and TBM S-ish 50 Chapter 50, Life and Death Domain, Chapter 50, Life and Death Domain Translator, Limostin Editor, Tenesh. It's here. Chen Feng's heart leaped slightly. He knew that this was the help Wang Yao needed from him. Although Wang Yao could probably destroy the restriction with force, the lotus would probably get destroyed in the process as well. Let me do it, Chen Feng said softly. He was only here to repay the favor since Wang Yao saved his life yesterday. After this matter was completed, his debt with Wang Yao could be considered to have been cleared. As for Wang Yao, he. Radiance swirled around his hands. Chen Feng was about to remove the restriction. Wait, Wang Yao pulled him back. Chen Feng was in doubt. Wang Yao slightly shook her head. She walked to the front, raised her right hand, and aimed at that white lotus. Bang! A terrifying strength was instantly unleashed. Chen Feng's mouth was left hanging. Damn, does she want to directly destroy this thing? Why doesn't this little girl act in accordance with common sense? However, right at this moment, an overcast howl surfaced from the frigid pond. A frightening power spread out of the frigid pond and destroyed Wang Yao's attack. Rumble. The frigid pond started bubbling while the surface of the pond started shaking. Danger. Chen Feng's expression changed greatly as he hastily retreated. The spring water suddenly exploded. Bang! An enormous monster suddenly emerged from the frigid pond. It had a diameter of 10 meters, and its silhouette alone occupied half the pond. Hiss! Chen Feng inhaled a mouthful of cold air. This was actually a huge turtle. The turtle had a huge body with extraordinary rays of light swirling on its shell, giving it an astonishing appearance. On its green-colored skin were layers upon layers of creases that were unimaginably thick. On its neck, a metal full of stains could be seen hanging. The word Duma could be vaguely seen on it. Howl. The huge turtle bellowed. Its oppressive voice brought a terrifying pressure with it, akin to the heavens collapsing. The spring water that was splashed around from the earlier explosion was condensed in midair, turning into multiple ice arrows that were launched toward Chen Feng's group. Wang Yao sneered. Bang! A sword slash descended. A red-colored shockwave spread out and evaporated all the ice arrows. Human, you dare touch the item that I have been waiting 100 years for? The huge turtle opened its mouth, and a dreadful killing intent appeared in its small, deep black eyes. Chen Feng trembled as he heard this. This huge turtle could actually speak? What kind of freak was this? These valuable materials originally belonged to Mother Nature. When did they become yours? Wang Yao sneered. Hand it over and I will spare your life. You are courting death, the huge turtle roared. Bang! A terrifying power was once again unleashed, engulfing the area like a storm. Wang Yao was not bothered at all. The red-colored huge sword in her hand flickered, and the huge turtle was forcefully suppressed on its original spot. Chen Feng, I will leave the rest to you. Understood. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. He was aware that it was now the time for him to act. He stepped forward. Clouds and mist drifted before his eyes. Whoosh! Chen Feng instantly entered the digitized mode. At this moment, Chen Feng did not dare to pause. However, the genes he needed to search for in this restriction reached an amount of 2,000 strains, an amount far surpassing all the restrictions he had ever met before. Luckily, Chen Feng's current spiritual energy had been increased, or else he would not be able to even maintain the activation of the digitized mode. Luck aura, activate. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Bang! The luck value dropped rapidly. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Chen Feng was able to find several hundreds of missing genes in a flash. However, due to the amount of genes he needed to search this time being too high, he could only advance 1 step at a time. 1 second, 2 seconds, time passed. How can a little kid like this remove the frigid pond's restriction? The huge turtle's eyes were full of disdain. In its long years of life, it had seen too many so-called geniuses. It was simply too naive for a mere beginner producer to dream of removing the frigid pond restriction. Wang Yao was calm as water. How would one know without trying? Trying to break the restriction with force? Be careful of its counterattack, the huge turtle threatened. However, right at this moment, a bizarre sound echoed. As the huge turtle turned its head to take a look, it was immediately shocked to find that the frigid pond's restriction had been removed. How many seconds had this taken? 5 or 6 seconds? 5 or 6 seconds? The huge turtle was somewhat stupefied. After sleeping for 100 years, the beginner producers of the current era were already so powerful. The mist around them dispersed naturally. How is this possible? The huge turtle finally recovered from its shock, and an alarmed expression appeared on its face. Due to its long lifespan, it had seen a lot of gene producers. However, it had never seen anyone capable of removing restrictions with such speed, especially not a beginner producer. Not good. The huge turtle recovered from its shock. Since the restriction was removed, then that lotus, since it was currently engaged with Wang Yao, the lotus was about to fall into Chen Feng's hands. It immediately felt anxious. For that thing, it had waited 100 years. How could it let them take the lotus away easily after 100 years of wait? Just as it was feeling anxious, suddenly, the turtle was surprised to find that a weak spot had appeared in Wang Yao's suppression of him. This gave the turtle a short frame of opportunity. This short frame of opportunity was more than sufficient for experts like them. It was now. The huge turtle roared. Howl. Bang! The skies trembled. It spat out a black-colored light globe. The light globe floated in midair with a faint purple radiance flickering out of it. In a split second, the purple radiance engulfed everyone. With the huge turtle as the center, it spread and enveloped everything without distinction. Everything within 100 meters of it, including Wang Yao, was all hit by the attack. This was the trump card of the huge turtle, life and death domain. I want to kill. The huge turtle was feeling proud. Just as it prepared to decimate them, it shockingly found that the little girl had already awakened. Immediately, it trembled with fear, grabbed onto the white lotus with its mouth, and quickly fled into the frigid pond. The turtle had actually escaped just like that. You finally used this move. A smile appeared on Wang Yao's tiny face. Lotus? Why would she want that thing? The reason she intentionally exposed a weak point was because her actual goal was the turtle's life and death domain. This was a formidable illusionary attack that required 100 years of lifespan as the sacrifice to be activated. Life and death domain. Rise. Wang Yao controlled the dreadful purple globe. Hum. Radiance bloomed from the purple globe as expression of pain started appearing on Chen Feng and Wang Yue's face. Cage. Wang Yao raised her hands. Clumps of energy bloomed one after another from her hands before changing into red strings and surrounding the purple globe. As she did this, the energy emitted by the globe changed from a purple color into a transparent color. It begins. Wang Yao's gaze was calm. This was originally a powerful attack. However, she used her formidable spiritual energy to purify the life and death domain, erasing all the negative energy from it. This enabled Wang Yue to experience the huge turtle's 100 years worth of life and death experiences and its experiences in breaking through its limit, using it as boon for him to break through and increase his power. This was her gift to Wang Yue. As for Chen Feng, her gaze swept through Chen Feng. This was a fellow that had appeared unexpectedly, a variable. You originally shouldn't have appeared here. However, since you are here, this is fate. Radiance blossomed from Wang Yao's pair of quick-witted eyes, as if she was able to see through the shackles of time. How much you are able to experience from this life and death domain will depend on yourself. Bang! The red light in Wang Yao's hands shined brightly. Life and death domain. Begin. Somewhere within Greenhill Forest, pitiful screams were reverberating. A youth possessing somewhat graceful looks, Xuanhuan, was currently sprawled on the ground as he struggled unceasingly. His whole body twitched and his face twisted. His situation was remarkably similar to that of someone suffering from torture. Changhu sighed. Have you sealed off the sound? Sealed. Zhangling spread her hands. It's not that I want to nag, but why do you need to let him try this? It's his own request. Changhu felt helpless as well. Since this young master requested it, do we dare to not let him try? I did not expect him to suffer to such an extent. This is only a 3-point increase. I remember that even when you guys increased your attributes by 4 points in the past, you all didn't have such a big reaction, right? He is a person with a different status after all. Zhangling shook her head. Seems like later we should just increase his attributes by 1 or 2 points each time. We can only do that. Changhu was disappointed. In the later stages of gene strengthening, the mutated beasts with suitable attributes will be harder to find. Seems like we need to stay a few more days here at Greenhill Forest. How could 750,000 be so easy to earn? Zhangling smiled. True. Changhu spat as greed appeared in his eyes. If we kill this kid, don't act recklessly. Zhangling pulled him and said in a low voice, have you forgotten how we were almost found out previously? Even though not many people know us in Gold City, we still shouldn't perform such acts too frequently. Furthermore, this Wu family is not simple as well. You should be careful lest you kick an iron plate one. I know. Changhu felt somewhat regretful. If he were to do that, it would be something that brought him profit without any need for an investment. Currently. The gene strengthening seemed to have reached the final stage. Wufan's scream became even more intense. The few of them covered their ears and frowned. Luckily, they had prepared a method to seal off any sounds. Any sound within a zone of 3 meters would be trapped within the zone. Otherwise, with the noise made by Wufan, every single one of them would die here. Only when Wufan's gene strengthening was completed did Changhu stand up. Give him the recovering reagent. Remember, 10,000 per bottle. Profit off him ruthlessly. Changhu said viciously. Wait until he recovered himself before we leave. All right. Zhangling nodded. Footnotes. 1. Kick an iron plate. An expression Chinese used to describe the situation where one thought they found a person easy to bully but end up meeting someone powerful they can't bully instead.